Rabbit with a waistcoat and a watch.
Oh, my fearing whiskies. I'm late.
Now, this is curious. What could a rabbit possibly be late for? Please, sir!
I'm late. For a very important date. No time to say hello, goodbye. I'm late.
It must be awfully important, like a party or something. Mr. Rabbit, wait!
No. I'm overdue. I'm really in a stew. No time to say goodbye. Hello, I'm late.
My, through the center of... Ah! And come out the other side where people walk upside down. Oh, but that's silly. Nobody... Oh! Oh, Mr. Rabbit, wait!
Hello, everybody. I thought that little clip would be fitting considering the reason for the stream is another rabbit hole that I found myself in, and because I'm always late. So, you know. So, real quick before we get started, I see a couple questions in the chat that I want to answer real quick. Catfish, yes, I have spoke to the spokesperson when his name is Chris Dingman. And as of Friday, I believe, when I spoke to him, the family was notified that the toxicology report is back, but they do not have the results of it yet because it has to go in front of a like a board, a council board, and has to be, I guess, double checked, triple checked, and compared notes before it's given publicly and as well, you know, to the family, because, you know, now they are wanting to cross their T's and dot their I's and make sure that they don't give the family any misleading information or false hopes or, you know, any of those things that could happen with, you know, decimals and, oh, I got this number wrong and that made that, you know, they just double, triple checking the results with a second opinion, I'm assuming. And also, they have hired legal representation. I don't know necessarily what for. From my understanding, from the conversation I had with Chris, it was more or less to focus on how to obtain evidence and information like surveillance video and stuff like that that Metro Nashville has taken possession of and is not sharing or allowing the family to see it, and how to go about doing that legally so that the information is not lost if and when this case is closed, and with this whatever happens with the toxicology, because they don't know if that changes things if it's a closed case. Not saying that the toxicology is going to make it a closed case. I'm just saying they're preparing for worst case scenario and what to do if that happens. I do know that they hired Morgan and Morgan, and they have 2 private investigators, and that is all I know. Yeah, so just playing the waiting game with that whole situation, because my mission is complete. My whole point of doing the streams that I was doing was to bring awareness and make a point. These cameras exist, this footage exists, this phone data exists, and not only do I know it exists, like I know who's has the right, who they belong to, how you could go about getting it, and that information getting back to the family, and they have took the next step as far as to legally obtaining said information, which is, that's as far as I can take it. If they obtain that information and they share it publicly, I would be more than happy to analyze it, or if it's video or if it's phone data. I have already told Chris that I would absolutely do it behind the scenes if they're more appropriate, comfortable with that. Just to don't hesitate to ask, and I consider it done. And he said thank you, and he passed it along to Michelle and Ryan and Chris. And that's kind of where that, yeah, he's going to be the spokesperson um until this ends, just because he's a lot more comfortable with it, um and it's everybody's kind of familiar with him. And when the family seeks legal representation, and if they proceed with anything legally, that kind of makes them where they can't publicly talk about most things. So it's safer as far as that goes, to keep things clean, by just having him come and give a statement from the family, and keeping them from anything that'll be used in court as a, just how that stuff goes. It's tit for tat and stuff like that, especially if it's like any kind of litigation, or any, I'm not saying that it will be, I'm just saying if it is, you have to be really careful with those big companies, like whether it be the bar or Metro Nashville. They're going to be trying to use any little thing to counteract it, instead of just taking accountability. And like I said, that's a leaps and bounds from where they're at, as far as how this is going to go. Because like I said, right now we know that the toxicology is done, but we don't know what it consists of, or how long it'll be before it's officially released. Right now it's being reviewed by a review board, or review panel, I believe is how it was worded. Something to do with the coroner. Like they all put heads together and compare notes and stuff. I'm not too sure, but it's something, apparently it's very common in high profile cases, for something to be done instead of just releasing it. They want to make sure to check all the boxes and do a thorough analyzation, I guess, of the reports and stuff, just to make sure that there was no clerical errors or anything like that, because they've already caught so much crap because of the stuff that they were not thorough with. I'd imagine the coroner not wanting to get on that bandwagon as far as the scrutiny, because it will probably not be very fun if it something like that comes out where it's not what they say it was. But now that we're over the factual stuff, if you guys want my opinion, I think that as quick as they've been, oh, no foul play and no this, that if it says it being the toxicology, if it matched their narrative of no foul play and nothing suspicious, it would already be out. They wouldn't be doing this double, triple, quadruple checking. I think they're doing this to buy time because at the end of the day, it doesn't fit their narrative, and they are probably trying to get some kind of investigation done because they're way behind in the times because they've already wrote this case off as being case closed, accidental, and if his toxicology does not mimic that, they are really behind in the game as far as investigation wise. So that's my opinion, and that's just what I think in my opinion, and that's just that. Could be wrong, like I said, I don't know anything any more than you guys do, but I just feel like if it was simple and there was only alcohol in the system and not an atrocious amount of it and not anything that shouldn't be as far as, drugs or anything like that, or how long he'd been in the water or anything of those nature, I feel like it would already be released. They wouldn't be thorough. They picked a hell of a time to get thorough. But hey, better late than never. But if it is, um, one second, guys. Sorry about that. Still don't have no godforsaken AC, so been trying to experiment on how to make it cooler and let's just say it's been interesting. Apparently my husband is a low key MacGyver because Lord have mercy, the shit that I've seen. So you guys ready for this rabbit hole or no? So listen, okay, I know y'all are ready, so I'm just gonna. I had to take notes on my notes so that because I knew I wouldn't be able to go live right away when I stumbled upon this shit, and I did not want to forget about how I stumbled upon it in the order and how exactly I got here because I did not want to like I wanted to be able to tell you guys like how I came about it and the steps and like because y'all are already gonna think I'm freaking batshit crazy and like how the hell did you get here? Because trust me, like y'all can ask Eddie and Ruben and Puff Muffin. Like I be saying the same shit. And then I confirm like, okay, am I crazy? Like, am I reaching? And then if Puff Muffin and Ruben be like, oh, I think you're onto something, and it's not crazy. I'm like, all right, there's confirmation. I'm good. Like, so if you got like, if I catch hell, I'm taking them with me. Just kidding, kind of. So, okay, let me go all the way back to what I was looking into at the time, okay? Because I was listening to Chris Proudfoot go off on one of Seth's private investigators. Okay. And y'all already know how I feel about this case and about that lovely, amazing human being to begin with. So I'm already like ears perked up, like, oh, a hail to the no. He's not saying these things that he's saying. Okay. And I zeroed in on a specific comment, a couple of them, but what led me down this rabbit hole was a specific comment that he said. Okay. And I'm going to play it just so that you guys can kind of get the vibe that I'm in whenever I got down this rabbit hole. Because every time I go down rabbit holes, whatever I'm like laser focused on or my, I'm listening for is kind of where the rabbit hole will lead me. So that's why I say a lot of this, because I'm trying to bring you guys in on how I get to this stuff that I get, because I trust and believe I'm not just typing this into Google and it's coming up. It's a process, and it's a um just a lot of random thoughts that will turn into Google searches usually, and then I'm like, oh my god. But I wrote them down specifically so that I don't lose anybody along the way. So this should be fun. I'm excited. Yeah, and Eddie's like the most like non-conspiratorial. Everything has a reason and everything has an explanation, and it's mostly the most simplest one, and not the gonna overthink it or over like dramatize it. And if he's even thinking it's sus, I was like, oh shit, I've done messed up and fell into something here. Cause y'all don't even know. Like me, me and Eddie are probably the ones that differ the most on opinions. Like we're still friends, but he's always like, "Nah, you're tripping. It's just this," in the simple explanation. And I'm like, "No, dude, you're just dumb, and you just need to say it my way." And he's like, "No, not happening, Swampy." But I respect his you know, him being firm on what he believes. However, he's just wrong. I'm just 99% of the time. Okay. So, sorry, had to get a drink of Mountain Dew. If Ruben's here, don't cuss me out. You can. I'll forgive you. Right, right. Oh my god, I'm getting excited. All right. So, let me show you guys this clip of Proudfoot so that, we can kind of set the mood, so to say. Ew, that's what we're okay. And then we'll go from there.
Well, well, there is some
No, no, no.
There's a difference in helping find Sebastian and just being a stupid fucking cunt.
Okay, well let me ask you something just for a second. Like, are you sure it was her and not like one of these sleuthers or something? Because
No,
other
it's
people
her on the fucking show. It
Okay.
is her.
Okay, because there's other
I think
people
it was
that are
on Web
digging.
Slut
Yeah.
or Sleuth, whatever the fuck that woman's name is.
Web sleuths.
Yeah, whatever.
I mean,
It was on that fucking show.
but I don't see. I can't see Chloe just giving out that information though.
She did. You're missing my statement. I
Okay.
didn't say she gave the information out. I said she made a statement that she had it and wouldn't fucking release her.
Web sleuths giving out that information though.
She did. You're missing my statement.
Okay.
I didn't say she gave the information out. I said she made a statement that she had it and wouldn't fucking release it. That right there was a trigger to start this fucking shitstorm. When she shouldn't have opened her fucking mouth in the beginning.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of fucking PI or whatever the fuck she thinks she is or how she does this. But if she needs a fucking education and then schooling on being a PI, I guarantee you I'll find somebody who is truly a PI and let them school the fuck out of this woman.
All right. Well, let me try to figure it out because I know neither her or I have given out any of Katie's information.
It's not giving it out.
Yeah.
All you have to do is start one sentence. I have the information. I'm not going to release it.
Yeah.
She started a shitstorm.
Actually,
she better figure out how to fucking fix it.
You know, something else I'll tell you, there was a woman that reached out to me that before I had ever even, there was like the
Some medical place or something.
yeah, it's
right.
a problem with a lot of the
Fine, that's understandable. Personally, I think everybody fucking starts looking for shit.
Yeah.
Ain't even worth the fucking bacteria of the foam that forms on the fucking worst form of bacteria on Earth. That's what I truly feel.
Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. I can feel it through the phone.
Oh, trust me. Chloe's lucky I'm not standing in fucking front of her.
Okay.
Like I said.
This is the comment right here. And it's not, it's what he says, but it is also how he says it, okay? Pay close attention to this remark he makes right here. Now, he's talking to Heather, which is the private investigator that has stepped back or whatever with Seth. There was Seth and Chloe. They were both on Web Sleuths that day that Chris and Seth were both on there. But Chloe is the one that's still working the case. Heather is the one that has either, I don't know if she was asked to step back or if she stepped back on her own. Regardless, whenever the Tony guy, the PA guy or whatever you call him, press guy, that's also working on Caleb case, Caleb Harris, she stepped back since he became involved. I don't know if that has anything to do with each other. Just it is what it is. The timing. He came in the picture, she stepped out. So that's who he's talking to on the phone. He's talking about the other private investigator, which is Chloe. And what he's responding to is because she said on the show that he disrespectfully called web sluts, which is web sleuths. And because she was on that show and she made a comment that she had information in regards to Katie's past and her family's background, but she wasn't going to release it. And because of that, according to Chris, that made the public start looking into it. And now everybody knows and it's going around everybody. Wah, wah, wah. You know, anyways, keep my comments to myself for now.
I will bring the fucking cops when I see her. Lucky I'm not standing of the foam that forms on the fucking worst form of bacteria on Earth. That's what I truly feel.
Yeah, I feel you. I hear you. I can feel it through the phone.
Oh, trust me. Chloe's lucky I'm not standing in fucking front of her. Like I said, I will bring the fucking cops when I see her.
Okay, well.
And it was more my protection than hers. Because right now, you can inform her. She fucking calls me, says my fucking name, anything of that fucking nature involving Katie or me or anybody else, I'm going to slap the shit out of her with the same fucking thing I told you. I'll cease and desist letter and then let her open her fucking mouth one more time. And then I've got her dead to fucking rights.
I think that's
I'm trying to be as civil as possible.
Isn't that the only interview she's even done?
Like I said, I will bring the fucking cops when I see her.
Who else do you know that calls a private investigator to threaten another private investigator, but includes bringing the cops in said threat? He didn't say, you better tell her I'm going to call the police on her. He didn't say, you better tell her I'm going to file charges or civil litigation against her. He said, she's lucky we're not face to face because I would bring the fucking cops. In other words, he just slipped in another way. That's his normal way of intimidating people. Because this is the same police department, mind you, that him and his mommy used to bully and ultimately kidnap his daughter from his ex-wife until it got fought. Luckily, by the grace of God, she was able to obtain a lawyer, and a really good one, and fought for custody back. But if she would have not got that last minute lawyer, he would have absolutely taken her daughter, and there was absolutely nothing she could do about it. And then after she won said court case and got custody of her daughter, and he had a court order to release the daughter back to her, they had a public meeting spot, which was the Gallatin Police Department, which was where they were to do this exchange so that it would be civil. And he, ugh, you guys heard the interview. Don't even get me started. So this is the same police department that the Proudfoots and the Bowersocks are very familiar with using to their advantage. I said what I said. Sue me. I don't give not teetotal shit. Facts are facts, and you don't like the way I say it, then maybe you should change the way you police, you scroungy fucks. And I'm just getting started. So, that comment rubbed me the wrong way. So, I typed into my Google search Gallatin Police Department, or Gallatin, Tennessee Police Department. Okay, first, just a little side note before we get too deep in this rabbit hole and I get distracted. Gallatin, Tennessee is 33 minutes and 30.7 miles away from Nashville. Just a little food for thought. Gallatin to Hendersonville, 21 minutes, 12.8 miles. Okay. The Proudfoot / Bowersocks Family Church is in Gallatin. Remember that. We're going to come back to that. Okay. Proudfoot's mother, Kathy Bowersocks, is the Homeowners Association board president in Gallatin. Oh, we're just getting started. And then Kathy and her husband live in Gallatin. Okay. Now this is going to, oh, and just another food for thought. 22 minutes, 13.4 miles is how far Chris and Katie live from Bowersocks. Okay. Now, that was my drum roll. Sorry. So, I type into my search bar after I'm doing all these trying to get an idea for myself where this is at in location to, because I know where Nashville is. Just trying to get it on a map to where I am a little bit more familiar with the, what's it called? Geography and all that, So, then I wrote down that Gallatin is a city in Sumner County, and it is about 25 miles northeast of Nashville. Okay, another one that's going to come up is Franklin, Tennessee. Bear with me. It is a city in Williamson County, Tennessee, and it's 21 miles south of Nashville. And the distance from Franklin, Tennessee to Gallatin, Tennessee is 53 minutes, 50.8 miles. No shit. Bluebell. Huh, that's interesting. Any tips, thoughts, or statements before I go in? Since you've had to have driven by it or through it a time or two, or maybe heard a thing or two through the grapevine. What's it like in Gallatin, specifically, pertaining to the politics or police or justice system? Any food for thought? And why we're pausing for a second, do you guys remember? We laughed or whatever because some of the things Butter said when she was talking to JLR. But do you guys remember what she said specifically pertaining to Gallatin? I think it was one of those things that was kind of overlooked at the time, but now that I've been kind of in this rabbit hole, I've been like, because I have a weird way that I remember stuff, and I'm like, dude, why does that sound familiar? That twice in JLR's videos, I have it in my notes because I've went back and looked for it. When he was talking to Butter, she makes a mention of it, and specifically pertaining to the police department. And that guy, the weird guy that kind of walked up on him and wanted to tell him about the drugs being made and all that. Remember he talking about dragging him to Hemorrhage? He says that him and his wife live in Gallatin. Now, I'm just making note of where I heard it and why it was like I've heard that before. So Just it's in my notes. Just don't look at me sideways. I know. So here we go. I was scrolling after I did the distances and stuff. I just literally typed in Gallatin, Tennessee, and I just was scrolling on Google. And like one of the very first things I seen was a uh, News Nation video and story from about 2 months ago, and I'm gonna play it. Okay, but I want you guys to know that this case, hands down, probably the only one worst that I've been so immediately enraged with by the conditions of it, are Alex's case. And this one is right there neck and neck. I mean, it is going to trigger you in every aspect of emotion that you have possible. And if you're not familiar with the case, and this is the first time you're hearing it, I really do want to warn you, because I was not prepared for the level of what the fuck I was going to experience just scrolling through Google the other night. And then it got super weird super fast, but we're not there yet. Baby steps.
Grant Solomon was a standout on the Grace Christian Academy baseball team in Franklin, Tennessee. But Grant Solomon barely made it to his 18th birthday. He died in 2020, and not everybody was convinced that it was an accident. As the story goes, Grant met up with his dad at a baseball training facility. But as Grant was walking to the back of his truck to get his equipment, the truck somehow began to roll, and then somehow rolled right over Grant, dragging him to his death. Grant's dad, Aaron Solomon, a former TV news anchor in Nashville, was parked right beside Grant when it happened. But Aaron says he was looking down at an email on his phone, and that's all he knows. There were no other witnesses, and as far as police and Aaron Solomon are concerned, Grant died in a tragic freak accident. But here's where things go sideways. Grant's little sister does not buy Dad's story. Gracie Solomon thinks her father has something to do with her brother's death, and furthermore claims that her father did bad things to her as well. On YouTube and elsewhere, Gracie has claimed that her father sexually abused her for years and suggested that the abuse is what cost her brother his life. Take a listen.
God protecting me from my father, Aaron Solomon. My father's a monster. It makes me want to vomit. I've been minimalized, but now I found my voice to be able to tell you that my father raped me, hurt me, and I'm not going to be a victim of this monster. He's a rapist, he's a molester, he's a liar, and he's a killer.
It is safe to say that Gracie's story has virtually lit the internet on fire. Aaron Solomon is denying everything, going so far as to sue his ex-wife, Angie, for defamation. To be clear, no charges have ever been filed against Aaron Solomon.
So y'all already know how I am. I've done been all up and through all of the details and the circumstances of this case. Okay, so let me just lay this out there a little bit for you so you guys can understand like what exactly was going on. Okay, Aaron, which is Dad, the short one over there, is a very, very rich, wealthy, inherited a shit ton of money when his parents died. Okay, I'm not gonna beat around the bush. I'm just gonna be honest, and it's very documentable. It's very public. It's all public record. This is nothing that I've, had to hack into his damn, personal. This is just facts. Okay, he was a sports commentator or a news anchor for News Channel 5, which is a news channel in Nashville, for 15 years. Okay, so he's very well known, he's very well off, and he's very well connected. Okay, we'll get into the connections and stuff later because I don't want to lose y'all, but just for a little baseline of Grant's, what was happening leading up in Grant's situation, there was a court case that was on the docket that was coming up, and Grant was said to testify in this hearing because he was 18 And now being 18 as an adult in Tennessee, your witness testimony carries way more merit than you are as a child, because apparently in Tennessee, if you say something and you're a child, you're just dismissed because you're a child and you don't know how to tell the truth, apparently. I don't know what the hell they got, but it is fucked up the way that shit happens, or should I say doesn't happen in Tennessee. We'll get there. But Grant had just turned 18 almost a month to the day before he lost his life, okay? He was set to testify against his dad about the things that he's witnessed being done to his sister and the things that being done to his mom, and he didn't get to see that day in court because he ran himself over with his truck, because that's a thing. And oh boy, it's so much worse than that, but that is kind of just to kind of lay out, what was brewing in the future, and what could have possibly be a motive for him to not want to be, somebody, I'm not saying anybody specific, for somebody to not want him, to be able to participate in said court hearing, if you catch my drift. And I have to be careful about what I say here, not because I care, only because this guy is like really powerful and got a lot of money, and apparently he's even been like suing people on YouTube that say anything about what that give their opinion. So I'm going to try to keep it factual with what's, documentable, and, refrain from saying he's a sorry piece of shit as much as possible. That'll be the last one. Probably not, but, and you know what? You know what they say? You're not going to get blood out of a turnip, and Jim can tell you, I ain't got shit, so good luck. I doubt he's going to come for my little baby channel, but at the end of the day, I think if he does, it would show a lot more. It would show me a lot more than than it would piss me off, because he's got a real reason to want to keep it quiet, and that's just very bizarre to me. If you're innocent and don't have anything to worry about, usually you don't go around trying to throw your weight around and your money around to try to keep people quiet. Usually you just go and bring your evidence and fight it in court, and win, because that's what happens when you fight lies with truth, allegedly. There you go. That'll keep me in the clear. Allegedly. Ugh. Ew. Anyways, this guy's a real nice guy,
My next guest has been following all of this closely. Her Chronicles of Olivia on TikTok boast 1.1 million followers and more than 50 million likes. Here she is covering an allegation that Grant was being physically abused by his dad, Aaron, as well, and also that his school allegedly ignored Grant's pleas for help.
Breaking news, we have an update with the Grant Solomon case. Remember how right before he mysteriously died, he went to his school to ask for help because of the abuse happening in his family from his father. Well, now his school is under fire because concerned citizens of Tennessee have filed a complaint against them. It has documentation showing that the school failed to report the abuse happening to Grant and his family.
Olivia Vitale has also covered the Idaho student murders and the Gabby Petito tragedy, and she is here with me now live. Olivia, thank you so much for being a guest on the show. It's really good to have you on. Can you walk me through some of the inconsistencies that you have found in this story?
Yes, there's many inconsistencies. One of them being that during the 911 call that Aaron Solomon had, he mentioned that there were three other men with him. However, in the police report, those three other men are not mentioned. And also, he tells a story that Grant was dragged into the ditch, and there's rocks in the ditch, there's asphalt in the parking lot, and at the hospital, Grant had no scratches, no bruises. He just
Oh, but get this, Junk. Yes, that is correct. Teachers, coaches, anything of that nature are mandated reporters in Tennessee. But guess what? Everybody with breathing breath that has the ability to dial a number on a phone is a mandated reporter in the state of Tennessee. You do not have to be a medical worker or a teacher or any professional. If you are a resident and you live in Tennessee, you are a mandated reporter. That's fact. Look it up.
had a laceration to the back of his head. So that does not corroborate his story of him being dragged on concrete and asphalt into a ditch.
So the mom, Angie, says that the abuse allegedly goes back to 2013. What are the allegations? What kind of abuse are they saying happened?
In May of 2013, that is when Gracie told her mother about what her father was doing to her in the bathroom. These are sexual abuse allegations. And Angie confronted Aaron about this. He actually admitted to this, she tells me. And the next thing she knew, she was back in court. And for the next 7 years, I mean, it was just a court battle. Sometimes Aaron would take the children away from Angie and even tell the kids that their mother was dead. And when Grant turned 18 years old, he planned to actually get full custody of his little sister to protect her. And before he could do that, he passes away. So it's just very suspicious. And many of Grant's friends even attest that he was going to do this. This really meant a lot to him. And he loved his sister very much and his mother.
It's so tragic, and it's important to let our audience know these are allegations. Aaron Solomon has not been charged with any kind of abuse that is alleged, also not with the death of his son, but it is so disturbing. Olivia Vitale, thank you for joining me, and I hope you'll come back again and talk with us again as you continue the investigation.
Okay, so that was just kind of like a little preview to kind of give you guys an idea. That was just, to give you guys a little idea about how I got to this next part. Okay, this came up whenever I searched Gallatin. Okay, Gallatin is very, very close in proximity to Hendersonville. Okay, which is where Sebastian lived and allegedly went missing from. Okay, and now, whenever I'm looking into a case, especially like if I'm deep diving it, so to say, quote unquote, I will go back, and as I find out new stuff or I learn new things or different people, places, things, I'll go back and I'll re-listen to old interviews, especially, and I will listen to them with a different, with my what I listened for. I zero in on different things, and sometimes I catch things that I didn't catch at all, or I interpret them differently. I can't stress this enough. It's very, very vital in my deep dives, going back and starting over, so to say. And being avid in my notes, that way I can compare whenever I did this the first time or the second time, what changed and what stood out to me. And then it's kind of like a progressional thing. So lots of paper, I tell you that. And sticky notes, what? Anyways, so I have another thing that has caught my eye that I've had, that it was literally like one of the very first times I heard Seth talk on an interview, something that he said that Chris told him that I have written down in red, and I've rewritten it down every time I talk about something because it's something that really caught my attention that I have not been able to make sense out of. I don't know necessarily exactly how he worded it, but you guys in the chat, I'm sure, have heard it. I don't know if it stood out to you like it did me, but it was Seth talking about one of his conversations with Chris very early on in this, and that Chris told him that if he wanted to find his son, or if he wanted to, if he wanted to know where Sebastian was, he needed to go to church or go back to church. Pretty much in a nutshell, don't quote me verbatim. If you want to find your son, go to church. Okay. So I have that written down, and it's always kind of been a little bizarre to me, but it's never really, I've never had the aha moment. Okay. So it's always something that is in the back of my mind, though. So finally, I had a little bit of time the other night, and I was already, looking into something that I was curious about. So I was like, you know what? I'm just curious about where the Proudfoots and Bowerstocks go to church, because it's just something that I've always heard them reference back to, church, and they're always going to church. And his mom has like post out the wazoo on her public Facebook page that at church, and always tagging the church that they're at, and always doing something with church, right? So the church that is in question of Grant Solomon's case, because the school that he went to and the baseball team that he played for, I'm sorry, was a not Christian. It's called Grace Chapel, and it's a church, but it's also like the education is It's the same church, okay? Well, this church is in Gallatin, okay? But it's on Long Hollow Pike Road. And if you guys are familiar with looking into Sebastian's case, that is the main road that Sebastian lives off of. So I'm like, whoa, that's a weird coincidence. But this isn't even where it gets to the what the actual fuck part. That's coming, okay? So then I'm looking and I'm like, okay, well, I wonder where this church is that they go to. Now, mind you, I've already told you the Bowersox live in Gallatin. And just to put in perspective, they live 9 minutes and 4.9 miles away, 9 minutes from where Grant lost his life at. Okay, just to put in perspective. Could be, not saying it's related at all. I am just saying into proximity. This is where we're talking about. Okay. So this church is called Freedom Church. It's located in Gallatin, and you fucking guys, let me show you something that is going to blow your mind. Okay. Share screen. I want you guys to see the whole process so you can see I'm not trying to yank your chain. Like, it is what it is. Okay, now I'm on the homepage for this church. See, I typed in Freedom Church, Gallatin, Tennessee. It's the first thing that comes up, and I clicked it just so you guys can see. You're more than welcome to do this yourself. Fact check me. I would love it if you did, because I feel like I'm losing my mind. However, let's keep going, okay? So I scrolled down, and it's pretty, they got a lot of online social media presence, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, well, I wonder if it's any of the same people that are, preachers or whatever. I was looking for familiar names because I had done the same thing with the church that Grant, or not really Grant, Aaron, goes to and connected to, and we'll get to that later. But that's what I was looking for whenever I did this. I was like, because it's in Gallatin. But anyway, so just to kind of give you guys what I was looking for when I found this, okay? We're going to click on About, which is up here. Okay, we exist to reach people to know God, okay? Our high five values. At Freedom Church, Jesus has completely changed our lives. We believe without a doubt that Jesus loves you. We exist to reach people to know God, and we accomplish the mission through our high five values. Because of Jesus' love for us, we reach, grow, serve, give, and connect, and we encourage everyone who is part of our church to do the same. So I'm not like completely freaked out, it's a little anyways, I'll keep that to myself. So, meet the staff of Freedom Church, view directory. So I click that, right? We got Pastor Terrell and Shanda Somerville, the lead pastor. Okay, keep going. We have elder team. Our elder team works together to provide accountability as they oversee the ministry of our church. From left to right, we have Chris Vaught, Tyler Feller, Terrell Somerville, Stacy Graves, and Tim Wright. So I said, what did that just say? Pastors. Brian Reynolds, worship pastor. Caleb Goosetree, operators pastor. Josh Brewer, connections pastor. Stacy Walker, care and prayer pastor. Terrell Somerville, lead pastor. Tim Wright, executive pastor. And Tyler Feller, Freed YTH pastor. And if you guys are wondering what that stands for, that's the youth pastor. Oh yes, you have, Bluebell, because he's a true crime content creator on YouTube. Honestly, I think Tyler Feller is what led me to Doug's, because he was covering the Dylan Rounds case. And if you're familiar with where I come from and how I got into this, he was one of the first people to give asshole that we won't mention over here a platform, along with Doug and a couple of the others. But he was the one with the major following, that would give gave him a reason to think he's relevant for the first few months that Dylan Round's case became a freaking complete and total shit show. If you know, you know. So, that is kind of where my head exploded. I had to step away from my devices for a minute, get some fresh air, drink a Mountain Dew, and then I'm like, okay, I gotta consult with some people that I trust that would tell me if I'm batshit crazy because they're not afraid to hurt my feelings. So I text Fumble and Ruben, then I text Eddie, then I text Puff Muffin, and I got the same response, just about verbatim from all of them. And I know if I was reaching or I was like, that was just a coincidence that I'm making something, that I'm making more of. If nobody else, Eddie would have told me. Okay. Like he's infamous for it. Go back and look at some of the live chat replays. It's just kind of like a common thing. So I know that nobody is just telling me what I want to hear because I don't consult with those type of people. Like they'll tell me what I need to hear, which is, why I consult with them about certain things. Because I don't, they'll tell me, hey, you're off a little far, you're off in the clouds, and everybody else is down here on Earth. Like you need to dial it back in. So then my wheels start turning, and I'm like, okay, why did Chris say, if you want to find your son, go to church? Why the hell would he say that? And then I start thinking, and I go back and I start re-listening to interviews again. And I went back and I listened to Nina, which is Faith's mother, which is Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife. Okay. And I had my notebook out and I'm taking notes, avidly taking notes. Oh, sure. Hold on. Okay. Yeah. Before I get too deep, Bia, let me catch you up because I will absolutely lose you if I don't do this right now. So, first, let me just ask you real quick so that I know where I need to start from. Are you familiar with the Grant Solomon case? From, or not from, he lived in Franklin, Tennessee, but where he met his demise was in Gallatin, Tennessee. And it's okay if you don't. Like, I got a brief summary. I can catch you all the way up real fast. Almost dying. Sorry about that. Almost dying. Okay. I'm going to assume that's a no. Or maybe she rewinded and... Bia, are you copying? Because if you rewinded and went back, then I'll just keep it flowing and then you could... Okay. So, this is... And then I'm going to play a different one because you guys, so that it's not like you guys have to listen to the same thing again. But just another video from News Nation on Grant Solomon that I was already going to play anyway, just so to catch her up on who he is. And then I'll go ahead and run back over how I got to this case from Sebastian and all the other weird things that I found. Did I mention weird? Okay. We played this one. We'll play this one next.
A mother in Tennessee is demanding answers after she says her teenage son was suspiciously run over and killed by his own truck. This all went down back in July of 2020. 18-year-old star athlete Grant Solomon met his father, Aaron Solomon, a former Tennessee news anchor, at a facility north of Nashville to practice pitching. Grant parked his truck, went to grab his baseball gear from the back.
Don't be silly, woman. I love you over here. We love you over here. And anybody that doesn't, they'll be fine. It's no big deal. We haven't watched this one yet, so this one is going to be, it'll still be productive because you are hearing it for the first time entirely, and then they're hearing a different part of it because I haven't went deep into this case yet because I'm breaking y'all down in baby steps, how I got here, and trying to take you guys on my deep diving process so that you guys can know, like, how the hell do you end up, like, how do you find this stuff out? And, and I know a lot of people are like, dude, like, probably thinking I'm some, like, hacker or something, and it's really not. Like, I'm really just a simple, like, I Google shit, and you'd be amazed at what you can find if you type in the right things on Google. So I'm just trying to let you guys get a peek behind the the curtain in, like, Wizard of Oz, so to say. Yeah, so no big deal, Bia. I love you. However, don't let it happen again. You better be on time. I'm just kidding. I was late too.
Of it after his father arrived to meet him. Now, police say the truck then started rolling backward, dragging him across the pavement and down a hill into a ditch in what appeared to be a freak accident. His father, Aaron, was in his car nearby and called 911.
My son's truck backed over him, and it's rolled over him and dragged him into the ditch, and it's on top of him. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Was your son working on it?
No, he was just getting out of it. It's the hill. We're on an incline, and I guess he didn't have it in park or something, or it wasn't engaged, or... Oh, my God.
Now, Aaron was allegedly the only witness to the accident. During his 911 phone call, he also said that there were 3 men who were helping Grant, but the family claims none of those men have come forward or have ever been identified. Emergency responders found Grant lying face up on large rocks in a drainage ditch next to the parking lot of the facility. He was rushed to the hospital, but he died shortly from his injuries. Now, medical reports say that he died of a heart attack and head trauma. Investigators ruled his death an accident and closed the case. But Grant's family says there wasn't a proper investigation, no reconstruction of the scene. They didn't do an autopsy. So prosecutors responded, releasing this statement saying, quote, "It's been looked into and the investigation has been reopened before. There is no basis for a homicide charge or no criminal act here." But I spoke with Grant's mother, Angie Solomon, earlier, and she explains why she believes Grant may have been murdered. I'm just going to start up right now. Question everybody's wondering, do you think Aaron killed Grant?
Yes.
And how do you think he did it, and why do you think he did it?
There are several thoughts that I have in my my theories, but my main one is I think that Grant was cold-cocked, the first lick, and then the second lick was a baseball bat across the back of the head. The only injuries Grant had was blunt force trauma to his occipital bone on the left back of his head. He also had a slight bruise on that left side near that eye, where his goggles would have popped out if he had been hit. And that left lens did pop out of those goggles.
Correct me if I'm wrong, are you trying to file for an out-of-state autopsy for Grant and working with a reconstruction expert to try to get a different perception of what happened?
Yes.
So walk us through what how that process is happening.
So basically what I'm doing is the job that the police officers in Gallatin, the district attorney should have done that day and many days later. We're to the point now of doing an accident reconstruction, which I have the vehicle now. So that vehicle would actually be used in a live reconstruction, and to see if what the only witness said, who is Aaron Solomon, to see if what he said could possibly be true. We don't believe that is probable or likely. In addition to that, we do a computerized topography of the land with the vehicle, something called a CAD, and that would also prove that what the only witness said. In addition to that, the bigger picture is the answers to everything lie with Grant. Everything lies with Grant. And so the most important thing to do is to have him exhumed and then have an autopsy out of state, a private autopsy with trusted medical examiners, with security. And that's what it entails, and then bringing him back.
So I want to play this. This is number 1. This is Aaron, his speech at Grant's funeral.
Something happens right beside me. that is such a blink of the eye, bizarre, fluky, tragic, unexplainable accident that takes Grant's spirit from this earth. And the only way I can rationalize it in my mind is it's a godly thing.
So based on what you said, you clearly don't believe him. Why would he kill his own son?
There's many reasons, but the main one, we've had a history of domestic violence, our family, the three of us, Grant, Gracie, and I.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on
We've been talking about the suspicious death of Grant Solomon, a star athlete in Franklin, Tennessee, who had just turned 18 and was an athlete on his high school baseball team.
Just to add into perspective, I just double, triple checked because I have it written in my notes and I just wanted to really make sure before I say this publicly. Tyler Feller has not covered Sebastian's case or Grant Solomon's case. Just saying. Just saying. With a platform like that, and considering it's in your neck of the woods, so to say, you know, considering it's literally like within 10 miles of the church, 10 miles for one and like maybe 22 miles for the other, you would think that you would use your platform to bring attention to it, you know? And maybe I'm just crazy. Because, you know, he was covering one in Utah. It's a little far away. And not saying that, you know, I cover it. You would just think that someone of that, he's got a way bigger following than me. You know, you would think he would use it to bring attention to stuff that was in his backyard, especially considering it involves members of the church that he's a pastor of. You know, just saying. But hey, that's just my opinion, you know. Not saying that he has to, that it's like a, you know, it's written in the script, but, you know, it would be the godly thing to do, don't you think? But we'll keep going. You know, maybe he'll bless you for a super chat. Sorry.
He was killed by his own car in what appeared to be a freak accident. Police and Grant's father, who was there when it happened, both say that Grant's death was an accident, period. But Grant's mom and sister and a whole lot of other people say they are not buying that story and they want a deeper investigation done into Grant's death. Grant's mom, Angie Solomon, and Grant's sister, Gracie Solomon, are both here with me live. Thank you to both of you, and I'm so sorry that you have lost your loved one and that you are in the circumstance that you're in, especially with such a mystery that seems to surround it. Angie, can I ask you, why is it that you reject the official narrative of what police say happened?
It's an absolutely impossible narrative. For example, one of the first things that you notice is that the hospital medical records and everything can be supported by documentation that's been put out there. The medical records show that Grant only had one injury to his body, and that was to the back of his head, blunt force trauma near the occipital bone on the right side of his head. For the story of the only witness, which is Aaron Solomon, his father, says that the truck drug Grant over 60 feet down what was really gnarly pavement into a culvert ditch that was filled with riprap, which are those large quarry rocks. And then somehow Grant ended up lying flat on his back with his head facing the building rather than the opposite direction. And the truck was pulled over him but did not touch him. So nothing that the multiple stories that Aaron has told could possibly be true. They defy gravity. They defy all the laws of inertia and energy. And they also defy the laws of medicine, and they defy common sense. When I did arrive at the hospital, I was pretty cleared out, and Aaron had made sure there was no doctors or anyone there that I could speak with. However, I did get to speak with nurses, and the first thing they told me was the injuries do not match the accident description. And that right there is a red flag that is supposed to be rolled up the ladder to police to start an investigation if they did not do one at the scene. And nobody did anything.
So this is what's so confounding. Why would authorities cover for Aaron Solomon if what you say is true? If the forensics showed otherwise, why would anybody cover for for your son's father?
I mean, that's the question, is who is Aaron Solomon? Who is he really? And really what you're seeing here is, in the sadness of Grant not being here any longer, is just a continuation of the pattern of life that we lived from 2013 till that day, in July 20th, 2020, under Aaron Solomon's control. It's just a continuation. Why no one helped ever at any point, why no one stopped and stepped out of the circle and helped Gracie and Grant just as children on their own. There's a forensic evaluation and interview on file at the Williamson County Sheriff's Department that was arrestable, and they let it go. So if one adult had done their job, Grant wouldn't have had to step in and do the job that adults are supposed to do.
So I should say that Aaron hasn't been charged with Grant's death, and Aaron hasn't been charged with some of the allegations that you all say he's responsible for, which are pretty overwhelming. And Gracie, I'm going to ask you, and this is hard because I know you're a child, but I know that your mom is with you and is allowing you to do this interview.
Bluebell, yes, they are divorced. The hearing that they're referring to was a custody hearing that has been being drug out from 2013 until present date, where he's still trying to gain custody of Gracie now because she's the only one left. And I'm just going to pause right here before she speaks. Trigger warning and everything in between. Viewer discretion is advised, because she's very raw, straight to the fact, and gets very emotional, and it may be triggering for somebody that is not prepared for it, and I would recommend coming back in a few minutes afterwards, and we'll be discussing something else. But trigger warning, it's not bleeped out, and I'm not going to bleep it out. If News Nation didn't, I'm not going to. And this was 2 months ago that Ashley Banfield covered it. So just to put in perspective how long it's taken for some of these bigger news channels and stuff to gain knowledge of it, it happened almost 4 years ago, and it's just now being, remotely even being talked about at all. And if you Google it yourself and look up news articles, there's no one else except News Nation that's even covered Grant's death at all to any level. So it's very far few and in between where you'll even see coverage of it. YouTube has taken off, with true crime people covering it in their way of it. But as far as official news outlets, News Nation is it. So, and this is in Nashville. So where's News Channel 5? And where's all the? It's crazy what money can make be. Money can make disappear, so to say. Trigger warning. There you go. That pretty much, leave it to Puff to make all my blabbling into 2 words. Trigger warning.
Back when you were 14, a couple years ago, you made a riveting video, which was really bold and very, very courageous for a child. You made some serious accusations against your father. You said he was guilty of sexual molestation, emotional abuse. You called him a monster, a liar, a rapist, and a killer. Can you tell me a little bit about why you think your father may be responsible for your brother's death?
Yes. First off, I want to say thank you so much for having us. It really means a lot that someone's reaching out to us and we are able to speak about our truth and our story. I would like to say, from my personal experiences with my father and witnessing how he treated my brother, it is very reasonable for him to be responsible for the death of my brother.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven.
Died suspiciously 1 month after his 18th birthday. Despite significant evidence of foul play, all requests for an investigation has been denied. He passed away on July 20th of 2020. So that's what the 4 years ago was, since Grant lost his life. Yes, Gallatin, Tennessee, which is Gallatin. It's where the Bowersox live, where the Bowersox and the Proudfoots go to church, and it's also where Chris's mom is a president on the board of the homeowners association. So it's also what led me down this rabbit hole, because I was looking into Sebastian's case and typed in Gallatin, and this was one of the first things that came up on Google. However, I've never heard anything about it. And I'm covering it because it's absolutely ridiculous and it needs attention drawn to it. But I'm also covering it because I'm trying to set a scene for you guys to get an idea of how the good old boy system in Tennessee is so messed up and needs to be completely dismantled and burnt to the ground, because it is so far beyond protecting and serving our most. The children should be top thing or protection, and in Tennessee and in this jurisdiction, they are not protected at all, and they're disregarded, and it's documented. And this case is the worst case scenario of it I've ever seen. So trigger warning. She's very brave for doing this, but it's also very risky, because as you can see, that her dad is very powerful and connected to some very powerful people, and there's no way she feels safe after doing this.
Later on, he told me that I was never going back to my mom and that she was actually dead. I don't remember when I found out that she was alive, but I know Grant and I both believe she was dead for years because of him. One time at my grandparents' house, my dad's parents, I remember hearing my grandpa say to Grant that he wanted to kill my mom. It made Grant so mad he started throwing stuff in the room. And I was so hurt and started crying. After I was finally able to start seeing Mom again, my dad got mad because we didn't want to leave her. When the cops showed up, they told Grant and I that we had to leave in the cop car and Mom couldn't be the one to take us. They said my dad specifically asked for us to be taken in the cop car so we would learn to not disobey him again. My mom filed for an emergency court hearing to get us back. We were in North Carolina for one of Grant's baseball tournaments when my dad said we had to go back home for court. It was only my dad and I. Grant stayed. We stopped at a hotel room in Asheville. My dad only got one bed when I had asked for two. It made me really nervous before we even got in a hotel room. When we went to bed, I remember him slowly getting closer to me until I was on the edge of the bed. I kept waking up by feeling his feet rub against mine. I kept waking up and then finally realized I felt something hard on my lower back, close to my butt. I drew an illustration of what it was like. I felt really scared and knew it was wrong. At court, Dad's attorney got inches away from my face and tried to manipulate me into thinking what my dad did to me didn't really happen by saying, "Do you really think your dad would do something like that for Grant?" Dad would just scream at Grant, like I could hear it from everywhere in the house. It was awful. One time Grant and I were watching TV together, and all of a sudden Dad comes up and grabs Grant by his shirt, pulls him up, and just yells at him in his face. It was so bad to watch. Dad would get into Grant's head so much. He would limit food and call him fat, criticize him just to the point where Grant would feel so awful. Dad would limit the time Grant had in the bathroom, on his phone, etc. But why the bathroom? Dad would keep our phones in his bathroom, which is locked, in his bedroom that is also locked. Dad never wanted Grant to be around Hannah, his girlfriend, or any of his friends. My dad even kept college letters and threw away some of the ones he didn't like. One of those multiple could have been what Grant wanted. Dad only wanted him to go to Ivy League schools. Dad also used Grant's truck as a way to control him too. Grant was so scared of him. He would apologize so much that if he did anything wrong, like if he was late to hit or if he was too sick, he was scared Dad would get mad. Even if he missed a day of school, the whole rest of the time he was worried about Dad. The day my dad took us, Grant tried to get out of the car to jump out to get back to Mom. When he tried, Dad grabbed Grant's wrist so tight, Grant thought it broke. And recently still, I would notice Grant touching that same wrist. Grant had a plan to run away with me, so we did. We got a few things together and went to our mom's house. Dad is and was an awful dad to Grant. I would never want Grant to even have to know somebody like him, and I'm happy for Grant, because he will never have to deal with him ever again. Dad would take any or all of his anger out on Grant, anger outbursts. He made Grant train all the time and never had a break, and visit lots of schools. Dad would stalk Grant and come to every single practice, training, tryouts, just literally about anything. Grant was even scared enough to open up to Pastor Steve about help for our family, Grant, Mom, and I. Pastor Steve and Dad lied and said Grant wanted to talk about his faith and strengthening his faith. That was said during the funeral, even though Mom and I have always known he went for help because he told us. Grant was my protector and my mom's. I didn't realize how much he protected us. However, now that he's gone, my dad is attacking me again. One of Grant's great friends told me that Grant had plans to reopen and test.
It's pretty sad, but like the brother used to kind of blame himself because he wasn't like a big kid, but like, you know, like you get those growth spurts, and then
Right.
you know he got a growth spurt, but then you know still nobody was listening. So like I
Right.
said, you
And
know,
at one point in time, the dad had custody of both kids,
right,
and they went back and forth, and finally the judge took some of the SA, you know, accusations seriously and gave Gracie back to her mom. But
right,
his words, and I quote, this is in the fucking the court records. I quote, this judge says, Grant's a big boy, he can defend himself, and he made him stay with
right.
Aaron.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah,
How
and
sick. If he's unfit for one, he's unfit, period.
right,
Oh, he's a big boy, he can defend himself. So what does that mean? Because he's not sexually attracted to him, that he'll be all right?
right, and
What kind of
she tried
fucked
to.
up justice system is in Tennessee, man?
I believe she either once or twice, and I want to say maybe there was a friend of like a witness or something, that like he came in and like maybe she
Yeah, that's
had a
this girl
friend
here.
there.
Her name is Anna. Yeah.
Okay, and like he was like checking her out, you know, or it was weird.
Yeah, because he's in a position right now at the school still where he's engaging with young girls.
Yeah. Have you gotten to the part, you know, where how the brother dies? How he's
Yeah.
basically really murdered, not dies, but
Yeah,
it
there was no autopsy. No, the truck wasn't investigated. He scrapped the truck to the scrapyard.
right
I mean,
right away.
nobody else in their freaking best day would get away with this type of shit. But when you go
How
look
did
at what his net worth is worth and the people that he's connected to, like for example, I found a picture of him sitting next to the Tennessee governor, like the governor of Tennessee, at church,
right?
at this weird ass church.
Yeah. How does a truck that supposedly backed up and pinned this kid in a rain gutter, how does the wheels keep spinning? And you know what I'm saying? If it just backed up,
Right, and it even goes deeper than that. The mom tracked it down from the salvage yard, and it was like 2 years after the fact, but she got the truck back, has it now, and got the black box on it, and the black box does not corroborate anything that's in
right?
the official police closed
But
case.
they won't take it,
There was weight in the freaking passenger seat whenever
right?
the accident happened. It was put in park. It accelerated.
Mm-hmm.
The wheel was turned to the right.
Yeah, because so the dad says because he had some baseball thing or something like that he
Yeah,
went
but
to the back, he grabbed something out of the like his
he said he was there for a
thing.
pitching lesson, okay? But yet he was getting his baseball bat out of the back of the truck. You don't need your bat to pitch, first of all.
Right.
Second of all, he wasn't scheduled an appointment there at all. The guy that would work there said he was familiar. Grant has been there in the past, but he wasn't on the books for that day at all. And that place has since been permanently closed since then.
Because there was camera footage on that place, and for whatever reason, from what I remember at the time, that they wouldn't release the camera stuff.
Yeah, and apparently they got bullied out of business.
That's crazy. I believe there was 2 or 3 witnesses that
supposedly, according to the 911 call that he's on, he's talking to 3 people that are there on scene. But by the time the ambulance gets there, within like 7 minutes later, there's no sign of nobody but Aaron.
Right.
And he just looked down at his phone to check a work email, and all of this happened that fast.
And like if this thing did back up on his son or whatever, why the fuck wouldn't you get in it and try to like maybe move it off of him or something?
Go down there and look at him.
The position that he was in, it wasn't like, it would have ran him over and then it wouldn't have dragged them all the way to the gutter thing. They had somebody do like a reincarnation, not reincarnation, no, reenactment or something like that. And it's like, no, with like a dead body, fake body the size of the kid, and it would just had rolled over him. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't like lifted, but he had big tires.
I actually found a website that is I guess his mom started, that has all of it, like the police reports, the crime scene photos, the every step of the timeline. And I'm gonna share it because it's detailed and extensive, and it's almost like one of those things where, like with Alex's case, like how is there this much evidence, black and white paper for you to look at, read at, and nothing being done about it?
Because, like you said, he has something with these people.
Yeah, he's got money and connections, and that should never outweigh justice and life, human life. It almost makes you wonder, like, what the hell is really going on in Tennessee if our most vulnerable branch of people, which is children, is being completely disregarded like this. Can you imagine the everyday criminal with the shit that they're getting, or the justice they're not receiving? Can you imagine if it's this bad with the DCFS? We know the thing that should be the most important.
Well, just think about the child, trafficking and stuff that goes on, and then you'll realize that, oh no shit, it really is in America, like really, really bad. Hello.
This is this girl here. Her name's Anna. She's been a friend of Grant's for pretty much since middle school, and she became friends with Gracie. But Grant confided in her and told her things that he wouldn't tell, say to Gracie, or that he wouldn't say because he didn't want to make them more scared. But his feelings and how he felt, and told her several times that he was scared his dad was gonna unalive him.
Right. I remember this.
I'm Anna Smith, and I wrote this for Gracie on September 22nd, 2020. I met Grant in the second semester of my 8th grade year when I transferred from Heritage Middle School to GCA. He and Wynn Hicks were my first friends at Grace Christian Academy. The first conversation I had with Grant started off pretty intense. He received a text and then announced to our lunch table, quote, "I hate my dad." I kind of laughed it off, thinking he was a typical teenager hating their parents. My own father is an alcoholic and extremely abusive, but luckily I no longer have to see him. Jokingly, I said, "I bet I have you beat." Grant looked me in the eyes and said to text him later. Grant then went on to tell me that his father, Aaron Solomon, had molested Gracie, his younger sister. I asked him how long his dad had been molesting Gracie, and he explained that he remembers it all the way back from when she was a newborn. I was completely shocked and asked why he hadn't told anyone. Grant told me he was terrified of his father because Aaron had so much power. He explained that Aaron had convinced the judge to give him full custody, and his father didn't let him see his mom, Angie Solomon, for years. He then told me Aaron could get away with anything. He said he had watched Aaron try to kill his mother but was luckily unsuccessful. Only a little bit later, Aaron forcefully took Grant and Gracie from their home and never took them back to see their mom. Grant said he had a terrible feeling and even tried to open the car door to jump out onto the highway. Aaron grabbed him by his wrist so hard Grant thought he had broken it. Later, Aaron had told both of his children that Angie was dead. Grant said he was just now, in 8th grade, able to see his mom every other weekend. He knew his dad could take away the privilege of seeing his mom whenever he wanted. I asked him if his dad had abused him as well. He said his dad constantly told him he would never be good enough, too fat, too slow, stupid, etc. He said his dad would take out his anger on Grant and hit him frequently. Throughout our high school years, Grant and I stayed close. I had become very close with Gracie, and I had the opportunity to testify for both him and Gracie in court, or so I thought. Grant was playing baseball in North Carolina and was unable to be at court. I waited for hours with Gwen Hicks and Gracie in order to testify for them. But it happened years ago and it was just time to move on. Aaron is allowed at all events at GCA around hundreds of little kids for him to prey on. He is constantly taking pictures of all athletes of all sports.
Yeah, you guys are right about the marks, you know what I mean? And Puff's right about if the car was in, neutral and it hit the kid, he would have chest marks and all that. And there were no drag marks on the kid.
Should I consult with Eddie to make sure it's okay with him that you read, or?
Actually, I'm on my phone. I'm not on my laptop, so I really can't see the tiny writing.
Okay, you get a free pass this time.
Let's make it bigger.
I might be able to make it happen. I don't know. I don't need another open case with the labor law.
If you make it bigger, you know what I mean, I'll read it. I see my voice is good.
Me.
Hey, American Honey, how you doing? Happy Mother's Day. So, on July 20th, what's
Eddie
that?
gives his blessing, so I'm about to work you like a Hebrew slave.
I'm about to be like Moses and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Set my
May I
people free.
please have a cup of tea?
On July 20th, 2020, Grant Solomon was tragically killed in a still unexplained incident in Gallatin, Texas. His father, with whom he had a volatile relationship, was the only witness. Solomon claims he saw Grant exit the truck, but then looked away. You're gonna have to move it to can you move it over a little bit? I can't see the words all the way to the right. There you go. And the next thing he sees is the truck rolling into the ditch. Neither evidence at the something nor Grant's injuries matched the account Aaron gave GPD, who looked his something and who took his word and closed the case. And that doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Like, okay, so he's saying he got out of the truck. Okay. If you get out of the truck, you're looking to the back because there was parked forward. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
how the fuck are you gonna say, "Oh, I
And
turned
most people
around"?
that get out and are
What?
done, you know, they
Yeah,
put it in park and they turn the key off.
right. I
He
mean,
says that he got out and went to the back, you know, the door right behind him, so the back seat, and was grabbing his baseball bat, which, mind you, he was allegedly there, according to Aaron, for a pitching appointment. So why would he need his baseball bat if he was pitching? Just saying. But and get this, the baseball bat that's always in Grant's bat bag, still to this day, has never been
wasn't
found.
there? Yeah, that's right. And well, he was grabbing his bag. He had like his baseball
But
equipment in
Aaron
his
said
bag.
his bat. You know,
Oh,
I'm all about verbiage. He said his
right,
bat.
right, right. But it still doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So if you get
And
out of the truck,
listen
you're
to, have you heard the
looking.
911 call?
Yeah, he's like super fucking like calm about it.
But he's talking to somebody else.
Right. And then they're asking him, I think, like, have you tried to like, do something? He's like,
And he's
no,
like,
I
no, I'm waiting for
can't.
you.
Right. He's like, I can't. Why the fuck
And
you
then he
can't, dude?
yells at Grant and says, hey, turn your head before, you know, like, you turn your head or something. Okay, buddy, don't, you know, you don't need to choke. Like, first of all, what?
Right. Like if he was still
Like, why
alive or
aren't
some
you down
shit.
there covered in his blood trying to do everything you can to make sure he lives? Like,
Right.
you didn't want to get blood on your suit? I mean, what the fuck?
It's weird. It's
And
just
he didn't have
I
any
mean,
drag marks. There was no tire marks. With the where he supposedly the truck was supposedly went into the ditch at, the grass is all tall and overgrown. It's not even like pushed down like it would if it was drove over.
right. That's the other thing. I mean, there are no skid marks. And because it's a pretty significant slope, you know what I mean? It would have hit that
Oh
little
yeah.
freaking thing and just, bounced and then it went over it, you know what I mean? If it was in neutral like he said it was, but
And it would still be a neutral when the police got there. And
correct. Still,
you know,
there wouldn't have been no
gears
skid
don't
marks.
just shift themselves, right?
Right. There would have been no skid marks on the sidewalk. So how does that happen?
And he had no broken bones, no crush
No,
injuries. How do you
no.
get ran over by a freaking several ton vehicle and have
Right.
no injuries, no scrapes, no bruises, nothing? Your clothing isn't even torn, no scuffs on the shoes, but yet you have a major contusion and skull fracture to the back of your head.
Right. I believe that if they did interview, I'm not sure if they did interview the three people. Um,
Never ever been any
but I
mention of
know
them.
that there was commotion. No, I do think that they said that there's commotion and like three people come
No,
running
that
out
was the
because
guy
he
that
didn't think
worked at the
anybody was
place
around.
that he was supposed to be going to the appointment at. He's came forward, you know, and said that there was commotion. There were several people that he didn't know who they were, but they cleared out of there pretty fast, and that he specifically remembered Aaron being way up away from him, like up in the parking lot, pacing back and forth, freaking out,
Right.
but
He
never
wasn't
even went
even like
down there
near the
at
kid.
all to
Correct.
even try to
Yes.
assist.
Correct.
He was like far, you know,
Correct.
I don't want no part in that.
Right. That's absolutely true. Yeah. He's like, oh, I can't. He was like acting like a little bitch.
Yeah, like acting like he was offended. You would even, you know, even suggest that. Like,
Right.
hello, that's why I'm on the phone with you. Y'all need to hurry up and get here. Like, do your job. That's not my job.
And you
Like,
see
not like a parent at all.
the truck looks like it's at an angle, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if he had parked in the parking spot that he had parked in, it would just kind of like roll back straight. Why is it fucking angled? Like if it's specifically turned, you know what I mean? For a certain reason.
So this is a video that his mom put together, which is, you know, text messages exchanged, you know, of her voicing that she doesn't feel that her kids are safe, you know, specifically in plain sight, like she feels like something bad is going to happen, and and all the times that it was ignored and overlooked. So you can't say that if anything else, that even if she was being a helicopter mom, that she was trying to do her due diligence to protect her kids, and it went on deaf ears. And I think
Right.
the shut up, Mutt. She tried to, like, I believe who she's telling this to was her lawyer, because like I said, from 2013 until present day, they've been actively fighting custody, and for the most part, she's been losing. He's even had her put in jail along the years, or to to
Right.
make
Something.
her.
Right. But
What do you
like I
say?
think that's usually like in like moms and stuff. Moms have like mama bear strength. I don't know if I've ever heard it with like a dad or something like that. But either way, I mean, honestly, all he had to do was freaking drag the kid out. You know what I'm saying? But he wouldn't even go near the kid supposedly, if this is the true story. You know what I'm
Yeah, but
saying?
in the car, it wasn't like it was on top of him. He wasn't under the tires. He still could have got under there and gave him CPR, or at least assessed them better to where 911 knew what they were getting into. But
Right.
he's under the truck, and I'll be over here when you get here.
Right. It's not like the truck was stuck on the kid. You know what I mean? It wasn't
No.
stuck on the kid. It was stuck on the little hump thing, and then it goes into like a gutter thingy, and then with it. You know what I'm
Right, and
saying?
then it's on all those rigid rocks.
Right. Right. So it's like, what
Hmm.
the fuck do you mean? Like, come on. Like, this kid did not die underneath this truck. You know.
No.
And if he parked in how do you park in this parking spot? You know what I'm saying? But this fucking thing's angled as fuck. You know what I mean? Oh, so it's like, should we just call the truck Christine now? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Fucking
that's what I would be. I would be more concerned with that kind of money, if it was true, to spend every penny I had to make sure that no other person that owns the same make and model of vehicle doesn't have the same malfunction and someone else lose their life, because that's a big time problem if a vehicle is malfunctioning to that degree. And why would you
right,
not
like just
advocate for
jumping out
that if that's what
automatic.
really happened? Yeah, jumping gears and just
Right.
gunning it to after
And
it's been parked and turned off.
and here's the thing: anybody who's taken their license thing, you know what I'm saying? Whenever you park on a slope, you know what I'm saying? You owe, whether it's automatic
Put the
or
parking
stick, you
brake,
always put
right?
the parking brake. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, hello. So you're gonna tell me he just left it in neutral and forgot to put the parking brake? How the fuck did he stop the truck?
And you
So
have to
that
either have your foot on the brake or be in
correct.
gear
As soon
for
as he
it to
released,
move. So
yeah,
how to get enough momentum in that amount of time for him to get out, it to jump gears and
right,
accelerate while he's in the back seat, and that
right,
to be the injuries he's
and
got,
then
and
drag him
supposedly it drug
all
him
the way
60 feet.
down.
Yeah,
Yeah,
with
drag
it.
him all the way down.
No,
No,
it would have just ran him
no,
over and the truck would have kept going. How what would he,
correct.
and if he got caught on something, his fucking clothes would be torn to shreds.
Right, right. That was the
And
other
they're
thing. I mean,
intact.
like, yeah, it would be like there'd be gravel and whatever, or oil and all over his shirt and shit. I think he was wearing white that day, like a white T-shirt or some shit. And it's like,
Right, and he doesn't even have any scuff marks on his shoes.
yeah, like no,
It
dude.
just it doesn't match up. Like his injuries, the scene, the damages, the none of the evidence it matches his story, which is Aaron, because he's the only witness. Because there's conveniently no eyewitnesses by the time the police got there with their clipboards, and there was no cameras, and now even the business is no longer in business. So it's like it just got like wiped off the existent the wiped from existence that it even happened. Google it yourself. You'll find very little publicly on any mainstream news or
Right.
anything talking about it. YouTube is kind of the last year and a half been picking it up here and there, and even the YouTube creators are far few and in between, because I've been told that he goes after people, tries to
Yeah,
civilly if they talk about it, because that's how much that's kind of the money he's got thrown around.
they'll call it defamation
Yeah, but
because
it's only
there's
defamation if it's not true.
well, it's not true until a court of law says it is.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying the defamation. The only time it's defamation is if you're saying something that could damage someone's character, and the statements are not true. If you can prove that it's true, that's not defamation. That's freedom of speech.
Right, but we can't prove that it's true that he did
Yeah,
not
but
do
he's
it.
not going to come bully my county like that. You bet he could do that good old boy
Right,
shit where he's
no
at, which
shit.
is why he's got away with it. But you're not going to bully me into silence, pimping.
Right.
And I don't got a big enough channel for him to even care, but it would be interesting if he did, that he's really keeping that much of a tight, what's being said and who's saying it. That would be very telling to me.
And he's got this, like you said, I don't know how much of it has to do with the church, but he does have like this group
You
of,
don't even know the
I
half of
guess,
it.
friends or whatever. It's almost as if he's like in one of those not like an
Epstein
Elks Lodge
Island type
type
shit?
thing. Like
Like
no,
Epstein
like an
Island type
Elks
shit?
Lodge, like a secret society type thing, but not
It's
as
panning out
big.
to be more like some Epstein Island shit, because it's almost like he's got it. Seems more like, because he's not connected in any way. Supposedly he's not even a member of this church on paper, but yet he's got pictures with all these people, and he takes pictures of everything. And the
Well,
only reason I'm even saying this is, like, pictures are very good for blackmail, and they get you protection more than any dollar.
well, isn't
You know what
there
I mean?
isn't there like money transactions that he's made to the church though?
Oh yeah, and I'm sure he's funding campaigns and all that shit, but
Right.
that's not illegal. That's just, he can
But he's
donate to
not a
wherever he
member of the
wants.
church. Well, I mean that's
Right.
true, but it's just like, well, if he's not a member, why are you donating
He's
all
not a
the funds?
member, but he's there every Sunday, and he sits next to the pastor and the governor of Tennessee and every other fucking person of any,
And a
and
person
not
who
like
like
secretly,
to
like
be
they're on his fucking public Facebook.
and a
That's how I
person
seen
who
him.
likes to have what is called chat trains or what is it? What that guy used to say?
Tyler Feller, no, this is this is where it got weird, because that church, this is Grace Church, that's in Gallatin. But I was also in the Gallatin rabbit hole, and that's when I'm like, okay, Chris Proudfoot, which is Sebastian's
Mm-hmm.
stepdad, his mom and stepdad live in Gallatin. His mother is the
Mm-hmm.
homeowners association board president in Gallatin, and the church
Mm-hmm.
that the Proudfoots all go to is in Gallatin.
So
The church
true.
that the
Yeah.
Proudfoots go to is where
Same
Tyler Feller is
church.
a youth pastor.
Right. Right.
So what the hell is going on in
I don't know if
Gallatin?
he is anymore. I'm
No,
not
he
sure if
is.
he is anymore. Oh, is he?
Yes, he is.
I thought
Yes,
I thought
he's
he
doing a
was
live
removed.
freaking he was just doing a live sermon on fucking Facebook Live yesterday.
I
Maybe
thought because
today.
of
Today's Sunday.
this COVID thing, he had to take himself out of the church or some shit.
Oh, he's there now actively. Want to see?
Oh wow. Not really, because I've never cared for that person.
Oh well, I just let me
Just
let me show you. This
something
is where
like
I
this
Freedom Church
all
Gallatin. You
kinds
click
of
on the first one that comes up,
right.
and you go to About, and then scroll down a little bit and go to
Maybe that's why I never
Directory,
cared for him.
View Directory. Now you have our staff, meet our staff, and go down here where it says our elders,
Oh
elder
wow,
team.
look at who's right there.
Our elder team
What?
works
Short little
together.
buddy.
Tyler Feller, and then scroll down to the bottom, and he's the last one on the list. Go up right to the pastors. He's Tyler Feller, Freed UTH or YTH, which is the youth pastor.
And it's kind of odd though that he would try to do the being the true crime
And he's never
thing.
covered either one of these fucking cases.
Right. Thank you. You know what I mean? It's like, hey dude, yeah,
What the actual fuck?
right. Who knows? Maybe he's a good
Too
guy or
busy.
whatever.
Yeah, he'll bless you for a super chat. Great guy.
Right, right. Like
Oops, did I say that out loud? Sorry. Not sorry.
oh my
Don't
goodness.
bring
But
God
there's a
into your
lot,
mess, fuckers.
right? There's a lot of people that are just say affiliated to this church.
What the fuck?
And yes, it is a Christian
What's up,
church.
Freedom Church?
That the Proudfoot's parents are, I believe, members of this church.
It's a family church. The Proudfoots go there too.
Oh, they do.
So
Oh,
yeah, it's the family church. It's the Proudfoots, the Bowersocks. And when I say Proudfoots, I don't mean I don't know really much about Chris's real dad. I know that he don't have much to do with the Bowersocks, and they like hate each other. So it's safe to say he's probably a decent guy. Um, but because he's been remarried since then, and then the mom and her husband have been married since like the 90s, and they all go, and the Chris and his sister and his uncles and all the his mom's maiden name last name, all of them, and all of the pretty much all of the mother side and all the in-law, everybody in between, they all
right,
go there
right.
and have been for as far back as I can see, since she's been posting about it on her public Facebook page. Probably at least the better part of the last uh 10 years at least.
Yeah, it's
And I mean,
weird.
she posts every time there's an event, which is like Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter, Father's Day, Mother's Day, very active in the church and the things they.
That's a very good question. B's asking, did Sebastian attend this church, this youth? Was he part of the youth?
I have no idea.
That would be.
Wasn't it like 3,500 people that are members of it?
I think it's a big church,
Huge, yeah. It's let's see what it says.
and then there's multiple affiliates as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You see all this? Let's see. Next steps. Get connected. Salvation, baptism groups. Get involved. Serving, giving, outreach.
Bower Sox go to this church.
Freedom. Quick links. Contact us. Connection groups. Church center. Event signups. Giving statement. Right now media. I mean, it's pretty fucking fancy. I tell you what, it's pretty. It's got a lot of clicky, click happy things.
Mm-hmm.
Everything's a link to click to go somewhere else. Everything, and they do all their, so everything's live streamed to Facebook and YouTube like simultaneously. Like, so who's to say how many members they got that's never even stepped foot in the church?
Oh, she's asking if the Bower Sox go to this church. I don't know who Bower
Yes.
Sox is.
Yes. 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 Do you want me to show you?
Yeah. Yes. Show us, please.
Okay. I don't mind that at all. Public information, and I
Correct.
don't give a fuck who gets offended. Okay, so here we go. Kathy Bowersox. Guy Bowersox. Okay. This is Chris's mother.
Oh.
The elite real estate agent in Gallatin. I said what I said.
Wow.
From Nashville. It says she lives in Nashville from Gallatin, but it's actually the opposite. She's from Nashville and lives in Gallatin. Documented. But I like how you like to throw that off. Good try. Sorry. It's in my notes, I know. Okay, so let's see. Check-ins. This is how I did this because I didn't want to be creepy and like scroll through it. Like I totally did. I just didn't want to say that. But I did both. But right here, if you go to her reviews that she's given, which are publicly, posted, so you can see the places that she's been to and she's reviewed. The church is on there like every other week, and that's what led me to that Freedom Church right here. See right here, visited Gallatin, Tennessee. Freedom Church visited on June 16th of 2019. And so when you click on it, now that I'm going at it from her check-ins, I can go like this and search and then put Bowersox and watch what comes up.
What's up, Johnny? I'm curious as if the church ever did anything like, for the kid, being unalived.
You mean Grant? No,
Yeah.
this isn't the church that his dad is affiliated to. This is the Proudfoots, but it's within real close proximity to each other. But there's connections in the certain members of each church are connected to the Gallatin Police Department. Yes.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was saying. He's got this weird group of friends, I guess, if you want to call it that, you know.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't say friends. I'd just say,
Right.
phone a friend when you're in a
Associates or
pickle type
something.
deal. Right. Like, my get out of jail free card, so to say.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so then if I go back here to this, which is more of her check-ins, let's see her reviews, which is going to be right down here at the bottom. Okay, reviews given.
Hotspot.
Blah blah blah.
Something says Terry goes.
Terry go, yeah. Oh yeah, you want to see that too? Sorry.
Well, I would like to be optimistic, and think that as well. But
Optimism,
I don't think
schmachimism.
don't think it's like that.
Like what?
Where this church is actually doing good.
Maybe, but I mean, it comes with a cost. So you take that how you want. How much good are they doing whenever it costs people that much and they're all based off of, I mean, they pass around the donation thing and drop the Cash App in any more place than I've ever seen connected to God besides the damn.
I'm saying,
Come
like, I
on.
think this is one of those things. Is when I first saw that Feller person, I'm like, what the heck?
I'll bless you for a super chat. That's real godly.
Let me draw a stick figure and sell it. You know what I mean? Because Jesus told me to.
Oh yeah, God
Get the
dang
fuck out of
it!
here, man. Get the
I forgot
fuck out.
about that.
I mean,
Chris did better than that. Or sorry,
yeah, Funger did fucking. He did his shit fucking live. You know what I mean? Like, how do we even know
All
this
right,
guy really did that shit?
Here's Terry A. Bowersock Sr., April the 17th of 2017, recommends Freedom Church. An amazing feeling to be in a church where you can feel God at work. Kathy and I haven't felt this move with the Spirit in too long. If you're looking for a church to call home, looking for a church where you can fit in no matter what your needs are, or you're just looking for something more than what life has offered you so far, then Pastor Terrell has built a hospital for sinners. Come find out why we are growing and grow with us and with the Lord.
Hold up, like, what does she mean? He built a hospital for sinners. Like, like, this is one of these things where, like, oh, you're like putting too much
you're
on the
broken and
church.
we'll fix you.
Yeah, you're putting too much on this church and too much on these people. Like, you don't
It
worship
sounds a
the
little
fucking
fucking culty.
pastor. You don't worship the building. You worship the word.
Yeah, and you don't worship the
I hate
concept of what the church itself or the pastor can do for you by reading the words of the Bible. It's supposed to enable you and teach you that you can have these same things happen if you allow God into your life, and you don't have to go to church to find God. You can read a Bible anywhere, but the pastor is supposed to be someone that helps you get there.
Like, do you see anything in it that says anything about Jesus Christ and saving?
No, I've seen the Lord twice.
You know what I'm saying? Who's the Lord? You know what I'm saying?
I feel God at work, right?
Who's God?
Right.
I mean, this is the kind of vague bullshit that I can't
Why
stand.
we are growing.
Like, who are you talking about? Because you know what? There's plenty of, false fucking gods that call themselves God and Lord and shit like that. So who are you talking about, motherfuckers?
Right, and this is like, I don't know about this one for sure, but I know the one that the Grants family is tied to. It's considered a non-domination church, and I didn't even know. I didn't even know what that meant until I started looking into it, and it's like, I don't know. It's pretty
Non-denominational means that they don't consider themselves Seventh-day Adventists, whatever. They allow anybody really, which is a good thing because I don't believe in denominations either. I believe denominations is separation, so.
Right, but it was specifically said like they don't believe in government and law. Like, how do you have that, but then have every member of politics and government and law like as members?
And here's the thing, like, people would say like, oh, there's no, you can't have government or whatever and church or whatever. And it's like, what are you talking about? There's plenty of laws in scriptures.
Right. It just seems real weird to like pit the two against each other, you know?
Well, because it's the two most influential things.
Right. And you would think it would be way more powerful to have both of them on the same page rather than you
Right.
be on one side of the fence and the other, considering, like you said, like if they put God into politics, and I think they would be a lot less.
Well, here's the thing. So just imagine when, well, I don't know about you. I was gonna say we. I don't know about you, but like when I was in school, you know what I mean? In the morning time, they said, we had to stand up
No,
for pledge of allegiance, you
no,
know what I mean?
no,
And God
no,
and stuff like that was in church. So
no. You weren't even allowed to ask questions about God in school by the time I got there. Like it wasn't
really?
allowed. It was the teachers would
Oh
get in
my,
trouble.
wow. So I say that to say this. Ever since they took God out of school, well, now you have what you have.
Yeah, that's why do you think I have no, like I didn't even know where to start whenever I talked to you the first time about religion. Like it wasn't talked about in my house, it wasn't taught at home, and it absolutely was not taught in school. So like where was I supposed to pick it up at? I have tried to pick up a Bible a couple times in my life when I've been lost and looking for guidance, and I didn't understand the verbiage, and it just completely
Yeah,
lost me, and I never tried to pick it up again.
right. That's all right. You know what I mean?
So, and then, my brothers are the same way, and it all probably even worse because they're at the age now where it's like if it doesn't come up on Fortnite, like then they're just not going to be curious about it. Like, why? Yeah. Sorry, little bastards. They're like, quit screen peeking. Oh, I just teabagged your friend. I just teabagged you.
That's funny.
Say, I don't even know what that means. Say grace. Like, what does that mean?
Grace is like it's basically like a prayer. You know what I mean? It's like thank say,
You say it out loud,
you can if you want, you don't have to.
but is it like for
So
you?
okay,
Are you like
I'll say this.
blessing the food, like so you don't choke,
Yes,
or I don't
correct.
understand.
Well, yes, so this is what you do before you eat, you know what I mean? And drink and stuff. You're always supposed to pray over your
Before
food,
you
you know what I mean?
drink?
Yeah,
What
because
the
yeah,
hell?
you know what I mean? Like you never know, So like when the apostles will go to these other
Every time?
surrounding well, yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
Do you do it?
do I? Not all the time,
Yeah.
no. Not all the time, no.
What?
Yeah.
I've never even seen that.
So
I have
like
to Google it.
when I was in jail the second time, right? There was this old Wood, his OG Wood. His name was Dean. He had like 4 Bibles on his bunk, and I never seen him look at them. But anyways, um, the table that we kind of sat at and stuff. You know what I'm saying? When I first had got in there, I noticed that people wouldn't dig into their food until he would just say grace, and that's all he would just say, just grace. You know what I mean? And then he would quietly say something, prayer, um, on his own. But no, it was out of respect. And then this Wood came. He was a young cat, um, and dude started digging in his plate. Everybody was like, "Hey, bro, what the fuck are you doing, man?" He was like, "What?" It's like, "Nah, man. We wait for Dean to say grace." And he almost had to get checked for that shit. But out of respect, you know what I'm saying? It was just, and it didn't matter, you know what I mean? There was black, white, Mexican, you know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, it's just one of those things you pray over your food so that you get nourishment, you know what I mean? But for the apostles, when they go to these other places, you know what I mean, that aren't of their people and stuff, um, and they eat a diet that's not of their diet, they were confused on, oh snaps, you know what? We're not supposed to eat this. And the Lord said, look, man, just pray over it and eat it, because if you don't, they're going to take it as disrespect. You know what I'm saying? So if you pray over it, you'll be protected by the Lord and stuff like this. So
All right, you want to hear this 911 call?
yeah, let's hear
It's
this
only
dude.
about 4 minutes.
Yeah, because this dude's a jackass.
Yeah, and this is just kind of puts a perspective, because like I said at the beginning of this, Gallatin and Nashville are only 30 miles, 33 minutes from each other. Gallatin to Hendersonville, 12.8 miles, 21 minutes. The family church of the Bowersox Proudfoot is in Gallatin. Kathy is the homeowners association board president in Gallatin. She and her husband live in Gallatin, and they live 9 minutes from where this incident happened at, where Grant lost his life. Just food for thought, 4.9 miles, 9 minutes. Just saying. Google it.
Sumner County.
I'm trying.
Where's your emergency?
It's 1357 South Water Street. It's off 109. Please hurry.
You said 57?
Please hurry.
Okay, what's going on?
1357. My son's truck backed over him, and it's rolled over him and drug him into the ditch, and it's on top of him. He's trapped under the truck, and somehow it drug him underneath it. Yes, my son is under it. I'm trying to call 911.
Okay, what's your name?
Oh my God. My name is Aaron Solomon.
And you said
oh
you're
my God.
at 1357 South Water Avenue, right?
Yes.
How old
yes.
is the male?
He's 18. He just turned 18 a couple weeks, about a month ago. It's my son. Oh my God.
Right at the top of the
Oh my
hill.
God, this is not good.
Is he awake and
Oh, please
talking
hurry.
to you?
I don't think so. He's not alert, right? No, he's out. And he's trapped. I got 3 guys here, and he's trapped under the truck.
Okay.
Oh my God.
I understand, sir. Stay on the phone with me while we get somebody out there. What's your name?
Aaron Solomon.
All right, Aaron.
Huh?
What kind of vehicle is it?
It's a Toyota Tacoma, and it's the vehicle he's underneath the vehicle.
Okay, I've got that.
And it's.
Okay, I've got that. What color is it?
It's a white truck. That's my son. It's somehow it backed up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on with 911 right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Was your son working on it?
No, he was just getting out of it. It's the hill. We're on an incline, and I guess he didn't have it in park or something, or it wasn't engaged, or. Oh my God. Oh my God, I can't believe
still not responding?
No.
And he's still under truck. No one can get out from under it. We've got units en route to you. I'm just asking you questions for we can update them, okay? Can you check and see if he's breathing?
Somebody's telling me that he's coming to.
Okay,
maybe.
He is waking up,
maybe.
kind of keeping still. So he is breathing?
He can't move. I don't think he can move. I don't know.
Okay, I understand.
No, he can't move. He's trapped.
Okay, we got somebody en route. Now, when he wakes up, he might be scared. Can somebody just get down there and talk to him?
Yeah, somebody talk to him.
And how about you, dickhead? Because you're his dad.
Yeah, there's blood. Wait, is he facing up or down?
Right.
He's facing up. They said he may aspirate. We need to hurry. Oh, my God.
So does he have blood coming out of his mouth?
Yeah, there's blood coming out. Yeah, somehow it drug him down, I think. I don't know whether it wasn't in park or what, or if it didn't engage the brake, or it drug him underneath somehow.
Okay.
Somehow.
They said he's facing up.
Okay.
But he's bleeding from his mouth. So, Grant, turn your face to the side if you can, barely, but be careful.
He's like
don't move him, okay?
Yeah, we can't move him. We can't move him.
They never tried. I don't think anybody ever tried.
All right, Beeson, they're there. I'm going to let you go, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Drove the truck for months.
He wasn't too concerned about it malfunctioning.
I guess it must have drug him under. I mean, did the truck have fucking hands or some shit?
I guess it's Christine type shit.
I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? But Christine was red.
Well, yeah, and this is, I guess, the.
Can you pull up the pictures a little bit so that people could see? Like, look at that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So,
This says all
yeah,
photos
can you
taken by
explain that?
Gallatin Police Department. Grant was found under the front of the truck. I'll click on him and zoom in after I read the description.
Okay. Yeah.
But it says Grant was found under the front of the truck on his back with his head pointed toward the building.
Yes,
Okay,
B.
and
There
then
were
now
3 other
zoom
people
in.
there.
Supposedly.
Well, that's what the guy from the building said.
But they were not there to give statements, or they
Right.
got the dog like that quick before the ambulance got there.
Right.
Because if you hear him talking to somebody, but you don't hear anybody else respond, and I've listened to it and zeroed in, you don't hear anything in the background. And I think if it was anybody in the background, it was when the guy came out from the store and said, "Hey, what's going on?" Probably wondering why he's not going down there. I think the only one that even went down there to assess it was the guy, because I'm gonna pull his thing up next. The guy, he finally came out years later and gave his statement, which was the guy that worked inside the place. And he actually said that the Grant didn't have an appointment there because they would have to schedule a time or whatever, because when it's pretty much like a gym for baseball, and you would have to be with an instructor and stuff. And he was supposed to be working on pitching, and he didn't have anything scheduled that day, that weekend, or even that week.
Does he give his maybe opinion or assumption of possibly what happened?
Yeah,
Okay.
he does. Hold on. Eyewitness. Hold on. To
We'll
Grant.
do the pictures first.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure that I found it, because
Yeah.
I didn't save that to my watch later. I should have done that. Okay. Great. All right, I'll find it, even if I gotta scroll through my history. Okay, so let me zoom into this picture here.
Exactly, Eddie. I mean, it's at a fucking angle, like if it turned and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. Only Knight Rider and fucking Christine can do that. So
Okay, go down, and here's first picture.
okay, so now the back. So he had parked the truck, front to the building, right? So what you're
Yeah, and
seeing
the
is
building is
the
over
truck
here. Like, this
rolling
is the
back.
driveway. Right.
You know what I mean? So look at
And look, this is a
that.
culvert ditch.
Yeah, if he fucking
There's
the
no way
truck
it's
actually dragged
accelerating up
him,
those rocks
right? If the truck
without
dragged him,
gas.
it would have
Uh-huh.
smashed that fucking kid. Bam! And then
Right.
bounced up there. Give me a break. Come on, really?
And look here, this is the grass that it supposedly went through. You don't see
There's
tire
no
marks.
body, no nothing, no
Where's the
fingers,
tire
no
marks?
clothes. Yeah, nothing. And there's nothing on the blacktop when you come into the driveway and stuff. I mean, I don't know. It's
Okay,
some
this one
bullshit.
says, there are no tracks through the grass. There are no, which indicates the truck had rolled through it. The dragging a 6'3" male from every angle, the grass stands tall and undamaged.
And if let's just say it did, roll back or whatever, you would think, being a father, you'd have fucking ran and tried to jump in that bitch and throw it in park or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? But no.
You see any grass or anything like that? Like, and look at the wheel, like you were saying, you can really see it now.
Right?
Or the tire, I mean. Well, the
Yeah.
same thing.
Like, look, I'm just throw this out there. I mean, if Watcher Crazy didn't get ran over by her own motherfucking car, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure this kid didn't get ran over by his car. Yeah, see
Okay,
how
this
look at
angle,
all
this is
those
the
people
building.
way up there.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, let me
dragged
zoom
that
in
kid
more.
all the way back and then bounced that kid in the ditch and then landed up on, you know, where the wheels are come on, no. Like,
Yeah, this is where the building is at.
right.
I'm too far
And
down to
unless
that.
he parked at a fucking angle and shit, why is it like, you know, at an angle to where as if it was kind of steered that way? Maybe it was out of alignment.
And if that's the case, they should be doing a freaking recall on all those vehicles and making models because people ain't safe.
Right. You know, why didn't, you know, if this is true that it disengaged, whatever the fuck. So that means he didn't put it in, you know, park,
And
or he didn't put on the parking, you know, the parking brake.
or it was in
And
park
left it
and just
neutral.
jumped into reverse. Right.
Right. You
No,
know what I
not
mean?
even neutral,
So,
park.
you know what I'm saying? Like, you know,
And the
this,
vehicle won't turn off. The way that it's a newer vehicle,
no.
there's a safety feature that it will not allow the car to be turned off if it's not in park.
Right.
So it's not like you could have turned it off in neutral. The security system won't allow it to do that. But this says the sidewalk area and ditch are government property. I forgot this is very important. Okay, it was treated like a private parking lot incident. According to his own testimony, Aaron stayed up in the parking lot and did not attend to his son himself. And then it says listen to the 911 call, but we already listened to it. So he's up here on top of the hill, pacing back and
Yeah.
forth when he's on the 911 call and saying that
Like,
he
how
knows.
do
And
you
Aaron or
see?
Grant is underneath, like the tire, or you not underneath it, but down here, you wouldn't even see him from there.
Right. Like,
Not to know that he's bleeding from the mouth.
are you bleeding, son? Let me know.
Yeah,
They're
turn your head, but not
asking.
too hard.
Right. Turn your
And then
head,
it
but
says,
oh, I forgot you're
not
stuck, so you can't. You
not
stupid
only are
fuck.
there are no tracks at the top, tire tracks on the sidewalks prove the truck drove forward. Okay, and this is the left rear tire track. Vehicle drove forward. See right on the sidewalk right there where the gravel is? Let
Right.
me zoom in some more. That's the only tire track there is. And it's not in the grass. So if it left this tire track right here, why would it not do the same thing throughout the grass?
Correct.
That's all about trajectory,
Mm-hmm.
which way the
So,
vehicle was moving, which way the tires were rolling, which way they came
right.
from.
It's almost as
All of that
if
shit can be forensically
he,
mimicked in a reenactment.
right. It's almost as if he jumped the sidewalk.
Says the rear right tire track is also clearly visible. The absence of tracks at the top and the presence at the bottom were ignored by the Gallatin police. That's right here.
That's just insane.
Okay,
It's
then right
fucking
here we
insane.
have Grant's glasses were found up by the sidewalk. Grant could not see without his glasses and always wore them. If his glasses were here, the obvious conclusion is that Grant was last standing here, not at the top of the parking lot.
Thank you. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's almost as if he was on the sidewalk, got hit, or maybe
Right.
whatever.
Like he stormed off, got into it with his dad, or maybe found out that he didn't have an appointment. He wasn't even supposed to be there and
Right.
stormed off walking. I mean, who knows? I don't think he ever made it inside that place because the eyewitness said
No, he
they
didn't.
didn't even know anybody was out there until he heard all the chaos, commotion.
Right.
It says by the driver's side door, a bloody rock is circled on the left. Grant's glasses are
Mm-hmm.
circled by the sidewalk on the right. So this is the glasses, and the bloody rock is right here.
And that's it. And remember, the only, I believe, I would say bruise or whatever, you know, is
On his left
on his
eye.
head.
Yep.
Or, yeah, left eye.
Which
Yeah.
is the left eye, and the lens is popped out of his glasses on the left hand side.
Right.
And this
So
is a close up of the bloody rock beside the driver's side front door. Grant only had 2 injuries: a blow to the jaw and a fatal blow to the back of the head.
Thank you. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. So he was probably gonna whoop his dad's ass. His dad fucking his little bitch picked up a rock, fucking clink
Or his
clink.
bat, right? That's missing because his bat is
Well,
the only thing
yeah,
that's
he
not
did his
there.
dad with that. Yeah.
This says, according to Toyota, the Tacoma's bumpers are meant to fold under even minor pressure. The Gallatin police used this as evidence the truck crashed backward into the ditch. The hijack lift that was used on the front to lift the front of the truck would have also caused this back bumper to come into contact with the sidewalk and fold under.
Thank you.
And it's not coming off like
That's
that.
not. No.
Then it says, while crashing backward into the ditch would have caused major damage, the minor damage to the bumper is easily explained by experts. According to truckdefender.com, most all trucks enthusiasts agree. Get a custom bumper on the Toyota Tacoma. The bumper isn't up to the challenges of daily life. When you get a Toyota Tacoma, the stock bumper that comes with it is designed to fold and crumble in the event you hit something when you're in a serious accident. The more force your truck can take, the better, because it reduces your risk of injury. However, only serious accidents aren't nearly as common as bumping into something or minor collisions. Your truck can't tell the difference between these two scenarios, and it might still crumble all the same. Okay, it says Grant was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. His father claims the truck dragged him down the parking lot into the ditch. The engine would have been burning after an hour drive.
What the fuck? I forgot about that. Yeah, it would have been hot. It would have burnt this kid.
Yeah, because he drove from Franklin, which is where they lived, to there is exactly 50.8 miles.
Right.
So it would have been good and hot.
Look at how big that slope. Look how
Let me zoom in.
big deep that slope is. I mean, how would you say the angle of that slope?
And right there where that Dodge
Come
truck
on.
is, that's where he was supposedly parked.
That's where he was parked. Why the fuck
Right.
is it way over here?
Right. Exactly.
I'm getting upset because I remember this case.
And up here is where Grant or Aaron was pacing around on the phone at. Right. Over here, like on top of the hill. And it supposedly drug him, and
there was no
ended
autopsy.
up like that. Wouldn't it have? No, there wasn't. He didn't request one. He refused, and Grant had it on his driver's license that he wanted to be an organ donor, and Aaron wouldn't allow his organs to be donated either.
I don't know how that. I don't even know how it's possible. You know what I mean? That like
He was 18, exactly.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So how the fuck do you have anything to say this kid's 18 and it's on his license?
Yeah, apparently, that's the whole point. That's the whole problem. This is the kind of power this man has in this jurisdiction.
Way over there where that green truck is where he parked. How does that fucking thing end up over here? Christine, I mean, fuck. I mean, that's just it. You know?
Okay, this says this is the asphalt of that parking lot. No blood or other evidence of human flesh coming into contact while with it was found. Grant's body had no abrasions, burns, or even scrapes.
Nope. No, there are no pics of the front tire turn angles because they're
This is the closest to it. It says note the direction of the front tires. Grant's body was under the front between the tires, which is his feet toward the road.
right. So if it if it backed up, then that would, you know, to me it would make sense that his feet would be towards the building.
You would think.
You know what I'm saying? If his feet are towards the road, you know, what do you do? Like, you know, fucking ninja rolls, the military rolls all the way down and it's turned, and all of a sudden his feet are towards the road.
This says full view of the grassy area the truck supposedly crashed through. How was this ignored? Be sure to read how Aaron allegedly fraudulently scrapped the truck months later. Okay, and to answer your question, Bia, he inherited most of it from his super rich parents, but
Yeah.
he was a news anchor for like a sports commentator on Channel 5 and news channel in Nashville for 15 years as well.
See, that's what I would assume, yes, that he was actually facing the front, not facing the back.
Zoom out.
If we were to say that he was ran over in the first place. I'm gonna go off and say that he wasn't ran over until his dad ran him over.
Okay, these are police and hospital reports. From Gallatin police reports to the medical examiner's report, which was not even signed, the death of Grant Solomon was not thoroughly or properly attended to by anyone's standards. So this is the original affidavit by his dad, Aaron. My son, Grant, and I pulled into WPI, which is the name of that place, separately, parked side by side. I was still in my car, but watched my son get out to get his baseball gear out. I get out of the back and of his truck. I look down to check a work email, and the next thing I know, I hear and see the truck rolling backwards into the ditch. I get out of my car and try to find my son and saw that he was trapped underneath the truck, and I immediately called 911.
Bullshit. I don't think he immediately did nothing. I mean,
It
there was
says in the
a time.
911 call, he immediately says, I've got 3 guys here. He does not mention them here. According to a witness, he came out when he heard sirens and saw Aaron alone pacing on his cell phone in the parking lot. Ward Performance Institute, Mr. Hall was asked to step outside with the investigators. He was shown a photograph of the 2015 Toyota Tundra, which was taken on July 20th, 2020 in the ditch in front of WPI. He was asked to recall exactly how Grant Solomon's body was lying under the truck. He stated that the best of his memory, Grant's head was barely visible behind the front driver's side tire, and his body was positioned diagonally toward the back tire passenger side. He advised that he came out of the building and saw Aaron on his cell phone pacing up and down. He said that he could hear Aaron telling Grant that help was on the way. Mr. Hall advised that he and Tyler were the only 2 employees, and neither one of them were in the front where they could observe the incident. He also advised that both he and Tyler, though thought something was wrong with the way Aaron was describing what had happened. He also advised that he remembers that someone found Grant's glasses, hat, and cell phone in the ditch after the scene was cleared, but he did not know who had found these items. A business card was left with Mr. Hall, and he said to call if he had any other information to share. So that was the employee that worked there. Apparently, there was 2 employees there that day.
Tyler Fell?
No.
No. Oh,
Tyler Mark.
Oh, okay.
But private investigators took a statement from the employee who says he came out with another employee at the sound of sirens approaching. Mr. Hall and Mr. Mark find Aaron alone in the parking lot and thought something was wrong with the way Aaron was describing what happened.
Right. They're like, yeah, dude, we watched this whole thing happen. What the fuck are you telling people?
This is the additional narrative from the supplemental discovery, filled out by Gallatin Police Department. Says on 7/20/2020 at 8:43, I was dispatched to 1357 South Water for an injury crash. I arrived on scene and found a male subject that was trapped under his vehicle on a rocky ditch area. Sumner County EMS and Gallatin Fire Department were already on scene attempting to get the male subject out. I spoke with the father of the male, and he was identified as Mr. Aaron Solomon. Mr. Solomon stated that he was meeting his son Grant at the facility and that he had arrived there first. Mr. Solomon stated that he was sitting in his vehicle when Grant pulled in next to him in his white pickup truck. He stated that he observed Grant get out of the truck and walk towards the back door area. Mr. Solomon stated he then noticed that the truck was no longer parked beside him, and he started to get out and look and heard a loud crash and observed Grant's truck had rolled down the hill. Under the vehicle, Mr. Solomon stated, into the ditch. Mr. Solomon stated that he went over to the area of the truck and observed Grant under the vehicle. He stated that he called 911 and at that time attempted to help his son. Mr. Solomon was able to give me information on his son, and he contacted Grant's mother and notified her of the situation. I gathered a written statement from Mr. Sullivan, and he was released from the scene to go to Sumner Regional. I was not able to locate any other witnesses to the crash. I spoke with the gym employees and asked about camera footage, and they stated that they didn't have any cameras on the outside and would have gotten video of the incident. I turned the written statement and all of the other information over to MPO Wilson. The lack of detail on such a serious event is shocking. Here is the officer incident report. Okay, it says non-junction, parking lot of a private property, not true. State route, occupant structure by own vehicle.
Okay, does it mention the officer's names on each of these statements?
Yeah, down here, this one does.
Okay.
It says weather condition clear, light condition daylight, latitude and longitude, manner of collision, not collusion with motor vehicle in transport, incident management, secondary crash, no, blockage occurred, no, the rest is blank. Investigating officer details, investigation complete, yes, rank MPO, first name Ty, last name Wilson, badge number 330, district zone 2, car number 4237, report date 7/20/2020. All evidence indicates the incident happened at the bottom of the driveway by the ditch. The truck and Grant's body were located on government property. However, Aaron's statement was taken in the incident logged on occurring on private property, and the investigation marked complete.
Because it was on government property, and he was on private. He gives a statement on private property. Are they going to say, jurisdiction bullshit?
Apparently they didn't even have to, but that was probably where they would go with it if it got pressed further by people, more than his mom.
Right.
They were prepared for it. But if they're saying the incident happened on private property, then they're implying that the incident happened in the parking lot and not where he was found.
Right.
Because the sidewalk is public property.
Correct.
So just a little food for thought. They might have told on themselves with that.
Well, to me,
he probably got hit in the back of the head by his dad in the parking lot, which is private property.
You know what I'm saying? But here's another thing. Remember, it says in a rocky ditch. All them fucking rocks, if it backed that kid up in there would have been all kinds of marks and shit and maybe, blood on all these rocks. They found one rock with blood on it. Come on. I mean, really? Are we stupid ass people or what? I mean, I am sometimes, but I mean, that's rhetorical. And mind you, where the green truck was parked, so it just grabbed him and drug him all the way over to the right and was like, hey man, I'm just gonna leave you right here and sit on you. I wonder how come like no fire, no ambulance people came forward and was like, look, I'm not an investigator, but I've seen some shit and I could tell you there's something wrong with this shit.
His cause of death is listed as cardiac arrest.
Because there was because there's no autopsy, so they're just going off of he was pinned underneath the truck. Okay, I'm just gonna write this off as cardiac arrest.
How do you have cardiac arrest from hitting your head? But no fractures, no bone breaks, no crush injuries, and your shoes don't even have any scuff marks, but you were drugged 60 feet. The math ain't mathin'.
Right.
This is the report from the EMS. And I don't speak like medical talk, so a lot of it's like mumbo jumbo to me, but it's part of the file. And to be honest, I can't read cursive, so.
Can you make it bigger? Let's see. It says let me see. Uh, let's see, she that's right. I can't read that. The father of something to practice pitching, put car in park, got, thank you. Put car in park, got out and went something baseball bat out of the back of the truck. Dad thinks truck was not in park. The back on patient drag him and into a ditch. EMS and fire. Something extracted the patient from underneath the EMS in something patient.
Intubated.
Intubated, started and left extremities. Left extremity CPR in progress. Motherfucking, they need to teach people how to make shit legible when you're writing the government or, some shit like this. Man. So, okay, so he was reaching in the back of his truck to get the bat. Wouldn't there be a door open? Or wouldn't there
Right,
be a door
and the
slammed?
bat
Wouldn't
and
the
the
bat
bat's the
have
only thing that's
fallen
not
in?
there.
Right.
Right.
I mean, if it was a glove, wouldn't a glove? I mean, what the fuck? Where's his
And
equipment?
why was he getting his bat if he was there for pitching
Yeah.
lessons?
You know what I'm saying? Like he forgot that he was what he was there for, because he's fucked up in the head.
And he brought, in my opinion, he brought my attention to the bat, which is the only thing that's not there. And he always kept his gear in his truck.
Right.
So why is that the only
And
thing
that,
that's still to this day never been found? And why would you mention it if that's what you used? What an idiot. But that's not in the official 911. That's an EMS report. That, the public doesn't usually see that, and and look how unlegible it is. But it's not in the official affidavit, so it's not what he told the officer on scene. He said he went to get his gear.
right. And
So
that
this
just
that's
doesn't
on
even
screen
make
now, this
sense.
is the report for the funeral home. Like to the transfer paperwork for the hospital to release the body to a funeral home. This is all the things that were filled out by Aaron.
Oh, well, there's not much, is there?
Well, the things that are interesting are the fact that it says no primary care physician, his signature, relation, father, permission for postmortem examination, no. Medical legal autopsy, no. Tennessee donor services contacted, yes. And then time and date. Family offered organ tissue donation options by designated requester, yes. Donation option accepted, declined. Transit out of state, no. Radioactive implant, no. Chemotherapy, no. Contagious disease, no. Signature of floor nurse, and then there's no signature here. And then release to funeral director, and the signatures. It says no autopsy, no organ donation. He declined an autopsy before Angie even got to the hospital. Grant's organs were viable for donation, and Angie had the hope of hearing his heart live on in someone else. Those hopes were dashed when she learned that he had also declined organ donation before she arrived. Now this is the autopsy from the medical examiner.
Supposedly autopsy. I don't think they did like a real autopsy.
Well, yeah, this is just like the medical examiner that they do to close the case, as far as like the the coroner, should I say? Not my bad, not an autopsy.
Correct.
So this is where the cause of death is concluded from. It's just a basic examination, and the ledger, like for what the codes are here, and abrasion. The only thing which is here back of the head says 8 and 24. 8 means bleeding, and 24 is laceration. That's the back of the head. Then right cheek and left cheek. If there's something pointed with the right, which is number 18, and that is ETT, which I have no idea what that stands for. And then there's a 6, which is bruise, and 10, which is sea collar. I don't know what that means. Then the other stuff is needle. That's all stuff that was done by paramedics trying to save him.
Right.
And there's a skull fracture. Sorry, and back of the head. But the other stuff is needle marks and stuff from the IV from them trying to.
Right. So what? How did he get drugged? What did he get drugged from? His fucking head?
Yeah, you tell me. Good question. Okay, this says a bruise on the upper thigh, a bruise on his hip, a blow to the jaw, and a single fatal blow to the back of Grant's head. No other injuries. Any other indicators referred to actions were actions of the EMS.
Right.
So here's the standard measurements of a 2015 Toyota Tacoma. Let me zoom out a little bit. And then this is the Grant's height, which is 6'3". Right. The bumper and its width and measurements. Figure 1 or figure 2, but this is the point. Like, this is just showing the, how
the discrepancy.
It's just not plausible. Yeah, from what would happen with the heights, the measurement, and the.
Right.
It's not possible. Like, it defies every bit of physics that is possible, not to mention just common sense. There's no injuries consistent with this scenario. Okay, now it says Grant's height, 6'3", and then the vehicle height, which is 5'3", 70 inches. And he's supposedly at this door right here when it happens,
Right, so, like I said...
Even if the mirror hits him, how is he going to be under the tires?
Yeah.
Right.
And then there would be drag marks on his back and fucked up his shorts and his legs because he was wearing shorts.
Right, gym shorts.
What the fuck? Like, none of it makes any damn sense. Absolutely, Fast Eddie, yeah. And now that was just they showed the picture of a standard model. Now he had different tires on there, like I don't think they're necessarily called mud tires, but they're just like a bigger tiger tire or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it would have just rolled over him if it did that. But there would have been marks showing that it rolled over him. There's nothing that shows anything about him getting ran over, rolled over, whatever. If anything, motherfucking, he get struck, hit, with something, a bat, a rock, a punch. And then if it did, drag him from way over where that green truck was, his glasses probably would have came off somewhere between there and in that ditch. You know what I mean? Not like in the fucking ditch. I'm thinking this is my thing. His dad fucked him up, you know what I mean? And, on the sidewalk right there, and he falls into the ditch, right? And then gets into his truck and then drives his truck from the front into the ditch. And he rolls, I don't know, either over him or whatever the fuck. Because there's nothing that says he came from.
So this is Aaron on video, okay, describing to Angie, who he doesn't know is recording him. I think maybe even the daughter is taking the video, so that's why it moves around a lot. But the first part of this video, she's at an angle where she's sitting where you can see him act out what supposedly happened. And tell me this does not just put the nail in the coffin and make it that much worse, because this account doesn't even match what he says in the freaking the police report, but this doesn't make any more sense than the last scenario.
How can
So,
he act out anything? He didn't see it.
listen, he even goes as far as showing her, because this is the truck, because he had possession of it at this point. Right after this, he sells it to a scrapyard, a salvage yard, after he drove it for 6 months. But he tries to put it in park and like to see if it'll like get stuck in the middle in between like park and neutral or whatever and get stuck in a gear, and the truck it won't allow it. So he proves his own theory to be bullshit. It's nuts.
Did he ever put the parking brake on?
Oh, this guy is a piece of work, I tell you.
Because remember,
and you can hear how like so sure of himself that he's just making it up as he goes, and looking at her in her face for confirmation. And if she's believing it, he keeps going with it. And you can just tell, like, as soon as she says anything, like questions anything, he's just got this mentality like, how dare you question me? Who do you think you are? And you know that's how he is all the fucking time.
You weren't there. I was there. You didn't see it because I didn't see it. I was looking at my email.
Planned. This was a godly thing that our son is not here anymore. Who the fuck says that?
Is that what he says?
Yes, that's what he said at his funeral.
That said he come pick me up. I'm gonna go shank this dude.
He don't know. He doesn't have any answers for why it happened, but the best way he could describe it is it was a godly thing.
What the fuck?
I'm not even kidding.
Over there, but not with the wheel on him, and
his head was where?
Like
now, remember what I said about people offering information that you don't ask?
And he's not aware that this is being recorded. He thinks he's just, talking to his ex-wife and his daughter, trying to give them something to shut them up, pretty much. Because they're constantly asking questions because it doesn't make sense. And he has them written off as, his property now that Grant's not there to defend them, because, who are they? They're not going to, even if he does say something that's incriminating, he's already had her proven to be crazy, and, she's got no leg to stand on in a legal aspect. So he is freely talking right now. So pay attention to everything. Verbiage, facial expressions, because you get to see all of it for the first good chunk of this.
kind of under the axle.
Okay, so his feet were down the other way?
Angled back like that. So the wheels, neither of these tires were on him. But I don't know if the back ones had run over him. I don't know. I don't, because I didn't actually see everything
so
happen.
These tires were in front of him?
Correct.
Okay, so you're saying that he was laying right here, and then he angled that way?
Well, just slightly.
Okay, wait.
Because if he were like straight across, it might have been.
No, just say Grant is long and straight right here. So instead of being long and straight, he's long and.
No, so he is like.
Oh God, you don't have to do this.
Well, I know, but I'm trying to, like an angle like this. So not straight across, not.
But behind that tire right there.
Yes, exactly.
I'm gonna need to fuck with you.
So he was. So the legs would have been. The legs would have been coming out over here.
Right. So. And so remember.
How is that if he backed up over him? Right. How is he in front of those tires? What?
How does he get drugged from the side of the fucking truck, and it makes that fucking turn? It would have released him. You know what I mean? Like he made that turn. What the fuck?
The back left side of his head is where the laceration was, Bia.
Yeah. Now, and here's the thing: like the autopsy or the examiner thing, they don't say like how deep the laceration is, like what could have made the laceration. Like this is the kind of shit like it's fucked up. The
corruption runs deep. Yeah, there's not a branch of who handled this investigation that was not had to completely go against what they took an oath to do to sign off on the shit they signed off on.
Because a coroner and all that stuff will put that detail, you know what I mean? So, like, motherfuckers like you are going to ask the question, like,
Listen,
how
the
deep is the
death
laceration?
certificate and the cause of death thing, whatever, is not even signed by any medical examiner, because at the end of the day, they knew enough to know that they weren't going to put their license on, they weren't going to put their signature on it. It's not even signed, but it's considered officially, the case is closed. The freaking coroner's report and the medical examiner's report are not signed and dated, y'all.
Oh, no shit.
Yes.
So,
That's
let's
how
fuck
janky it
around and
is.
find out, right?
Yeah, how is it? How do you? It's not official if it's not signed, right?
Correct. 100
Apparently.
fucking %.
And why would you not sign it if you're so confident in your findings?
Because you're not.
Somebody knew enough to know that they weren't losing their license over it if it ever got looked into. So that should tell you in itself. There's initials, but there's no signature and there's no date on where it's supposed to at the bottom.
What are you saying, right? Toyota Engineering would give some assistance plus the key. Was the key in? And Toyota doesn't want bad info out there.
We're gonna get there. It's just baby steps. But after this, and he sells the truck to a salvage yard, his mom tracks it down, and it takes 2 years before she gets possession of it, and she is able to retrieve the data from the black box. So just wait. It gets more gooder. But nothing's still been done still, even with that information. But I tell you what, it tells a different story than he's about to tell right here. But in order to know that he's full of shit, we have to have this before we have the black box information. So just bear with me, guys. It's a lot of information that nothing's being done with.
Is during the sea sickness times.
What I tried to explain.
Yes, it was during the vid. It was during the vid.
Yeah,
That's correct.
That's no excuse. That's no
But that
excuse.
Grant had actually just been recovering from the vid, and he didn't want to go to this practice, and his dad was pressuring him to, but he was, texting his mom saying to him that he wasn't feeling well. He didn't think his lungs were ready, and, but he was doing it to appease his dad, but he didn't want to go anyway because he was recovering from that said, devil virus.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get this clear because my mind, I can't sleep at night because of this. That's why I'm videoing because I'm gonna have to listen to this again because I can't process right now. So his head was, where was his head was on that side of the tires. Up there, you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, and then his body angled this way.
He's angled almost straight across, but slightly across like this. So these wheels, neither wheel was on him. But that part, I think, was his chest and abdomen area was trapped by the axle, I believe.
So, if neither wheel was on him, right? He's saying neither wheel was on him. So I'm assuming that the wheels were up higher, or were they lower? You know what I'm saying? He's saying that the kid was trapped under the axle, and he's pointing to the axle on the other side of the fucking truck, not closest to the door that he was at. Right?
Yes, that's what he's saying, but it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, that is what he's saying.
So, if he's, I mean, what? This isn't, I don't know. This dude's full of shit. I remember this shit, and I used to be mad as fuck too.
This is actually. How would you know the axle was on him?
Because that's the area. Because that's where. Because of where his head was. And
where were the rocks?
All right, so this is actually a decent example of how. So WPI is up here. Then the parking lot is kind of like this.
Yeah.
And then at the edge of the parking lot, it's just like this, a ditch that's steeper than this, down, and then it goes back up. And so down in here is those rocks.
Okay.
On a little bit of both sides. And then here's 109. So what had happened is the truck actually comes down this, and you can see, I think the bumper got damaged probably when it
dug.
like there.
Yeah,
yes, but with the force was so much, the truck, when it settled, was actually, the front was kind of against that side of the ditch, and the back end was actually stuck up on almost the shoulder of 109. So
that's why the front end was tilted a little bit back down.
Yes.
And that's why,
yes,
and that's
truck,
what was laying on him.
Yes. So the heavy part of the truck is on his end. Also, it's extremely unstable. That's as soon as they hopped out, they had stabilization things for the back and jacks for the front, so they could jack it up without it rolling forward on top of him more. Because the truck had actually settled, just like the truck came down through here, and then it was actually, the front end was against that side of the ditch, and the back end was almost sticking up. And 109's right here. The shoulder of 109 is like right there. So,
Aaron, would it be okay if I start the truck and let it roll? Is it okay with you? I don't want to overstep my bounds. I just can't understand how this. I mean, I can, because my truck does it too. But I just want to feel it. I just want to understand.
Well, I know, so do I. I mean, I don't.
Like nobody understands.
No, I know. I can't either. I mean, that's what none of it. It all defies.
Let's first.
See, right now I have the parking brake on. It's a foot parking brake, so it's not one that you pull up here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Can you start it and then put it in drive and just
could you not see his head on that side when you come down the hill?
Not at the very beginning, because at first I'm not thinking worst case scenario at the very beginning. At first, when I got out of my car thinking, oh my gosh, and I look around the parking lot and I don't see him, I start coming down this hill, and first I'm looking through the windshield to see if he had hopped back in by chance, because I don't see him standing up out here. So then I'm like, well, maybe he got back in somehow, and I don't see him in, and so I'm above the hill, and this is the front end's at the bottom of the ditch, and I look down, and I don't see his entire body, because I see his red shirt and his head over here because he's angled that way. So I know that I know he wasn't covered by wheels up front, neither his head nor his feet, but he wasn't perfectly perpendicular. He was at a little bit of an angle, but still.
Were his feet sticking out? I'm just asking questions that don't matter, but were they sticking out over here, or were they just?
Yeah, I mean, they had to be. They had to be, because mine would be sticking out. I was more in the front of it, and I'm calling 911 immediately, and I'm probably, kind of this far at the top of the ditch on this side of it, at the edge of the parking lot. And literally, because I'm, people are like, man, you need to sit down because you're.
Yeah, but did nobody try right then to get the truck?
What people, asshole?
A couple guys, they were afraid, because if you try to move this and it rolls, it wasn't stable. It wasn't stable. So it could have, there weren't enough of us. It would have taken 20 dudes, maybe to try to move him and pick it up.
And so you never got down there to his head?
Not all the way. I never made it all the way down here like this. I'm on the phone trying to give the.
But he was. How do you know he wasn't making sounds or?
Well, because two dudes came and they.
What?
I mean,
what happened to the group?
I could see that he was unconscious, and I could not. He was not. I could see that he wasn't moving his mouth. And I was close enough to see that, and they said he was not moaning, or there was no sounds. They could see the two guys that had the construction dudes, whatever they were. They stopped and they were trying to help and assess, and they said he was unconscious. and they just saw a little bit of blood come
So there's stories everywhere, like everywhere. That even that Gracie was with him. I mean, no, they've gone that far, but there's stories out there that he was. This was one I heard today that he was he was talking to them.
No.
Well, wait a minute. And when they lifted the truck off, because the pressure was off of him, it caused him to bleed out. And I'm like, no, and no, Gracie, the woman, the head of BPA, is telling that one. Baseball, whatever.
Yeah, there's no, that's just.
And will you please make sure if anybody else publishes anything or does a story, they mention me too?
Yeah, I don't even know when anybody published anything.
Well, Holly didn't mention, she didn't, not that it matters.
She's still in my car with mine running, and it was about to get out.
So when you saw him last, where was he standing?
All right, so I'm in my car. I'm right here, like
you're parked here.
So you're parked
on this
to
side
the
of him.
left of him.
I look over first when we first pull up, and he's looking at his phone and wrapping something up, and then I'm checking to make sure work emails that are coming in aren't something I need to address. My car is still running with air conditioner on, so I can't hear if his is on or off. But so I look down, then I look back up, and I see him because we were early. I mean, we had like plenty of time, so there was no rush. We had our time. So the last I see is him literally like right here closing this, about to open this, and I'm thinking, oh, he's just going to get his gear, and I'm going to check this email to make sure it's not important, and then I'm going to get out and we're going to go in.
Did he have his ball cap on then and everything?
Yeah. Had his hat on, had his glasses on,
and that's the last you saw him was right there.
Yes.
And the truck wasn't rolling at that point because you would have noticed it.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Thank you, lady.
So here's the thing. I don't know whether he got this and it started rolling and he tried to stop it and got knocked down, or if he was in here and then it knocked him down and knocked him out and maybe the door dropped. I don't know.
But when he was laying there, he was on his back.
Yes. Face up, chest up. Yeah, it's tough to see.
And the thing is, like, I know as a mother, for me, like, I would just want to know what happened to my son.
Well, and here's the thing. I wish I knew.
I mean, I know both of y'all do. I know, it's like
and me
haunting.
being there makes it even worse for me because I'm like, what?
I'm so
sorry. I wish I had. Now in hindsight, I just wish I had gotten out right when I got.
Or if I had just gone with him, right?
I mean, there's so many what ifs. That's why I said it had to be a God thing because it's so freaky. Like, it's so freaky.
You hear what he said?
Whether it was in park or in drive doesn't really matter because either way it shouldn't roll back, honestly.
Most people would have been like, okay, this tragic thing happened and some miracle, he was, life-saving measurements were taken and he lived. That would be a God thing. Not your son died. That's a God thing. Like, no, like almost like he can't help himself because it's a God thing because now there's nobody to testify against him or stand up to him. Like, it's almost like he can't help but gloat.
He's saying it's a God thing. I didn't get caught. No, motherfucker, that's of the devil.
Right.
You fuckwad.
It's a God thing that it makes this little sense, and that I'm still standing here with said vehicle to be able to tell you this bullshit. That's a God thing.
Yeah.
No, that's a money thing.
And so the way he just was trying to, emulate the way that he was fucking under the truck, with his legs and shit. How in the fuck did he end up on the right hand side of the truck again? Come on, dude. Like,
and like Eddie said earlier, if the truck was in reverse when he got out, it wouldn't immediately began rolling. It wouldn't have had time for him to shut the door and go to the back door, and then it'd have been actively rolling the entire time.
Exactly. And him being an athlete.
And another good point, if he pulled in and parked, why was it ever have been in reverse? Would have been in drive. It's not like he wasn't backing up. That would have been something if he was leaving.
Right. So him being an athlete and stuff, he was in good health and stuff. My fat ass would have been able to been like, oh, this motherfucker's moving. Let me just scoot back real quick, open the door, and
watch her crazy. That is a prime example. You guys want to see that clip again? And it ran her over, and she got up and ran it down.
I think most people are hoping that the shit was reversed, but it just didn't happen that way.
But it instantly started rolling, though. There was no delay.
Right? Yeah, exactly. There was no motherfucking delay. You know what I'm saying?
and it ran over her like it. It wasn't. It didn't drag her.
Right, so you had to suck that shit in real good for it to fucking barely miss him.
Right. It doesn't make sense. Not with no acceleration.
And not with no steering. I mean,
True that too. Yeah, there's no power steering. There's no,
how does homeboy
everything
end
about
up?
that doesn't make sense.
How does he end at that angle? That's just that shit would have been scraping the fuck out of the gravel and shit, and his legs
His
and whatever.
clothes would be ripped.
Yeah,
His shoes would
you know
be
what I'm
ripped
saying?
off, scuffed up. And not to mention what he's supposedly under, which is the axle. All that shit should be hot as fuck.
Should be hot as fuck.
Because he just drove it for an hour, 50 miles, 53 minutes to be exact,
And I
from
just like
door to
to,
door.
look at some emails because do I need to attend to the emails or look at
Yeah,
my son
and at
dying?
the most crucial time is I just happened to let's check a work email. Maybe I'll have one, maybe I won't.
And then he says,
What?
they're asking, did you see him? And he's like, no, I didn't see him. I kneeled down and I couldn't see him. But then in the next breath, he's like, I could see
I was
that,
up here.
he wasn't, yeah. I could see that he
His
wasn't
mouth wasn't
alive or
moving.
awake or whatever
Right.
the fuck.
His mouth wasn't moving. Yeah.
Right. Like, were you like just looking to see like, hey, are you okay under there, dude? Whenever you stop playing, like, let's go. We have stuff to do.
And then when you get to the nitty gritty of the fact that he wasn't even scheduled to be there to begin with, it's almost like, were you setting this kid up? There was no appointment. There was no pitching. And he picked a convenient spot an hour away from where he lived, which completely changes jurisdiction to this shady-ass police department and makes it real convenient when it's done the way that it's done, to the degree of there's no cameras. Now all of a sudden this business is out of business. It was on public property. It was on private property. Does it fucking matter? It just seems everything just conveniently falls into favor for him to allegedly, get rid of his biggest, the biggest thorn in his side as far as being accountable for the shit that he has done to both of them, but more importantly to the little girl.
He says that he showed up in his own car, right? He got there first.
Right, and he was there first, right? Because Grant wasn't there. He stayed the night at a friend's house and drove there,
right?
Because he was staying at a friend's house, according to his girlfriend, because he was avoiding him. Because since he turned 18, he was scared to be in the same house.
And I'm thinking that, he caught wind, you know what I mean? He's like, you gonna fucking testify against me, motherfucker? We'll see, you know what I mean? And he was like,
well, yeah, it wouldn't be. He was like what's it called? Screening his text messages, being on his phone plan. So he knew.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So he's like,
Grant was avoiding the house. He was scared of him. He confronted him, and they got into a blowout, and he pretty much was just finding excuses to not go home.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking. It's like, hey,
this would have been the first time they seen each other since the incident happened, and their text messages that were released it was very awkward. You can tell that Grant was just making every excuse he could to not have to go around him.
This kid's 18 years old. He can go in and fucking do this thing all by himself. Why does this?
Because he didn't want to do it at all. So his dad's doing it to make sure he goes. Or I don't think it existed. I think this was just so that he could bait him there.
Right.
Because he wasn't supposed to be there. There was nothing there that says that he had an appointment there.
Now, does it say like, oh yeah, we were practicing pitching, but on this day he wasn't scheduled?
No, like he had previous sessions with the coach there and had been there before, but everything there's not you just walk-ins. It's very like, you have to pay for an hour, have it scheduled, and have a slot, and it was he had nothing for that day, that week, or even the week prior.
So my next question would be, on the previous sessions and stuff like that, was Daddy there?
Yes, but more of like, instead, not like a parent observer, more like to critique and to make sure that he's doing what he's supposed to do, and everything that he said to him was, you could be a little skinnier, you could pitch a little faster. It was all in a very criticizing way and not a
Yeah.
supportive parent.
Have
Right.
you seen that kid? They
Oh, he
killed
was
him.
too fat, according to his dad. And get this, he had filled out for a bunch of like colleges, and his dad, the approval letters, his dad was throwing him away because he said he was not going anywhere but Harvard and he'd accept nothing less. So this kid's getting down on himself, thinking, "Oh my God, I'm
Right.
applying to all these colleges
I
and
think I
nobody, and
know.
I'm not getting
Yeah.
in." He's throwing away his fucking acceptance letters because they're not Harvard.
Right.
And he didn't want to go to
And
Harvard because I'd have been far away from his mom and his sister and a girlfriend. He had a girlfriend that he had been dating for like 2 years when he passed away.
so it's like, this dude calls up, his homies and shit. He's like, "Hey, I'm gonna fucking do in my son. So when you guys come, I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Can
Well,
you
they
handle
all
this?"
benefited from it because if he comes out to be a pedo that does all this shit to his own kids, they have to deal with the fact that the school was aware of it, the police department
Exactly.
was aware of it, DCFS was aware of it,
Hmm.
and they all have ties to this guy. So it's an Epstein thing all over again. If they can just snuff it before it starts, they don't want to have to cut ties with them and eventually, reprimand the school and all that, because eventually it's going to lead down to they have to be reprimanded too because they had a say in snuffing this case out whenever it was reported by mandated reporters and they just said there's nothing we can do. There's a
Right.
statute of limitations. No, there's not.
Yeah.
And even if there is, it was actively happening. Let's humor them and say, okay, forget the ones that happened 13 years ago, but what about the one that happened while she was actively within months of her coming forward with the story in North Carolina?
Right.
I get what, like, and there's no freaking statute of limitations on stuff like that.
So, and this is something I was gonna say too, and I forgot, but Puff Muffin actually says it. The windshield. Why was the windshield busted?
Is it?
Yes. That was one thing I was wondering when I first saw this shit. I'm like, nobody's talking about the windshield, but yeah, the windshield's busted. So what's up with the windshield? And he doesn't, but he don't say nothing about the windshield.
Good question. I didn't even notice that.
Right. And notice how he said, "Oh, I had the AC on, so I couldn't hear if his truck was on or not." Like this is the kind of shit like when people, are trying to explain things
Unnecessary
like
details,
this.
right? Like it's the part
Yeah.
that is so irrelevant to
Right.
it.
It's like,
Like
dude,
why would you add that in?
you're fucking lying the fuck out of shit right now. I mean, really? Oh, it's
Yeah,
just
your
because
AC being
yeah.
on is not going to,
Right.
that just way too much detail, and that is a clear sign in being too descriptive in something, but yet being clueless on the parts that matter, which is how he ended up under the truck.
Right.
But the AC was on. That's why would you chose to pay attention to detail at the most irrelevant times, which is really convenient for your
Right.
stance.
Right.
I don't like it at all. Like, who gives a fuck if your AC was on? What does that
So
mean?
and he shows up in his car, you know what I mean? And a truck is a little bit longer than the car. So he has to look over, you know what I mean? And he's probably gonna
Yeah,
look
because
through the
he's there first,
back, yeah,
right?
you know what I mean? The passenger side, back window, whatever the fuck. How do you know what the fuck he's doing? You're looking at your emails and you're looking at him?
Right, and the AC's on. Don't forget that's
Yeah,
important.
you're right. And the AC's on.
It obstructed your view.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, hold
Idiot.
up, dude.
It was blowing into your eyes.
Yeah. You just said he gets out and he's able to open the fucking door to go get his gear. Like, like the lady said, wouldn't the truck have been? Yes, ma'am. It surely fucking would have. So he's like, well, yeah, it would have. Like, oh, wow.
Roddy, I was referring to molestation and grape. Not grape, but you know what I'm saying. The word that'll get me in trouble. To his daughter.
Right. Right.
No, the statute of limitation is longer than she's been alive. So I'm saying it's there. It doesn't fall into that category, even if there was, one which I'm sure it's probably like 20 years. She's 14 at this time, 13 when
Right.
It's irrelevant to even bring it up as an argument. And that's what she was told by the school counselors and principals, to keep her quiet because they were more worried about the reputation of the school and her dad than her safety.
Correct.
And pretty much told her to get over it. That, you know, they know it happened, but she should move on from it. It's
Right.
been a long time ago, and you're
It
never
was,
going to get
that's
anywhere in life
what
dwelling
they
on the
had
past.
said. That's
Yes,
almost
yes.
verbatim what they said. They did say get over it. I
Pretty
remember.
much. You should be over it. There's been plenty enough
Yeah.
time. Like, you're milking this. And,
Right.
you know, and by the way, he's going to be here to pick you up, and we're going to forcibly make you get in the car with him.
Correct. Like, hold on, you motherfuckers are supposed to be like the what are they called, like first
The
callers?
protectors? Yeah, they're mandated reporters, but if
Mandated. Yeah, they're
everybody,
mandated.
no.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
mandated.
that's when they're school and counselors and stuff. But get this, I've even went a step further. And if you are a resident and reside in the state of Tennessee, regardless of what you do for work, if you're fucking homeless, if you live in Tennessee, you are a mandated reporter. State law.
Type.
Everybody is mandated reporters, not just teachers, everybody. So if you're a neighbor or you're anybody and you have this knowledge and you don't tell somebody and report it, you are committing a crime. So that, and not only the teachers that are even more put in a position to be a reporter, there's nobody that came across this and didn't say anything that is not,
They didn't say
you
anything
know,
good.
should be in trouble.
Right. Like neighbors and shit, I believe, were like, yeah, dude's a fucking creepo.
Coaches, other parents, you know, everybody that knows something but knows him well enough to know that they're not going to say anything because they don't want to be on his shit list.
And that dude looks
He's
like
got
a
more money.
fucking just a fucking
Yeah.
dweeb fucking motherfucker, man. I would have stuck him, I don't know, maybe about
He's
25.
nothing to be scared of physically, but he
No.
is, because of his little man complex. I think that's why he throws around his money and his position of not even his power, because he's nobody. He didn't, you know, he's not anybody, an elected official, but he's got connections to all of them, and he throws it around like it's freaking poker chips, you know,
Right. Like you
and
still
uses
want
it
that
to bully.
donation, right? That $5,000 donation to
Well, I
church
don't know if he
or
does it with
to
them, but he does it to where, like, if you know, if
police
you have,
department.
if you're in his life and you have a problem with him, he'll let it be known, like, oh, you got a problem with me, then you got a problem with my squad, you know, my goons that are just like, you know, Rottweilers that I can just sick on you as I see fit.
No
Legally.
offense, Roddy Parade. I seen
But with the year of the car,
Rottweiler.
they may not admit it, but I think the black box digital info in the database is Toyota. Huh? What do you mean? She got the black box. We're just
Yeah,
not
she
to
got,
that part yet.
right. She
But
got the
it was like 2 years later, but it's still, it logs everything in, you know, in a way that if when the data is retrieved, it can be, you know, you can go to specific dates and times and stuff.
Correct.
And
You could
and
tell
it
if
hadn't
it was
been
in the ignition, if it was in park, you
right.
know, if it was
Right.
neutral.
If there was weight in the seat, if the seatbelts were buckled, if there was acceleration, if the tires were turned, I mean, it logs
Right.
everything.
Like
She does, yes.
my ex-brother-in-law worked for Beverly Hills Mercedes, and I went and to his work one day. Fucking huge ass Mercedes thing. Anyways, and all he, you know, he has a laptop and he just plugs his thing into the Mercedes. And I'll tell you what, this thing does a self-diagnostic. You know, front, back, side. Fucking, I thought it was a transformer, really. So I mean, these things, you know, have a computer that in them that can tell you. You know, how much the person in the passenger seat weighs or whatever.
Oh yeah, but I don't think he anticipated her tracking it down and buying it from the salvage yard, and
Right.
he didn't clear the black box. Thank God, but it doesn't matter. Even with that, they're still not doing anything. But let's listen to him a little bit more, and then I'll pull up the black box info that the interpretation of it or whatever it said.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it needs to be recalled.
Somebody looked up that these trucks have a mechanism that in drive, they don't roll back.
Well, and maybe I don't know. I don't know whether he did.
I mean, just the boys are all searching for answers.
Listen,
like everybody's searching.
Can I just have the key and let me just try it?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sorry. I just
put it in park and
Okay.
then take this off. See, I don't know that he used this. I kind of doubt that he did the foot push pedal.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of doubt that.
That really wasn't like So you're in park now, and it's not rolling. Watch out, Angie. Okay, here's drive. And it goes forward.
Now that incline there is steeper than this.
Yeah, but go up a little more, Aaron. Go up a little more, and then now what happens?
And see how fucking
It goes forward.
Well, I don't know. But see, I don't know whether he had it.
Okay, now do me another favor. Put it in park.
There's neutral.
Okay, neutral.
So that would be an
is neutral.
that you're trying to get out the
Well,
door,
what's
right?
park and then reverse is next?
Right.
Put it in reverse and see what
Reverse
happens.
wouldn't allow him to get even out, you know.
Wait, what just?
wouldn't allow himself to fall.
So neutral.
Neutral seems like it would roll back too quickly.
For him to get out. Now put it in park again. Wait, just a minute. Let me just. Okay, go.
There's park.
Now it's steeper there than this.
Right.
It's steeper there, yeah.
Pull up a little further and try it.
I like this lady.
All right. So there's drive.
There's drive.
Okay. Now neutral. I mean reverse.
Well, here's neutral.
There's neutral.
And that's immediate. So he can't even get out the door.
Yeah.
So it's either got to be, quite honestly, it seems like it's got to be maybe dry and it was paused, because this is still not as steep as their parking lot.
Yeah.
The only thing I can think is maybe it was in, but even, I don't know.
It was in drive.
It's in drive and it's not moving. But
Okay.
it's not as steep as it is there.
But if my dad's theory was true that it was jumped out of gear and it jumped to reverse, he can't get. But if it jumped after he got out.
Right. Well, hold on.
Yep, exactly, Eddie.
What's that?
Well, I just tried to see if I could even put it in park where it's over where it shifts, and it won't even stay there. It automatically goes over here. So
Okay.
I don't know. It's just so freaky.
Wait, you did what?
It makes sense. No, I was trying to see how park it goes in there. I was trying to see, like you were saying, would it pop out of park?
It can't because it has to go over to the column.
Right. So it won't stay there. It won't stay right there to possibly pop down to reverse.
No.
I mean, what happened? I don't know. None of it makes sense. And because I didn't see the whole thing, I mean, nobody knows except God.
Is his cooler in here that I packed
Oh my!
It's right here. It's right here.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't touched any.
I know this sounds crazy, but I want you to put the parking brake on and I want to get under it. I just need to be where Grant was.
I like
the parking brake on?
Just turn it off.
Okay.
Turn it off and put the brake on.
I was gonna say, please don't do that.
Shit.
She's not dumb though. She wants to get, she wants to see the what it's like under there.
Yeah.
Right, and what the injuries should look like that are not on Grant if what happened.
Good.
Exactly.
Because
it's unexplainable.
It's unexplainable.
And that's why the only way I can, like I said in my talk the other day in my message, is that it's a God thing, because none of it makes sense. Like, none of it makes sense.
So
is explaining how it's a God thing
Aaron,
again.
So what you're saying is his legs weren't really trapped. It was more probably the chest under that bar, whatever that is.
Right.
So this whole thing, whatever this is that's right here that holds fluid by the next bar, was not on him. It was the front one. Right? Like it's the front axle, and then there's a thing right there. What is that? Holds this. What is that? And this. This
it was
wasn't.
more like the front axle.
So his legs were free.
Yes. That's
And you don't think a tire ran over them?
I have no idea. I have no idea how he ended up where he did. What I'm amazed
Transmission. But he said he was stuck under the axle on the passenger side. front passenger side.
But not a lot.
Yeah.
But I mean, that means the wheels didn't turn much at all. They stayed straight while it back down to.
He was on. Doesn't that get hot when you drive it? The transmission?
Yes, yes. Yeah, all that shit gets hot. Well, not all, most of it, yeah. You're not
So
getting
he
under
should
it.
have
Let's just say
burns.
that. If you drive that motherfucker for an hour, you're not getting under that bitch.
No injuries at all, Eddie, besides to the head. No burns, scrapes, broken bones, crush injuries, nothing.
Go back a little bit. He said something about turning. I didn't quite hear what he said about turning. Just a little bit. Right there.
But not a lot.
Yeah.
But I mean, that means the wheels didn't turn much at all. They stayed straight while it
The
back
wheels
down.
didn't turn.
Now, the parking lot isn't very deep, so there's not a lot of them. It's just.
I'm so sorry.
I know it's been.
Did he say the wheels didn't turn like they said it turned or some shit?
And this
Yeah, it was
wasn't.
more like the front. What I'm amazed on all the it rolled perfectly straight, almost down to the ditch, and then at the last.
It rolled perfectly straight, almost down to the ditch.
But not a lot.
Yeah.
But not a. Hold on.
It rolled perfectly almost down
It rolled perfectly straight, almost down to the ditch.
to the ditch, and then at the last.
And then at the last second,
Slightly.
it slightly turned,
Not a lot.
but not a lot.
I mean, that means the wheels didn't turn much.
That means the wheels didn't
While it back down to. Now, the parking lot isn't very deep. So there's
stay
not a
straight
lot.
while going back down.
It's just.
I'm so sorry.
I know it's been. Of course, I've seen it.
Is that a crack on that fuck? That's a crack to the thing, huh?
And people were offering to
Yep.
get it.
Looks like it.
But no, when I thought about
So,
it
yeah.
that first night, I was like, no, I need to be the one who gets it just with my face in his head. And the first time I just saw it, I was like, and then the first time I opened it up and see his stuff, like, he hasn't even really looked at his stuff in the park to see there's his shoes and there's,
His light,
yes,
you know.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I mean, I can see how that thing would pin a chest.
Yeah, but not really pin it, like pin it, but not like push down.
So it wasn't pushing down.
No, not pushing down.
And this makes no
but you couldn't,
sense.
and of course you can't like try to pull him out because that could make things a heck of a lot
Yeah,
worse.
but how did the skull crack open and the brain be
Well,
exposed?
those rocks, Angie, we don't know.
Okay, so his head was laying in the rocks.
Yes. Yeah, the back of his head, he was straight up, looking straight up. So the back of his head was on the rocks.
Like straight up like this.
But who knows? But yes. Well, like not that tilted back, like he's laying in bed, or But here's the thing: I don't know if he got, like, let's say by chance the back door caught him and he got knocked out somehow when he first hit, and it drags him through the parking lot, down the ditch, and he tumbles down through the ditch. His head could have hit 2 or 3 times.
You just proved your shit, you stupid fuck.
The head would only be hit the time the contact's made, unless he's implying that the tire rolled over his head that many times, but he would have injuries to reflect that.
And how come there's no drag marks in the thing in the parking lot?
Your son, yeah.
Watch the truck, please. Watch the truck. I'm under it.
This lady's brave as hell. I would not be under there with his crazy ass in there.
Wait, is that blood? Or
It's not blood.
I think that looks like fluid of some kind. Maybe like transmission fluid or oil or something. I don't know. It might be.
Hey Mel, do you have your readers?
Reader.
Can I borrow them? Somebody?
Glasses.
Oh.
I think I went off without him. I've been suffering all day.
This is not his blood. It's rust. It's not him. Wait, that is.
Girl, get a fucking knife and scrape that shit off and then take it to a DNA place. Get a sample. God dang it.
Yeah. If it was wrong, it would have been so fast. He probably wouldn't have had
At the
time.
beginning, maybe not. I don't know. I
I
don't
like
know.
how they're keeping his attention while she's over here doing her thing.
But then how does he, you know, I don't.
No, I don't think it's us either.
Yeah, right. I know. Yeah.
That spot was a little red.
Right, I know. Yeah, you can't.
I don't think she wants him to be suspicious because he'll make her get out from underneath it.
Right.
I think that's why she said that.
And if we didn't have a chance to like roll more on him, I would have tried.
Yeah.
See, everybody, this is why you carry a shank so you can scrape shit off. You know what I mean? You could have put in the baggie and got DNA sample.
And send it where? To the same police department that said it was an accident?
Right.
When they found when he was.
Did he say he didn't know? He didn't know it was running? Like, what the fuck do you know about it then?
Yeah, that's what he said. He didn't know if it was running, what gear it was in, or anything.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he
now
couldn't
tell me
find the
again
top
where
yet.
his head was.
Not far from you, but almost to the back of where your phone.
Move my phone like right here.
No, towards you.
Okay, now
towards the other tire.
What part of the head are we talking about? Forehead, middle head.
And go back towards the rear of the truck a little.
You're talking about, lady, there's only like two parts,
Now
the
towards
back
the
and
tire a little
front.
bit. In that, maybe back towards the back of the car. No. Towards the.
I mean, there's blood right here.
In that area where your phone is.
So his head, but he was looking up, so there was nothing laying on his head.
Correct. And it wasn't like, it didn't seem like that thing was pressing on his chest. But it didn't seem like it was pressing, but it looked like you couldn't have, I don't think you could have pulled him out if you wanted to, and that wouldn't have been a smart
Okay,
thing.
but his head, so now that I've seen under here, so his head, based on what I am right now, where his head was. His head was like right there.
Okay. A little bit farther back.
Okay, like right there.
Okay.
Right there. Like
yeah, in that
like right here. Like you could see his hair and his stuff.
Yeah.
Well, that's not right.
Like
you could see, but you could see his hair and his stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Which would be about the right distance.
Like I said, he was at an angle.
But neither one of those things were on him at that moment. That axle and the other at that moment. Right?
No,
Rowdy,
it didn't look like something was pressing
how is he
down.
face
it probably
up,
hit him
but
earlier
his
than that.
legs are pointed towards the fucking street? If he was drugged back, you would think his legs would be pointed towards the building.
And his head's on the passenger side. Or the passenger side.
Right. And what's pinning him down? The wheels aren't pinning him down. Whatever she was talking about, isn't it pinning him down? What the fuck is pinning him down?
And what was he caught on to be drugged to begin with?
Yeah, we can't drag him out because that would be dangerous. But why would it be dangerous if nothing's pinning him down?
And what part of the vehicle was he hooked on by clothing or something to be drugged?
Right.
Did he just hold on and grab on and go for the ride?
Correct. It kind of does look like blood, like blood splatter. But how do we know it's not a cat? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Like, hopefully they would have took it.
He's been this is like 6 months after the fact, and he's been driving it around like his everyday driver. with it in his theory, a vehicle that may malfunction so severely that it costed his son his life, but he's driving it around feeling safe as a,
Right.
safe, obviously not scared.
Bike, let's just not call fucking Toyota and say, hey man, you might got a fucking, dysfunctional fucking vehicle. You should need to put out a warning or something.
And it's like, you have a car clearly because you were in it, and why are you driving around his truck? It's just a little just kind of cold,
Like,
yeah, and if there was anything, let me go ahead and make sure I drive it off, Like maybe he thought the data would rewrite, or maybe he's clearly not very smart. He's just got enough money that he don't have to be smart.
No, this dude's obviously a fucking jackass. He don't know
Yeah,
nothing.
he can tell you some statistics on the most recent sports game, but that's about as good as his fucking. That's all he's good for. He might be able to tell you the weather, but that's probably only because it was on the commercial of the fucking ESPN he's watching. Useless.
No, that lady is just a friend of the mother's who is not stupid.
The mother, right? The mother's the one underneath the truck, under the truck. The one talking to him is pretty much her. Just someone there so that she's not the next one. Just a mutual friend that is there for
keeping his attention so that she can do what she's doing.
Right, because she's there gathering evidence. He's just stupid enough to not see that.
Right. Because he's trying to make up this story. He's trying to
because he's confident. He knows that no matter what she does, he's good regardless. So that's why he don't care. She could gather all the evidence in the world. It's not going to change anything. That's clear. Here we are 4 years later, and he's still up to get custody of the little girl that he's been assaulting for her whole life. That's how fucked up this situation is.
Well, I thought she went back to the mom. She was able to go back to the
mom. He's actively in custody in court trying to take her back as we speak.
What?
Yes. That's why all this has been made public, because she doesn't want to go with him. And he's still pushing for it.
Well, she's at the age where she can be like, fuck that. I'm not going to.
It was no bullshit. So it was Grant, and they told him that he's old enough to fight it. He's old enough and big enough to fight off his dad himself, and by law made him stay there. He didn't want to stay there either. He was 16. Apparently those laws are not in Tennessee where if you're old enough you can say what parent you want to live with. That's not the case.
Do we know anybody that lives in Tennessee?
I don't think that's in here right now.
I'm going to have to reach out to family members.
I was going to say, we know that they got access to the damn home security systems as of last week, and its plot thickens.
What? I contact, have my mom contact the family because I don't understand what the fuck to say. Yeah, don't worry about that.
Hey, I could translate for you.
Banjo in the fucking background, 2 spoons fucking smacking off something and shit.
Hey, I speak hillbilly. I can translate.
All I heard was Ruben. How you doing?
You want to do? What did you say? You want to see homos naked? Home is where you make it. The water boy, and where you make it.
Right.
He said, "You want to see homos naked?"
Why is every time like my mom's talking to these people, I hear like fucking banjos and spoons going off a washboard and shit, and everybody's like, "What the fuck is going on over there?"
Yeah, hold my beer and watch this.
You know what I mean? Like, you don't go up into these motherfuckers' neck of the woods.
Yeah. Hey! They had a whole conversation. You don't even know. Did it with their teeth, like whistling.
How they ain't got no teeth and they still can whistle. I'm like, how the fuck is that even possible?
You don't need your teeth, sir. They're more of an obstruction. Now you just got a clear fucking lots of saliva.
I think I've
lots of saliva. I tell you that.
I guess they talked to heard them like once.
And they can whistle through their dentures. Thank you very much.
Right.
Sometimes it just whistles when they talk. Herbert the pervert.
From my understanding, though, you know what I mean? Like, they are very loyal. You know what I'm saying? You tell them about some shit and it don't seem right with them. I don't want. Yeah, well, it's okay. You give me that address, and we go get the boys. And boys, let's go get them. As
Oh yeah, and they ain't seen nothing. Yeah.
And they just told the sheriff, "Well, sheriff, he killed my dog." Okay, enough said.
Yep, and that's it. So I kicked his ass like Joe Dirt. What is that? I took him to the damn railroad tracks and
Right.
the dog. He left me on the tracks.
Said, Mom, how in the fuck do you understand that shit? But you can't speak Spanish.
Cause she's a white lady.
I know.
You're confused. She can't speak Spanish, but she can understand it.
Well, ain't
She can't
that,
speak it, but she understands it.
That brown feather son, y'all. You still white? We family. Huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kinfolk. That
Yeah. That's what they say, kinfolk. We kinfolk over here. Kinfolk over here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm like, what part of the family? Family? What you talking about? Family? We kinfolk. Kinfolk? What the?
Yeah. You think that matters? Shit, look at the third cousin over here. That's in the damn that we got two baby daddies with. You don't kinfolk is kinfolk. None of that shit matters.
Right. Yeah.
Home is where you make it. Third cousin, that's just a gray area, don't you know? Don't be worried about my ancestry. That shit's the thing. It's a setup. You better, you ain't getting my sample. You better fucking find out.
That shit's fucking hilarious. Boy,
Yeah.
you ain't got no fever. Shit, it's like
We're related by marriage. It's all right. It's good. We grew up together, but hey, it ain't like there's gonna be no cyclops in the basement. Just chill. Like it ain't West Virginia, but it's Jerry Springer as fuck.
Right. Like I would be like say something like, "Yeah, you guys gotta go into town." Like, no, we gotta go into the city. Like, no, isn't that like?
No, yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go over yonder. Over there.
Yeah, over yonder. That's not a city. It's like a town, dude. Like, there's only like 4 people.
And get away from the winder. And don't you know that's a yeller school bus.
Right? They love them some Walmart. I mean,
that's how my grandpa talks white bullshit. Like, I'm not even joking.
I gotta show them ID for ammunition. Bullshit. I just reload my own shit.
And y'all in Gunna and Fitna.
Yeah. Right, I'm finna make some collard greens.
Y'all. Like, y'all didn't suffice, so all y'all.
Is y'all gonna stay for dinner? I'm gonna go catch it right now, or go kill me a deer or whatever the fuck, like, oh, you're actually gonna go get it right now. That's how
and then you're gonna sing it, and we're gonna do it all right here, and you're gonna watch, and you're still gonna have an appetite and eat that shit.
Right. Like
toilet, that's a fact.
Boy, you ain't never killed nothing. Oh, okay, come on with us then. I ain't gonna know.
I don't know, Daddy. Like, we don't. We have outhouses. I'm just kidding.
You scare me more than fucking some of the gang members I know. What the fuck? Gang member? What the fuck? Ain't no gang member over here.
We can put toilets in the damn double wide. We might go through the floor. I'm just kidding. We didn't have no plumbing. Are you for real? Come on. You had to make a choice. You needed outside or inside, and we needed that shit outside. Yeah, like hell. We don't need to wash our hands, but we might need to fucking spray the damn mud off of the side by side. You got to delegate what's important.
These motherfuckers, though, man, they're like they're like hillbillies or whatever the fuck you want to call them. But there's some engineering ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? They'll make some shit work. It's like give them some duct tape.
It's called MacGyver. Yeah, I know. My husband is one of them. Like, I'm like, dude, what the fuck? How did this? I don't even want to know how you got here. Like, I took this and this from this, and look at this, and this is what it does now. Look, I'm like, what the fuck?
He made it better.
He's more gooder.
It's more gooder, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this was broke, and this was this, and this was this, and now all of it together. Look, it's working. Look at this. You ain't never seen it do this before.
I took the tranny out of your grandma's, car and put this and then put that and then and like they made a fucking
Yeah, that's
robot and
and
shit.
then you had a swamp buggy. It's called Frankenstein.
It's like, hold up, your grandma's car is like brand
Motor and
new
it's
and
got a
shit.
Chevy transmission and it's got the frame of a Blazer and what the fuck are you saying?
I would love to hang out with like just like maybe like a week with them motherfuckers. You know what I mean? It'd be like me sitting around the campfire and shit, and all of a sudden I'm beginning to learn their language and it's like, oh, I can
We call
understand
that a
what you're saying.
bonfire. Grow up. That's not a campfire. Who's camping? If it's in your backyard, it's just a bonfire, my guy. Or just a Saturday night.
Right.
Fucking
And it's
campfire. Who's camping?
drinking
You
that
don't need a fire
moonshine
to camp.
shit. It's
You
like,
don't need
oh,
a you don't need to
I'll
be
bring the
camping to
beer.
fire.
Bring the beer. What you talking about? Bring beer. We can make our own shit here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Oh,
BYOB.
you know what I mean? I'm like, I gotta go get some gas. Just put some of this moonshine up in that motherfucker. Here, go get you
Yeah,
something
who's got
gas.
gas? That's dangerous. You just
Right?
you don't you just go ahead and spit over there and just take a sip and spit.
Just don't
Why you
drink
bullshitting?
out of this cup. Like,
Who
which cup?
drinks out
They
of
all
cups?
look the
Everybody's
fucking
drinking that shit
same.
from the can.
For real. They drink that shit like what the fuck? Like, I don't know. I never been out there.
Yeah, and
Maybe it's gonna be
moonshine is
cold.
not even like you can buy it in the damn store now. They got moonshine cherries, moonshine fucking.
Yeah, but that shit that they make is like some fucking like was it like white lightning type shit, rocket fuel or
No,
something.
that's it. Probably could you probably could run the motor off of it, but I mean
You
it's still
could,
drinkable.
yeah,
Yeah, but who wants
you
to waste
can.
it for that? You can just run the dirty shit through your car. You can't drink gas, so you have to weigh out your options. But I
Turpentine,
tell
I
you
think
what,
that's what they call it.
it
Turpentine.
burns the whole way
Turpentine.
down. I don't give a fuck if it's apple pie, blueberry. That shit don't do nothing but
Right.
make it give you a aftertaste that might still be good, but it's not. It don't make it burn no less.
They poured some on some concrete and some metal, like some steel and shit, and it melted through that shit. And it's like, how come it's not burning your motherfucking throat and stuff?
Oh, it
Boy,
is.
you don't
It
know.
usually don't stay in your stomach long enough to be a problem because
It's funny.
I don't know. Ask Popcorn Sutton. Ask him.
It'd be like whenever they mention, somebody that's passed away, grandpa, and then everybody just gets silent real quick for like 2 seconds, and it's like,
That's the moment of silence, motherfucker. Show
yeah,
respect.
that's right, you know what I mean?
Man, that's like you mentioned Dale Earnhardt. My grandpa. Everybody takes their hat off. You give your fucking respect for Dale. I'm not
How
even
is
kidding.
it
That's the
like?
only time I ever see my grandpa cry was when Dale Earnhardt died.
How is it like this? I mean, like, they be talking, and it's like, okay, you know what? They need to get a hold of like the other family members that maybe like, I don't know, a few miles away or some shit, and they just do something like whistle, bang, boom, whatever, bird sounds and shit, and all of a sudden there's like 30 motherfucking people there.
No, Meemaw would say it was telegraph, telegram, telekaylee.
Word travels faster on this motherfucker.
I'd have to go stand outside on one foot in the middle of the road like a fucking flamingo with my phone upside down to get service. But hey, I'll get the message out.
Right?
No,
Like,
we didn't
y'all
have
want
Wi-Fi
to
out there,
be
dude. It was
kidding me?
fucking dial-up. We had dial-up out there. You hear the boo-doo-doo, and it ching like a freaking fax machine, and then there's no way. Internet was not a thing out there. Still ain't.
Uh, be like,
That's what it
Mom,
was
I'm gonna go
called.
out to Tennessee to go see the kinfolk. She'd be like, no, you ain't going by yourself, are you? Like, yeah, why not?
I'm going
Kinfolk
to
is kinfolk,
Meemaw's. That's
right?
all. It was. We
Yeah.
just go to Meemaw's. Everybody knows me. And Meemaw's is the spot. Something goes down, everybody meets at Meemaw's.
Uh,
Even if it's good, bad, Christmas, or we need to talk about how to get rid of a body. Everybody meet at Meemaw's. I'm just kidding.
right? But it's like that. It's like, first of all, was it justified? Like, how do you, what's justified? How can you justify the shit? Well, there's plenty of ways
Did
to
you feel
justify
better afterwards? Okay, yeah, that's a yes. We're gonna check that as a yes. Justice is served.
it. Right. They didn't say thank you. Oh, hell to the no.
They kicked my dog.
Right, exactly. Yeah. What you kicked my dog for? You trying to bite me? Yeah, but you don't kick the dog. That's my dog.
He's got feelings and he's got rights.
Oh my goodness. I've never been out there, but I can only imagine. My mom tells me shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know. White people are funny.
Right, exactly. Whatever it was. I mean, who knows what, how many times. I have no idea. I mean, I can try to ask the EMS if they were. I was just curious. If they were in the ignition or in his pocket. I doubt they were in his pocket because second lot, and then maybe as it was going down the ditch, it went this way just a little. So it was just a little off exact center. It was about like that instead of that.
This
And
motherfucker's
you
way
can
too
see,
much detail.
well, and who knows? I don't know because, like I said, the truck is settled.
What's the fucking handprints on the back? Is that like a sticker? Look at the tailgate.
Yeah, it was. Why is it upside down?
Because she's kind of upside down. She's kind of at an angle. But regardless, is that like a... who gets that on the back of the truck?
Right? Like, what is that shit?
Why does it look like blood?
Well, I mean, well, it's true too, but I mean, I've never seen anything like that. I know people put shit, maybe it's like
This was Grant's truck. Keep that in mind.
Mexican Mafia JK. It'd be a black hand.
Yeah, you can see. Well, and who knows? I don't know because, like I said, the truck is settled. Whether it needs to be fixed, whether I sell it or decide,
Oh gosh, I can't even think that far yet.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying down the road, not right now.
Before you sell it, I know.
Or if I do, or whether I don't.
Well, I mean, I know some of the boys are wanting to see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So let me make a few pictures.
Look at. Are they walking the path?
Yeah.
They're at the place walking that fucking path. Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, that she wanted, like, I don't know how she talked him into it, but yeah.
She must be from Jesus loving people. Look at the cameras, baby.
Right,
here.
So I'm literally.
Your part's here.
Sitting right there. We both pull in. I'm in the driver's seat. My car's still running.
Yeah.
Last time I see Grant.
Right.
Is literally like this, and I see him. I don't see the truck rolling yet.
Well, yeah.
I don't even see it rolling until I see it kind of settling back there. Right at that time, I get like a word email, and I'm like, I just look down for a second to see. So I didn't see to the point where he gets to this. This is the last thing I see.
Did he close that door?
He was closing the door when I saw him, and so and the doors were closed when I get out. So I don't know when the truck started rolling, because I told Sam, I said, Sam, if I had seen it start to, I would have jumped out. If I see the truck rolling, I'm going to jump out. And be like, hey, get away from it, just like whatever. Or make sure, try to pull him away or whatever.
You wouldn't have had time.
So I don't know whether he had gotten to this or if it started rolling and he goes back. I don't know.
So then next.
So all I know is I look down, then I look up, and I see the I look over here and I don't see the truck. I look in my mirror and I see the truck settling in the ditch so quickly. So I hop out immediately.
Yeah.
I hop
So
out and I
quickly.
look right here, expecting to see him like laying here
Or standing. Up there.
Yes.
Up there.
And as soon as I don't see him right here, my heart goes, and I start walking. And as I'm walking right here, the truck is angled like that.
Yeah.
And I'm looking through the windshield. So I'm like, all right, maybe he got back in the truck. And I'm walking, and he's not in the windshield.
Correct,
He's not inside.
He's not in the windshield.
He's not inside the truck. And so then my heart even goes further. And right about here, I can see his red shirt that he was wearing, and I see his face barely, because I can't see his entire body because he's under. I can only see like this right here, and I immediately just get weak, and I immediately pull up my phone to call 911, and I'm trying to be calm for them, and somebody had just run out and said, man, you need to sit down, because they could tell I was getting weak, but I needed to be strong, and I knew looking at this that humans could not, the 3 or 4 people or 5 people couldn't help at the moment, that 911 needed to get here immediately. So I'm on with the dispatch going, please get here fast.
So he was pinned over there.
Yeah, where is it?
It had already finished its roll.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it did stop.
And he was over there.
Stopped, yeah.
Okay. And you saw his
And
red.
I'm like, get here fast.
And
And I
none
still
of
have
those
the
rocks
number,
cut him up.
1357 South Water. My son there's been an accident. My son is trapped underneath the truck. And she's like, all right, give me some more information. And then once they hang up, crews are literally here because downtown is so close. They were here quickly. And somebody's like, man, you don't need to basically not come down there, because I may fall and I can't. And I'm like right here, like laying down. I'm laying down. I'm sitting
right here. Yeah.
And the crews get here, and immediately, they've got fire trucks and ambulances, and guys are getting out of the stuff with jacks and braces. Because I knew in my mind, even if, it would take maybe 20 men to pick up the front end of the truck. And even then, the weight of it could roll. So I knew we needed equipment quickly. And so they get out, and they're jacking it up. And immediately, a police officer says, Mr. Solomon, we need you to come with us in here. And at the moment, I was mad. I was like, don't take me from my son. Don't take me. Well, actually, before that, you might have heard some of that, because I'm calling you next, saying there's been a horrific accident. I'm in a panic. Just get here. We're in Gallatin. All that. Then the police officer pulls me in there.
That's when I heard it in there.
Okay.
That's when they were yelling.
Right. Yeah, because I was on with dispatch quite a while. They said, stay on the line with us. Yeah. And so they pull me in there to talk to me, and at the time I was mad, but then after the fact, I think that was so I wouldn't see everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And make it worse.
And then that's when we got them to tell us some of the regional hospital, and I left and headed this way.
Right. As soon as they got him in the ambulance, then they let me come out and basically chase the ambulance to the hospital.
Yeah, but you never made it down there.
Not all the way down there.
And you didn't open the truck doors or anything
No.
Okay.
No. Nobody opened. Nobody touched him or the truck, because there were a couple dudes.
And you just saw it here and was like, I got to call.
Oh, I got to call, because there's no way we can help him. Somebody at a higher level.
And you could see from here that he was not.
Yes. Oh no, I'm right here.
Right.
Yeah. I'm right here, and his eyes are closed. He's unconscious. There's no mouth movement. I'm looking. There's no mouth movement. There's no crying. There's no yelling. There's no moaning. There's no screaming. He's out. I know he's out.
How do you see his mouth?
Okay. Thank God.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So we've built that up a little bit. See how Sam? I know. See how?
A lot of faith in that truck.
I know. See how Sam is built up.
Oh yeah.
So if anybody comes or wants to come, they know.
I know.
But they know how to. I mean, if anybody wanted to come when they come on their own, I asked him to make like a little stand up. So he removed all the trash.
And tell them that just so they don't adjust.
Yeah. And then the other thing I wonder though is if. Did the police do anything on the truck? Like, Did they do fingerprints on the back to see if he was actually trying to stop it?
Well, it's his truck. His fingerprints are going to be on it. Yeah, I mean, he could have fingerprints.
But there's nothing back here that. Well, he loved him because he drive down. I think people thought they were Grant's hands, but they were Austin. They were Ashton's. Don't wipe them off. No. They were Ashton's, and he door dashed, and everybody thought it was hysterical because he would door dash, and when he'd go drive out, they'd see thank you and be like, yeah. So that's just so tight right there.
What's going on here?
You see this kid trying to get out of here?
I know.
They must not know how to drive in Tennessee or something. Like, why are you telling them to stop, homie? You got like 3 more feet.
Do you see anything of Grant back here?
I mean,
anything red? Anything?
I mean, nothing.
There's just no answer.
Just nothing. I mean, it's just it just is no explanation.
No, that's it.
I mean, nothing. But yeah.
Well, the explanation is he tried to save it. That's the only thing we can figure out, is because we think if he was to the side, he'd be lying down somewhere in here,
Yeah.
maybe knocked
That's the
out,
only
maybe the front wheel runs
Yeah.
over his leg and it's broken.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the only thing I can
the
think
only
of.
way he ends up down there is being behind it. The
Yeah,
only
that's
way.
it. That's the
only
only way.
Yeah.
You know that.
Okay. Did you pee?
Yeah.
I do sit with my headphones on at night, and I just listen because otherwise I go through scenarios. So if it goes back this way and he's trying to stop it, right? Stop. I can't handle that.
You're right.
I don't want you doing it either. But imagine it. If he's trying to stop and he's pushing, right? And he can't. We all know he couldn't have stopped it.
Right.
But look what's right here. If his foot even got halfway into that hole.
Well, look, I mean, it could be.
But that truck, when I let off the gas in there, it goes boom, and it picks up speed. That's what I thought too, because the speed of this truck and the weight of the truck on this hill, there's no way he could have stopped it. But I could see how. And then if he was behind it running, then he's caught up at some point. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Especially on that. There's no way to get through that hole quick.
No.
Did she say running? So now we got a theory of maximum overdrive.
Looks like he may have held.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's maximum overdrive, and the cars are chasing us now. I mean, I don't think he was a stupid kid. He would have just got out the fucking way and been like, "Oh shit, just rolling back."
I know, because this is a little bit messed up. Like,
well, that could have been from.
I know, but it's just me looking for things. They were pretty perfect. It's called a very like right there, like where all that.
He could have slipped at the edge.
Yeah. And then.
Oh yeah.
That injury occurred on the pavement, and then
he could have hit the rocks twice. He could have hit the rocks on this side.
The rocks where the blood was might have been where the head injury occurred.
Right. I mean, he could have been. His head could have hit twice.
Because I don't see. I mean, it's been.
No, there's no. No, I mean, I would have noticed blood that day. As shaken as I was, I would have noticed blood.
Yeah. There's no blood down here too, and I just walked all this. So.
No, I know.
And you know what? When I saw him that day,
one of these other
when I saw him that day, and do you agree with this? He was beautiful. Like there were no scratches, there were no.
Oh no, that's the thing, Sam. When we
There
saw
was
him in the
no.
hospital.
Oh my
There was
God.
no scratches.
Even a
There was
mix it.
no
I was
abrasion.
totally. Oh,
Blood.
no, I
That's
mean,
all.
He admits there's no scratches or no nothing.
I was surprised at how good he looked.
He looked an angel. There was
Because
no.
I said, because I immediately told Angie and Gracie, I told Angie and Tuesday, I said, he's going to look great. Because he looked good.
Now his jaw was
this
messed up.
now this side of his face had been hit, I think, impact.
Yeah.
And they said that he had fairly, back of the head damage, but it wasn't like,
Yeah. I want to just ask him if I can put a flower. Okay. 6-lane highway, 5-lane. No one saw anything. Business up here looks like maybe a camera there, maybe. Business over here, bait company, house, wine and liquor, something right here. But look at this. That ravine is as tall as me when I stand in it. There's one over here that's deeper and taller. And all these kids are parking on these hills. However, these kids over here are the ones that throw 100, and they're now parking over there. They don't park over here.
Okay, two things do not add up that are not logical. Number one, Grant did not have time to get all the way behind the pickup.
No.
So when you put that car in drive, it starts rolling
and you heard
immediately.
Sam said it got to 20 miles an hour just like that.
Right. When you put that car in drive, it starts rolling immediately. You don't have time to get out of the truck. When you put it in neutral, it takes off. The only position is park, and it stayed locked. That the truck stayed still. But the other concern that I have is if Grant was drugged underneath this truck, the grass is undisturbed where he would have been drugged. So here's a 200-pound person, 6'4", being drugged underneath a truck, and the twigs are not even snapped.
No. Why is there nothing but one rock with blood? I mean, there's nothing. I mean, there's absolutely nothing. There's nothing. This has definitely had water come through it.
Yeah.
Right? But he had to come down this under that truck, and Sam said it may have bounced and freed him and then landed on him, but then it wasn't on him. But there's nothing else over here.
Mark.
And nothing.
How could your dad
There is no, even the
out of the car if it wasn't in park? I don't know. I don't know your dad.
rocks are still laying in the proper direction, the opposite direction. Looks like they haven't even been shifted until you got up there and we saw the cracked one. Nothing. Okay, what's the second thing? Is that all of it?
The grass and the fact that the truck was rolling too fast before he even had a chance to get out.
Right.
He didn't have time to get
okay,
out.
And the other thing is that now Aaron was parked on that side, so Grant's truck was staying where Grant's truck was. Grant's truck was here, and we've been told all along that Aaron parked on this side of him. This side.
The
and
right
he looked
side.
over and pointed and saw Grant. And now he's on this side.
Now he's on the left side.
And looks up and sees him at the, yeah, totally different.
It comes back. It was like up here. So then the front end is like here, and he's laying here, and the truck is like
So
this, and it had come down and it settled.
Fast Eddie brings up a good point. Let's just say that, you know what I mean, the dad did what he did, fucked him up or some shit. How did you get him in the ditch? Well, I'm thinking, maybe they get into a fight, whatever, and the last blow, whatever, the dad gives him, he lands in the ditch, right? So then maybe he walks back up to the truck and then fucking either puts it in neutral or whatever the fuck he does, and then lets it roll down. You know what I mean? Because obviously he was
Or
not
sees him getting back
drugged.
up and jumps in the truck and
Correct, or he could have done that as well.
right. Because I think he immediately started panicking, thinking, "Oh God, if the kid tried to take off running, which would make sense why he has a bruise in his eye, and then all of a sudden, if you were actively fighting, why would you turn your back to a person you're actively fighting unless you're running?"
Right. Maybe he threw
And
the
if he
rock
had
in
his
the
gear
fucking
already
thing.
and he had his ball bag and his bat on his shoulder, that could be how he got the bat. He turned his back to him, dad grabs the bat, and boom.
Right.
And that's why, or it could, with the bat, could just be something he says to throw people off, and what if it was the rock?
Very true.
Because that is the only thing that had blood on it. And mind you, the glasses flung off and his phone flung off to where it was up there in the grass area by the sidewalk, not the parking lot, which is where the initial contact would have been made, and that's where he should have lost. The thing should have went flying.
Right. Absolutely, Eddie. 100% he was not fucking hit or drugged by this
No,
fucking
no, I
truck.
don't know that he wasn't hit by the truck, but he was not run over by the truck, period, at any mile per hour, or his body would have, would have tire marks. There would be crush injuries, broken bones. There's none of
Right.
that. The only broken bone is a skull fracture.
But from a
So,
rock.
right,
Or
yeah,
we
that's
don't
what I'm saying.
know.
If the tire rolled over him, any part of his body, even his head, it would be more than just a fractured skull, and there would be crushed bones.
Correct.
And
Correct.
there's no burn saying that he was up against the motor. Everything under that thing should have been hot after an hour drive.
Yeah,
He
not
should
hit
have
or
burns.
run
His
over.
clothes should be burnt. Right,
Right.
exactly.
But so it could, he technically could have rolled it back, thinking that, he's gonna roll over him or some bullshit so he can stick with the story, you know what I mean? And the truck
Right,
absolutely does not fucking hit him at all because he's already in the ditch and his legs are fucking towards the street, you know what I'm saying?
right.
And
And
his
he just
glasses
puts it
are
in the
right there.
ditch.
Right.
It puts it in the ditch just so that it jumps out.
Right, right, exactly. And this tells everybody, oh, I don't know, it just mysteriously fucking rolled back.
Right, exactly.
You can, Roddy Prady, if you're talking about like, sometimes you can fuck with the ignition thing sometimes, and you could take the key out.
Yeah, but
I've
not with a
had done,
2015. The security systems are a lot
right,
different now on the newer ones.
say this is 1993, so
Yeah, this is a brand new 2015. There's definitely like security features and shit that are, who's to say that it was even the key had to be in the ignition at all? What if it's push to start?
it's
We
true
don't
too.
know.
You know, you can use a tap. I don't know if you guys know what tap is. You get like a key that kind of is
Yeah,
like a
that's just,
Toyota
it's
key.
got to be in the vehicle and it'll start, but you got to put your foot on the brake, and then as long as the key's in the vicinity, you push the button.
No, I'm talking about tap, like stealing the car. You tap
Oh,
it. Yeah.
I don't know nothing about that.
Oh, my bad. Neither do I.
You're.
Reminiscing of some shit that I don't know
It was
about.
an automatic, Eddie.
The car, see, here's the car can't slip out of park because he even tried it. Like he put it to where, like, say the little
It was
shifter was in the
halfway.
middle. Yeah,
Right. It
and
tried
it
to put it
automatically
halfway and it
shifts it.
won't.
Yeah,
It
it
jumps
won't
back up to park. Yeah, it won't
unless
let you
you
just stay in the
force it
middle.
past that little what would you call tooth, you know what I mean, whatever that
Yeah,
would make
the
it
little
come
groove.
into, yeah.
Right. Yeah. And then it won't let you if you have it in neutral, it won't let you turn the truck off. It's got to be in park or it won't turn off.
And then why would, like, to me,
Oh, he's referring to
the
Roddy's
parking
dad's
brake.
car.
Oh,
Okay.
my bad. To me, the parking brake is like just an automatic. I just automatically do it. You know what I mean? And it's a foot one. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna assume,
exactly.
that this kid
I
would
mean,
do
it
the
wasn't
same.
necessary. It's not like the parking spots on an on a incline. It's not an incline until you get closer to the driveway. Right there, the ditch. It's not like the road is like that.
Right.
Like he said, the tires are straightforward because backing up would be straightforward.
Backing up would have been fucking way over to the where that red truck was. You know what I mean?
No, but I'm saying if you park on a hill, aren't you supposed to turn the wheel and put it in a parking brake?
Well, that's
Or is that a curb?
if you're the curb, you're parking on the hill next to the curb. You know what I mean? It's so that it turns into the curb and then it'll stop, most likely, unless you have big wheels and it just roll over. But yeah, it's for a curb. Like, no, when you park on a hill, like technically something like this, you just put it in park and then what you call it, and put on the parking brake.
Interesting.
But look
And let's
at that.
listen
I
to the
mean,
rest of it.
yeah,
Yeah,
look at
let's
the
listen
way
to
it
the rest of his
was.
description.
Yeah, and then the turn. That's just crazy.
Right.
Let's hear your shit.
So you can see the back left bumper must have took the brunt. It must have angled as it came down here and took the brunt of these rocks first.
Right.
But it went through that. It didn't stop like this.
Right.
It settled and was like that. So.
Right. Right. This is the worst part about like right here, I mean, none of them have guardrails. I mean, like, they're so easy, and this is so shallow, like. Not realize that's here.
A guardrail could have done just the same damage.
Do what?
A guardrail could have done the same damage to his body.
Yeah, that's true.
It might have rolled through the guardrail.
I said I want to go back. Do you see any part of him to take with me?
You know what this is?
I
don't know. You know what this is?
Yes, it's
Is
straw.
that intent?
No, this is a straw
Oh,
to clean your straws from fancy
from the
drinks.
the cooler cups.
What is? Yeah. What is that?
This is just a coffee lid.
And I don't know, some of this stuff, like, I don't know if this is from, I don't think this is from Grant's truck. I think this has been here.
That's been there a while.
Yeah, it's been here a while.
But that was the rock.
Well, I'm not.
You want it?
I do want it.
I think so.
And
I'm
this,
not
look, there's
100%
blood
positive.
on that too.
Yeah.
Like that
That's
too.
what I think.
Thank
From, you know.
And this is, I think this is impact.
Very like.
Can you get that too, Sam? All of it.
Yeah. You have a box.
Do we have a bag in our car?
Give me a bag.
No, it has. So the truck was, like you were describing yesterday. I mean, you have to go back through it again, but I have to record only because I can't remember. So like last night I watched. Oh, Aaron, you don't have to do that.
It's like this.
You don't have to do that.
There's
Yeah.
right front tire is right here.
Motherfucker.
The left front tire is in front of his legs.
Left front, so he's fully underneath the truck.
So he's fully underneath the
except
truck.
for his feet.
But the truck is this way now?
No.
The back is up here.
The back's up there.
The back's up there. Back's up there.
The front tire
front
is
is
like where Sam's
Front's over here.
Pointing downwards towards
Yes.
the hill.
Yeah.
Right. It's the front bumper is probably resting against there. So
Yeah.
the right front tire is probably about where Sam's knee is, or right in here.
Yeah.
And
Right
then
front.
the left front tire
Left
is
front
probably right in there-ish. You know, not
Oh,
exactly.
so he's kind of way out in front of even legs and not
behind.
The motor.
He's underneath the main.
Well, where are his legs coming out? Behind that tire or in front of it?
behind the tire.
Okay. You don't have to lay down here and do that
No, it's
stuff.
just, so I couldn't have done that about 20 minutes ago. But
Okay, what is?
That looks like bubble wrap. That's fine, yeah.
Oh, that's perfect. No, it was harder for me than I thought.
Okay, I don't see anything else that looks like his blood.
No, I don't either.
So where was Grant's head?
That's what I was
Right here?
I was laying down.
Yeah. Oh,
Where we got that rock from?
Right there is.
It looked like there was blood right there, and then he was describing
So
that
he was under the bumper.
No.
the truck.
He was under. The bumper's where you are. The back bumper's there. So he's under
Yeah,
the
we
front
gotta
end of the car.
reverse.
So look. So the right front tire was right in like this neighborhood-ish. So his head was inside the tire there.
He's underneath the motor.
He was underneath the motor.
Motor.
Then the left,
Like his head was.
between his head and chest, and then the left front tire was probably here-ish, and his feet were behind it. So neither one of the tires were physically on him when the truck settled.
And also the truck wasn't pinning him when the truck settled.
Not
I mean, wasn't pushing down.
But it was so close that it would have been tricky. I mean, you wouldn't want to pull him through this anyway. Like, you wouldn't want to try to pull his legs through all this.
This is the spot right here. I don't know how to mark that if I came back to put something here. How would can we make so that we know that's the spot, and I could bring, I don't know about flowers on the side of the road, but I think
I'll just stack a few rocks like this.
yeah, and then let's put how about this one is real obvious black
Put
one.
this one. Yeah, so it's
Wait, what's that?
just a big rock, so it can
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice.
Can't believe that is. Well, Hannah and Gracie wants to come, and Hannah wants to come, and but they're not ready yet. But I thought we could like a flower or something, and I hate to drive by and see those things on the side of the road, but something, right? That's tasteful.
Yeah.
Because that's where Grant went to heaven.
Thank you. Yeah. So he came down that.
And I can't remember if I told you this. When I went to get the thing from the father-in-law, so the father-in-law, the guy who owns it, was going to find stuff that he couldn't do. Grant's phone and glasses.
Wow.
So when I went and picked up that stuff.
So it came down this.
Yes. Came
down this.
Through it.
I think I can see the path. Okay, so he was parked there. Where were you? Were parked there.
Yeah, I was right where the gray car is.
There. And then this came down this way. And somehow he was out in front of it. I can't figure that part out.
Well, Sam and I both figured we think that he might have tried to stop it the only way he gets behind it. Because if the door hits him, he should be to the side a little, and maybe it runs over him and he's laying up there instead.
But where would he try to stop it, from behind?
From behind. That's what we both think, is maybe he tried to get behind it to stop it. That's the only thing we can.
But and it seems like the odds though of it, I mean,
I know.
It's all in God's hands. But it seems like the odds of him ending up in the front from the behind and straight.
Well,
let's say he was.
had to have bounced when it hit this.
Let's say
Right.
And so he might have been behind it up until this point, and then when it bounced, it kind of bounced over
him.
Let's say he was behind it to here, and then he falls, and it drags him the rest of the way. I mean, he could have rolled and dragged, and
then it bounced over him, maybe.
Right.
He got down here.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it definitely bounced to end up
right.
this side of the deal.
Right. And at some point, the axle may have hit impact here.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, and I was under the truck yesterday, so I saw where the explosion of blood.
He could have hit him there and there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
He could have hit the rocks twice.
I mean, no one could survive this terrain with a vehicle. It is. It's just.
I mean, this is as deep as me tall.
Yes.
Yes.
That's a lot of force coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of force. The truck's not a lightweight.
No.
Toy.
See, and when the crews got here, they immediately got out of their vehicles with jacks for the front end, but they also had braces all around to try to not let it move as they were jacking up.
Right.
So I was telling Sam, look, I mean, if it had been the back end on top of him, I would have tried to pick it up.
Right.
But there's no way.
And
but you also have to worry about it rolling more on anybody, on him. So professional equipment needed to get him out.
Yeah.
These guys came and looked at it?
A couple of them, and then a couple of guys that drove by.
While it was happening?
No, I mean, well, I mean, I don't know about while they were extracting.
I mean, but
because a police officer made me go inside while they were extracting, and at the time I was mad because I was like, I don't want to leave my son. But I think in hindsight, I think he was trying to not allow. I think he didn't want me to see the extraction.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it was good.
Nobody in there actually saw it.
No.
But they saw the after effect.
Yes.
And there is nothing around here with.
No.
Yeah, it is. One thing I want to do, we had a friend with a Tacoma that was on a boat slip, and it slipped out of gear, and I wanted to put it in park.
And Sam and I
kind of
wait
jump
on you.
on
We
it.
just did a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Sam, explain to them what you told me about the park, too.
You guys know what a parking pall is?
The what?
A parking pall. Parking pall is a pin. It's only about a ½ inch in diameter, and it's only about, it only sticks out about a ½ inch. When you put a vehicle in park, that parking pall goes into a hole and stops the whole mechanism from moving anymore inside the automatic transmission. That pin has to align directly with that hole every time. Apart from the parking brake, that's the only thing that stops the vehicle from moving while it's in park. Is that parking pall pin. And trust me, I've overhauled hundreds of transmissions. If that sucker didn't go directly in there, or if it's partially in there, it's very likely it could slip.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Come up this way.
Don't want to go back the way he did. I'm good.
What was he? 6 foot? 6'4", 6'5"? 6'2". 6'2", 6'4". If he was in the back, and let's say, like how this dipshit is trying to say, oh, we think he was, from the back. How in the fuck did he end up sideways, but nothing run over him or no drag marks still? You know what I mean? Like, it just makes no sense whatsoever. Six three. And how does he keep saying that he sees his face? How can you see his face if, like, he's damn near in the middle of the fucking truck, underneath the truck? See the windshield? Or is that just something that you put to, I can't tell. Is that something like a shade? Is that something to hide the windshield or to hide the sun? Or is the windshield fucked up? Can you guys tell? I can't make it bigger. Oh, okay. Doesn't it look like the tires kind of like turned? The front tires turned to the, like, if it's gonna make a right, like if he was going forward, it was gonna make a right. So if they're turned to the right, how in the fuck does it go to the left if it's backing down? And they should be turned to the left now. Or am I tripping? Let me see. I'm backing out. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tripping. Like, so Eddie, the thing about the bumper that bugs me is, why is there no scratches from those rocks? There's no grass hanging from it or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? That's The only thing that bugs me, it would make sense though that okay, it hits and with the force of it going backwards, it pops up and it stays like this, right? But you don't see no grass, no scratches. You know, so what's your thoughts? Anybody? Anybody got any thoughts? Anybody got any thoughts of how he was able to say that he saw his face and how his legs are sideways, pointing towards the street? And if nothing's on top of him, holding him down, why wouldn't you pull him the fuck out? Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, Buff. It's not okay, yeah. Like I said, the reflection kind of made it look like it was busted. Hashtag confirmed. So what do you think, Kaylee? No, low, 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 hello. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
That was super weird. I'm like, dude, what the heck? Like, I'm sitting there talking to myself, and then I finally figured out it wasn't working because I have it on my TV, and my avatar is not bouncing, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Right.
I'm like talking my natural ass off, and I'm like, dude, like, I'm like, it's normal for Eddie to ignore me. Puff Muffin, are you ignoring me? I was like, oh shit. I'm like, you little motherfucker, you made me go back to these pictures, then you're gonna ignore me?
Right?
But no, what I was pointing out before I got rudely interrupted by this rude ass computer, like, why are there rocks over here to begin with?
Right.
Okay,
I was
like these.
thinking that too. Like
And why
maybe
is like the grass tore up over here? This is the grass in between the sidewalk and the 5-lane,
correct.
6-lane highway, and that looks like there's ruts.
Correct.
And he never made it there if it stopped there, allegedly, that doesn't make sense. And why is there rocks out of place over here?
Could have been the bumper, hitting them and dispersing them back that way.
And fuck the grass up too?
That's what I'm
Because
saying.
it looks like the tire spun over here.
That's
And the dirt is still spinning because there's dirt on the sidewalk right here.
mm-hmm.
There's no dirt on the parking lot.
Correct the mundos.
And there would have been there's no acceleration. How did it get traction to spin enough tire to make a rut to throw dirt with no acceleration, and it's just rolling in gear? And I wonder if this is 4-wheel drive.
I don't think so.
Even more odd, why is the back tire doing any kind of spinning then, if it's not in drive and being accelerated? Yeah, but they didn't do anything to the rear of it. From my understanding, where you see the strap, they put jacks back here, and then they lifted it in the front. Like, that's where there's a toe, a strap over here. They didn't rut it up over here. It's not like they pulled it out with a toe strap. This ain't the fucking mud hole. I don't know that they would even need anything to pull it out of. You could just get in and put it in gear and back up. It's not like it's not demobilized.
You
Like,
just
it's
have to
not.
move
They
the
just had
body.
to, right, and they got him out from underneath it.
So I would like to know how they got him out. Did they just pull him out?
Well, conveniently, the cops supposedly made him go inside, so nobody witnessed the extradition. So I don't.
So nobody's asked no questions to the fire truck people, the ambulance people, nothing like this.
Well, there's got to be like the fire people had to give a report the same way the EMS did, but you see how
Right?
fucked up that report was. I can only imagine it's probably just as bad.
That's true.
But okay, here's the tire tracks, Edwina. It says, okay, hold on. First, let me read the description. It says, not only are there no tracks at the top, tire tracks on the sidewalk prove the truck drove forward. And then this says left rear tire track vehicle drove forward. And let me zoom in a little bit more. And then move over. Okay, there we go. See the tire track right here? And then this is like the dirt right there,
Right.
And then this is the fire rescue. They put this there as a stopper so that the truck wouldn't roll when they lifted it.
Right.
This Galveston Fire Department rescue.
He said they put jacks underneath the bag. Are you fucking a moron? Well, obviously.
Yeah, like this is like a fucking auto shop or something.
Right.
It's just. Okay, then we have. Oh, sorry. Let me show you the rest of the track.
Traction dirt for sure, and that's from the.
Yeah, and that's not from the parking lot. That's coming. Yes, that's in between the road. Yeah. In between the. Yeah, exactly. So let's go over here. The next one, it says the rear right tire track is also clearly visible. The absence of tracks at the top and the presence at the bottom were ignored by the Gallatin police. Here we go. Zoom out a little bit so you can see it all.
See, look at all the dirt and shit like it was spinning.
Yes. It doesn't. You have to push the gas for that to happen. And if so, there needs to be a huge recall on every Toyota on the fucking that's on the streets, because nobody's safe if that's the case. We got Christine on our hands.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, now look, this is. What is this?
I think it's showing that the tire.
This is like a just.
You know what I mean? Tire marks.
Yeah, but I see that, but I'm saying, what is this like? Where are we at right now? Is this on the parking lot, or is this
on the
behind
sidewalk.
it? Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. Interesting. Okay, and what's all this?
That's dirt.
Okay, and that's a rock, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's tracks.
Right.
And what is this? Like pieces of plastic, or just what is that? That doesn't make any sense.
Maybe some trash that might have been underneath the tires or some shit like that threw it up with the dirt.
But that's a lot of dirt. Look at the significant color, how dark it is here and how light it is. That's a lot of dirt. Like, it doesn't make no sense.
Like the truck was spinning.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And
to try to maybe go away or move some more or some shit.
Or maybe it never backed in at all and it came from this way.
Forward, yes. That's what they're suggesting. The pictures before that you showed, that's what it suggested.
And that's what it looks like.
Right.
And, you know, that's just my opinion. I mean, I'm no expert, but apparently neither are these fucking idiots. Okay, now next we have Grant's glasses were found up by the sidewalk. Grant could not see without his glasses and always wore them. If his glasses are here, the obvious conclusion is that Grant was last standing here, not at the top of the parking lot.
Correct.
Well, that's just logical, yeah. Okay, so this is his glasses right here. Okay, and where are we on the sidewalk?
And it's not, and they weren't even found like underneath the truck. It was like off to the side or some shit like that, I believe.
What?
Yes.
Okay, this is getting super weird. That grass is thick and green. It wouldn't throw that much dirt and not thrown it forward when driving into the ditch. Well, I don't fucking know then. You have a suggestion on how that got there like that then? Because, wait a second. Okay, hold on. No, let me not go there. Okay, by the driver's side door, a bloody rock is circled on the left. Grant's glasses are circled by the sidewalk on the right. Okay, so hold on. Hold on. Let me process what this means. So his glasses are here. So that would mean that the point of impact, when whatever hit him, whether it be the rock, whether it be the truck, or whether it be anything, it happened at the sidewalk, not up there. Okay, so there would be no dragging, which would make sense, which would mean whatever happened, which mean whether it be the blow that blacked his eye, whatever happened right here. How did he get under the truck up here? And the rock is bloody right here.
Well, he's not underneath the tires, remember? He's underneath the fucking what do you say?
Axle, whatever, the transmission or whatever.
Yeah, the axle. And not only his head's not near the fucking driver's side, it's near the passenger side axle.
What?
Front passenger side axle.
I'm so confused.
How the fuck did we see his face?
Yeah. And why is there blood right here on this rock? And his glasses are over here.
Right. Like Puff had mentioned something, and you had kept mentioning it too. How do we know the bat? You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, he gets the last blow from the bat. Bink. His glasses come off. He falls into the fucking ditch.
Or he could have
And
glasses when he took the blow to the eye, and I think he took off running. Because why would you turn your back to him? He had a bruise on his upper thigh and underneath his left eye. And he had he had damage to his jaw, like he was cold cocked. And if he'd turned his head and ran, which he would have, he was scared of his dad. That could explain why he had the opportunity to turn his head to be hit in the back of the head with a rock or the bat. And I almost think more of the bat because of the fact that the bat is missing. Still to this day, it's never been accounted for. And we know that it should have been with the rest of his gear in the back seat of his truck.
What if it's like this? So his dad fucking hits him with the bat, right? And then his glasses come off. The blood comes onto this rock. He's still alive. You know what I mean? And
yeah, because he would bleed more from the jaw. Right, he would be bleeding from the jaw, and then that would make more sense than to have, the blow to the head laceration, because I'm sure it bled, but not. He'd have been leaking decent right here where he got hit at.
Correct. So what if he's like still alive, but like kind of
stumbling,
he's trying to get himself up, and then here comes Daddy with the truck, ba-bink, ba-bink, and
Well, look, a close-up of the bloody rock beside the driver's side front door. Grant only had 2 injuries, a blow to the jaw and a fatal blow to the back of the head. And that's, like, it almost has, splatter, Look, there's some of it here, some of it here, some of it here, and then it's real heavy here.
Right, that would be like him coming down, you know what I mean, being hit, and then falling into the ditch on that rock right there. And then, for some time, being coherent, he wakes up. Maybe he thought he was dead at that moment, and that would allow him to go get the fucking truck. You know what I mean? And then he's still moving, and I don't know. I don't know how the fucking head gets over to the right side of the truck.
Right, me neither. So this says, according to Toyota, the bumpers are meant to fold under pressure, even under minor pressure. The Gallatin police used this as evidence the truck crashed backward into the ditch. The high jack lift that was used on the front to lift the front, not the back. The front of the truck would also have caused that back bumper to come in contact with the sidewalk and fold under. Now make that make sense. It's bent up. What the hell?
No, it's bent down.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, but look at this right here. This is what I'm talking about. This is, you see the tailgate? It's like bent, like up. That's very bizarre. And then this says, while crashing backward into the ditch would have caused major damage. The minor damage to the bumper is easily explained by experts. According to truckdefender.com, most all truck enthusiasts agree, get a custom bumper on the Toyota Tacoma. The bumper isn't up to the challenges of daily life. When you get a Toyota Tacoma, the stock bumper that comes with it is designed to fold and crumble in the event you hit something. When you're in a serious accident, the more force your truck can take, the better, because it reduces your risk of injury. However, truly serious accidents aren't nearly as common as bumping into something or minor collisions. Your truck can't tell the difference between these two scenarios, and it might still crumble all the same.
I can picture the truck rolling that into that ditch. The bumper fucking takes the blunt of it because of the angle and stuff, right? And so that would bend it down and then pop the ass up because the truck's in, suspension and whatnot. So it pops the ass up and then gets stuck.
Yeah, but it's not like that.
Position.
It's like it's on the. How would it get up that inclinement over the rocks and onto the sidewalk with no acceleration if it's just rolling?
That's the $1 million question now, right?
Yeah, it says Grant was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. His father claims the truck dragged him down the parking lot into the ditch. The engine would have been burning hot after an hour drag.
The engine, look at those rocks. Those rockets are fucking jagged and shit. You know what I'm saying? I mean, come on. I'm thinking fucking the kid was there. He thought maybe he was dead or some shit. You know what I mean? He's bleeding on that rock. He's a little bit coherent. Maybe he starts to crawl a little bit. Daddy runs up, gets into the truck, ba-boom, ba-boom. And then he's like, oh my God, it fucking mysteriously came out of park.
Yeah, well, humor me this. If it backs up from here, wouldn't it stop with like this with the ass, the front end up like this with the ass end backwards? How did it go?
No.
How did it keep rolling and end up nose down like this? I don't understand that.
Okay, so if he, obviously I'm going to say that he gave it some acceleration for it to go.
No, I'm saying if it rolled. Faster. I'm just saying it rolled. Like, how did that, if it rolled, how would that happen?
No, if it rolled, could it reach
how far would it have gone on its own before it stopped?
Right.
Wouldn't it have got to about right here, and that ass end would be right here, and it would kind of be at a slope, or would it keep going?
If it just rolled, I would imagine it would have stopped. The bumper would have stopped it. Boom.
Right.
You know what I mean? And it would have been, yes, the front end would have been up, and the back end would have been down. But with a little bit acceleration, then no, the ass, bounces off because of the bumper and the suspension and tires and shit like that. So then that's why you get the face down, ass up. That's what we like to fuck. And so that's the only thing I can think of. And the kid was already in the ditch. He didn't get drugged down from the truck. He was already in the ditch. Like there's something transpired on the sidewalk, something, whatever. Like you said, maybe he ran from his dad or whatever the fuck. Because these people didn't know any commotion was going on. So
until they heard the ambulances and the fire trucks and the sirens, right? And he weren't expecting him because he didn't have an appointment here that day.
Correct. And remember, so the one story is he was parked on
this side of
passenger side of him, and then the other story
he's on this side,
on the driver's side of him. Like, dude, make up your fucking mind.
But he's implying like he parked on either side. He supposedly was there waiting, and then Grant pulled up.
Correct. Now, I think he switches it up because if he was parked on the passenger side, he would have automatically seen right away the truck
The
moving,
truck was rolling. Right,
right?
exactly. He'd
But
have
if he's
full
parked on
visibility.
the
But
driver's side,
the
then he
AC
has
was on. He couldn't see with the AC on. Come on.
right. But then he has to kind of cock his head and look over, and there's the seat and whatnot, and
Yeah,
small
he
windows.
realized being there, acting it out, how that didn't line
Right,
up. So he had to change it up quick then.
correct. So I actually think where his car was parked, where he says his car is parked on the driver's side, that's where the truck was parked.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then his car was parked where the truck was parked, and so I mean that's my thing, because it's like, no, motherfucker, your shit just don't make no sense, man.
All right, and this says this is the asphalt of the parking lot. No blood or other evidence of human flesh coming onto contact with it found. Grant's body has no abrasions, burns, or even scrapes.
Just a couple bruises on his legs or whatever, which could have been indicative of him falling into the ditch and like maybe trying to, get some
Yeah, but
coherence about
those rocks would have, you'd think he'd be scraped or bleeding, not just a bruise. Those things are fucking rough.
Not if he fell, just think, you know what I mean? And like we're saying, so he had to have been there, sitting there for a minute, or laying there for a minute, for that blood
Right.
to accumulate there. So let's just say
Right.
he was
Yeah.
knocked out. He got knocked out cold, boom, right? And then he's in the ditch. Because remember,
Right.
he's sideways, and obviously if he's sideways, that means his legs got to be fucking up, like, at a angle, kind of like towards like he was saying, towards the street and shit. So he falls, he gets knocked out into the ditch. His head bleeds a little bit.
And
He
how
starts
is
to
the fucking
decoherent.
wheel turned that way?
You know what I'm saying?
That just fucked up my whole process. Okay, so say it's backing up from up there. If the wheel was turned like that the whole time, wouldn't it have been at a,
It would have made a fucking big old,
turn?
before, yeah, it would have made a
Yeah.
turn. Yeah, yeah.
And then it gets down there, and then how does it turn like that and manage to get up the inclinement with the tire like that?
Right. Because if it
This
had
looks like
turned
it
at the
was
last
turning
minute,
in.
yeah,
Yes, but this doesn't look like it was in reverse. This looks like it was turning in, going forward into the
right,
ditch.
right.
There's no way. There's no fucking way. Okay, this says no. The direction of the front tires. Grant's body was under the front, between the tires, with his feet toward the road. So let that sink in for a second, you guys.
His feet towards the road, so that would mean they're like at an angle. You know what I
At
mean?
an
Like,
angle,
what the
diagonal. Like, how
hell?
the fuck would he even be up? You can't even see. Look at the grass.
Right? How do you see his face?
You don't.
He
No
says he
way.
saw his face.
You
He
can see
said he
his
looked
feet.
down and, you know,
That's not plausible at all.
the only other explanation about the bumper thing would be that it was already there, that the damage to the bumper was already there. But it would make sense for, I could see it, you know what I mean? Picture it coming down backwards, hitting the bottom right there, and then boom, bump, jumping up. But then I would think, with them rocks and shit like that, there would be more scratches and shit like that, or even dents into that bumper.
Or even the underneath of the car or the truck.
Possibly.
It doesn't make sense.
And so here's also too why maybe the dirt is on the sidewalk too, is because it comes down from the back, but there's really no dirt right here. And doesn't seem to be no chunks taken out right there either. So I don't know, because it would have took up some grass and shit like that with the dirt.
Right. Okay, what is going... Let me go back over here. I want to know what's going on over here. There's a pile of brush on the sidewalk over here. Where the fuck that come from? Let me go back up a little bit. That's bizarre.
The wheels
Okay,
being
over
turned like
here. You
that.
see this?
Mm-hmm.
Where'd all that come from?
That brown stuff way over there.
Yeah, like all it's like a bunch of debris and shit, like
Hmm.
grass or tree branches. Where'd that come from? And look over here.
Well, maybe some people were doing yard work.
And we should have some witnesses. Where did this? I mean,
Well, you
this is
said there
laid
was
on
some
neatly on the
construction,
sidewalk. There's no trees right here. Where
right?
the fuck did this come from?
Could the construction people happen to be some Mexicans and stuff, and they were just undocumented, and so they ran when they heard the police? I'm fucking around.
I mean, are we out here trimming trees and just leaving them on the sidewalk? I mean, there's no
Yeah,
trees over here on this side.
right. It looks like they cleaned the culvert. Yeah, like they were gonna get it. That the culvert is the cement cylinder thing, so the water flows through the.
No, motherfucker, they ain't got where the heck? There ain't no damn tree branches in the culvert. Those are cut neatly and very fucking precisely. Those have been trimmed.
But they weren't there in the other pictures, were they?
No. I am so confused. What in the fuck is happening in this godforsaken state? It almost makes you wonder, like, did this even happen? Like, right here? Like, or did it happen? Did the parking lot even, is where it even started? Like, or is this just where it ended, you know? Like, what the fuck is happening here?
I'm
It's
thinking
like,
like maybe they got out and they start arguing and shit, and like you said, he was scared of them. Shit. Let me
right.
almost. And so maybe he does run. You know what I mean? His dad fucking gets the bat. You know what I mean? Fucking hits him.
Or what if he's not by himself at all to begin with? And he seems more like the type that would, not get his
That
hands
that
dirty.
that could
Because
absolutely be a thing.
I think he lured him here to begin with, because like I said, he had no official appointment or reason to be here. And if Grant would have got inside that door, he'd have known that. And according to the people that work there, he never went in. They didn't even know there was anything going on outside until they heard the ambulances. So who's to say that before he even got a chance to get to the door and find out that there was no appointment, and the real reason he was there was to be drawn to that parking lot where he would be in jurisdiction, where he had people that he could put to his favor, and there's no cameras. I mean, think about
Well,
it. And the
so
three guys that are supposedly there, what if it's the cleanup crew? Literally, he said construction. What if he meant
how do we know that the guy that he was supposed to be teaching and stuff? How do we know this isn't a homie of his and shit like this? And it,
we don't.
he pre. I would
The place went out of business, so you can't ask anymore.
I would assume this establishment has cameras and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like just
No.
like
Not on the
ever.
outside, just the inside. No, yeah, according to the people
Just
that owned
the
it, just on the
inside.
inside. Yeah.
I don't buy that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking maybe he's a homie and shit, and it was like, hey man, fixing to do this thing. Cool. All right. And yeah, we don't have cameras. Some bullshit like this, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, let's zoom in and look.
And then it's like,
It's because it looks like it's a fucking warehouse.
let me get a little scratch off of that. He shoots him a little scratch, you know what I'm saying? And fucking then he shuts down his business.
Right. Well, that, I don't know that he didn't get bullied out of business, or maybe I don't even know. But I know when you go to the address now, it says permanently closed. No, he drives a car. I don't know what kind of car, but just a car is what I've heard.
I thought it was the car that was next to him, next to the white truck, when they were like, I'll park right here.
No, he was driving the truck. His car wouldn't have been there.
Oh, that's right. Oh shit.
That was somebody else's car next to it. So I don't know where his car. I guess in his garage or something, because I didn't see it when he was doing the reenactment at his house either.
Right.
That's interesting. I wonder if I wonder if whatever happened didn't happen with that, and then he just drew all the attention to Grant's truck so that you wouldn't ask about his car.
Well, they did say that when he got into the kid was put in the ambulance, he got in his car and followed the ambulance to the hospital, right? So
Right.
that means his car was there.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. But who's to say there's not damage to it? Because I've never seen it.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah, that's very true.
Because
But this kid just drove an hour. That fucking engine is not going to cool down in 10 minutes.
unless they were already out of the truck for a while and we're talking and something went down, which
It would have
could be
been.
easily
It would have
you know
been for like maybe a good 40, 30. I mean 45 an hour.
right, unless there's a alluded time before 911 was called, which is possible.
Right.
Okay, let's check this out, the timeline, real fast. Okay.
So I think we're in agreement. So if the truck is going backwards, it's accelerated. You know what I mean?
Right,
But
yeah,
it
it didn't
also
just roll
could have,
that way.
yeah, it also could have came forward because the kid was already in the ditch, and that's how it's sideways, blah blah blah, whatever. Or let's just say the kid was already in the fucking ditch. Can we agree on
Okay.
that? He wasn't
Yeah.
dragged.
Yeah, absolutely. Unequivocally. That is indisputable at this point. Okay, so this is the timeline. It says Angie and Aaron married in 2001 after a 6-week relationship, and with Angie pregnant with Grant, who was born in 2002. Even at this time, Aaron was abusive, essaying or violating Angie and berating her constantly. In 2006, Gracie is born. 2000. Okay, Dr. Fortell, if you ever tell anyone about anything, I will make sure you never see your kids again. Quote Aaron to Angie in 2008, and that's by I'm assuming like a counselor or something. I don't know, doctor. 2008, infidelity. Angie discovers that Aaron is having various affairs, grooming underage girls as well as hiring prostitutes. 2008, Angie begins seeing Dr. Fortell. She feels she needs help due to the pain and stress she's experiencing within her marriage. She becomes Dr. Fortell's patient, but Aaron is opposed to the idea of her speaking alone to anyone. According to Angie, during that time, he would sometimes stay with her at the hairdresser's in order to hear what she was talking about. Even at that time, he demanded secrecy. Aaron ends up joining the therapy sessions in which Dr. Fortell diagnoses Angie with PTSD and Aaron with sex addiction. January of 2011, Channel 4. While he maintains that he left voluntarily, according to Angie and other sources, Aaron is forced to resign from WSMV for having inappropriate materials on his work computer and his phone.
Yeah.
What the fuck? On the 18th of June, 2012, inheritance. Aaron's Aunt Ruth dies and leaves him a multi-million-dollar trust. This trust would start dispersing funds about 1 year later. With his newfound financial freedom on the horizon, his behavior starts getting more and more erratic and unpredictable. Okay, Dr. Reed, September 2012, therapy. Angie starts seeing Dr. Michael Reed, a psychiatrist, to help her cope with her abusive husband and figure out how to get the kids and herself out of that situation safely. In early 2013, Nashville PD are called to the Solomon residence for a domestic disturbance. The responding EMT gave the following testimony. July, Aaron Myers interview. Mr. Myers advised that he currently living in blank. Prior to that, he lived in Nashville, Tennessee, where he was employed by the Nashville Fire Department as an EMT. He stated that his job was to roll out with the NFD as a firefighter and with a dual role as an EMT. Mr. Myers stated that he recently has seen some YouTube posts about the Solomon case in Middle Tennessee. He advised that these posts jogged his memory about an incident which occurred in 2013 at a residence in Green Hills. Mr. Myers advised that he remembers one evening that Station 20 NFD responded to a 911 call for a domestic disturbance call on Abbott Martin Road in Nashville at the residence of Aaron Solomon. He was designated as Medic 20 and he responded with the fire department. He stated that upon arrival, they noticed that the Nashville Police Department was on scene and had gone inside. Mr. Myers advised that he believes that an EMS with NFD went inside the house. He does not know what treatment, if any, was administered. Mr. Myers stated that he never went into the house and he and his fellow firefighters remained in the front yard area. He stated that he and his colleagues had seen Aaron Solomon around the neighborhood before, and Aaron had at times engaged them in conversation. He stated that Aaron always seemed cordial when they encountered him. Mr. Myers advised that they were not at this call very long. He stated that while NPD was inside with the occupants, Aaron Solomon was outside and was again cordial. He stated that Aaron told them his wife is mentally ill and had caused the trouble. However, when Angie Solomon and the two children exited the home, Aaron's demeanor quickly changed. He became red in the face, and his facial expression showed that he was very angry and agitated, and it was obvious that Aaron was filled with rage. He stated that he recalled that Aaron made a few steps toward Angie but was stopped by MPD. Mr. Myers stated that Station 20 left a scene on the fire truck. He stated that he and his colleagues all remarked that we all know who the instigator in the incident is, and they were referring to Aaron. Mr. Myers advised that he does not know what occurred after he had left the scene. He stated that, the best of his knowledge, no one was transported by ambulance to a hospital. With the help of Dr. Reed, Angie begins to plan how to get her kids away from Aaron safely. She takes notes about this on her phone. The 5-year-old Gracie tells her mother that her father puts things up inside her during bath times and that it hurts. Angie is horrified. She confronts Aaron, who admits to the abuse, but tells Angie that he will take the kids away from her if she tells anyone. She would beg not to be bathed, but did I miss the signs? Angie in an email to Dr. Reed. I told you what happened if you ever talk to anyone. I told you what would happen if you ever talk to anyone about what's going on in the house, Aaron to Angie. He stated that Angie has been writing notes in her phone about how to get her and her kids away from Aaron safely, as well as notes from her therapy sessions with Dr. Reed. One day she rushes out of the house to pick up the kids from school and forgets her phone at home. When she gets back home, Aaron has gained access to her notes. He drops her phone in the toilet. What the fuck? Oh my Lanta. This dude is fucking sick.
I don't know if anybody would know this or not, but I believe that client patient
confidentiality.
It goes that goes out the door when there's immediate threat of violence or something like that.
Right.
So that
that's mandated order.
Yes.
Right.
No matter if it's a psychiatrist or not. So how come they didn't call?
Wow. Okay. So shortly after, oh my God, Aaron tries to strangle Angie with a hairdryer, and Grant witnesses the whole thing, but at the time, neither Grant nor Angie told anyone. Grant is terrified. Angie wants to protect her son from Aaron and not from him having to testify in court. Aaron lies to the hospital and Angie's parents and says that she tried to commit, Wow. On the 10th of May, 2013, Aunt Ruth's trust fund starts dispersing funds. Aaron receives upwards of $100,000 a month from May until August.
And doesn't share.
Angie takes the kids to school and even chaperones a field trip. When she gets back home, Aaron and her parents are waiting for her. They force her to go to the Parthenon Sentinel and telling the hospital staff that she had tried to commit. Speaking to Dr. Murphy, Angie explains that she did not and tells him what really happened and that Aaron had tried to unalive her. They decide to keep her overnight to protect her from Aaron and her parents. She advised that getting a restraining order against Aaron and was granted one. When she returned home, Aaron and the children are gone. She tries contacting Aaron, her parents, and her parents-in-law. None of them answer her calls. She has no idea where he'd taken them. Angie hopes that Aaron would bring the kids back home since it was Mother's Day, but instead he calls the Metro Nashville PD, lies and tells them that Angie is, wants to unalive herself again. When police show up, it's clear to them that she is not, that they leave without taking any further action. The kids are still gone. Angie realizes that Aaron is making good on his threat to take the children from her.
Right.
I did not see that. Husbands can do whatever they want to their wives. Angie's father, Dan, upon her disclosing about the abuse. Aaron still hasn't heard a word from, or Angie still hasn't heard a word from Aaron, her parents, or in-laws about the kids. She's very worried. She calls the cops to do a wellness check, and they seem to take her complaint seriously until a higher up gets Aaron on the phone. Angie would later revoke the restraining order due to pressure from Aaron and her father. They promised her if she lifted the restraining order that she would get to see her kids again.
They lied.
Yeah. Excerpt from the medical center report. The patients are telling the truth about the situation and that she was in a risky situation with her husband, who appears to possibly be volatile. The patient's parents also appeared to be unreliable sources of information. The chart indicated that Dr. Solomon, or Miss Solomon, did not have signs of depression and did not voice unaliving ideation. In May, Gracie graduates kindergarten at GCA. Angie is not allowed to come to the ceremony. In despair, she contacts a friend who's a lawyer. Together, they are able to find out that Aaron had filed for divorce and that he has also filed an order of protection against Angie on behalf of himself and their children. He returns home and brings her parents and the children with him. He pressures Angie, telling her that if she behaves according to the expectations, he and the children would stay. Aaron tricks the kids into getting in the car at 5 a.m. He lies and tells them they're going to get apple fritters for their mom. He then takes off, taking the kids with him, and they drive to the donut den getting donuts, but then Aaron did not take the route back home. Angie and Aaron appear before Honorable Judge Philip Smith for divorce hearings. Aaron is represented by David Scott and Michael Parsley, Angie by Joni Abernathy. Aaron gets Angie's father to testify against her and tricks Angie's sister into giving a statement. When Grant realized that Aaron wasn't driving them back home, he tried to jump out of the car, and Aaron grabbed Grant's wrist so hard he thought it was broke. Parsley Scott, Nashville, primary. How much money? 1,000? Okay. 4 months after the contentious hearing and Judge Smith's decision not to believe Angie or the medical experts who testified in her favor, Aaron's attorney donates $1,000. Oh, fuck. Aaron's attorney donates $1,000 to Judge Smith's campaign. No fucking shit. This is even more curious considering that Judge Smith ran unopposed in both the primary and general election that year and never even held any campaign events. So what the fuck are you donating to?
Yeah, he didn't need the money.
Yeah, that was might as well just been like a personal payment at this point. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, wow. Okay. Unbelievable. And look, it's documented right here. Primary 11/17/2013, $1,000. Like it's anyways, this is fucking crazy.
With all this stuff, these fucking nobodies, like,
no,
there's no criminal elements, none of this shit.
Okay, so Angie undergoes a forensic mental health examination that was court-ordered by Judge Smith, who also chose which doctor to send her to. Angie gets sent to Dr. Freeman, who later writes a report that agrees with Dr. Reed and Fortell. He says Angie is a loving and caring and capable mother. Judge Smith then dismisses the report he asked for from the expert he trusted for no reason.
What the fuck if you can't just nothing's going your way.
Yeah, this is in 2013, okay? Now we're still in 2013, the 16th, so this was the 7th, so like 2 weeks later. Angie hasn't seen her kids since the 21st of June. She doesn't know what to do anymore as she writes an email to her counselor. At this point, she resolved to document all the ways in which Aaron has hurt, abused, and manipulated her and their children. She realizes this would be very important if she wanted people to believe her and give her kids back. Then we got an expert. Yes, Your Honor, and it's a problem that Angie would lie to Dr. Freeman like that, says Scott Parsley, Aaron's lawyer, upon being asked about Dr. Freeman's report. Okay, now we're at Gracie's eyes after staying with her father for 6 months. What the
Wow.
fuck? February 2014, and Aaron let the kids see their mother again for the first time since June of 2013. 18th of November 2014, Gracie tells her mother that Aaron is still essaying her. At this time, he only knows Angie to see the kids during sports events. So he's only allowing her to see the kids during sports events. When Gracie is allowed to sit with her mom during a basketball game, she tells Angie that her father puts soap in her, and it stings. Angie's horrified by knowing that Aaron will deny everything. She grabs her phone and records a snippet of the conversation. Aaron refuses to let the kids see their mother for Christmas. Gracie and Grant are devastated, especially considering that this is the second Christmas they don't get to spend with their mother. During a family trip, Gracie manages to FaceTime her mom without Aaron noticing. She shows her mother bruising on the inside of her thighs, but does not remember how she got them. Aaron told her they were a rash from her swimming suit. Aaron has Angie thrown in jail over Easter weekend to stop her from talking about the abuse of Gracie. Officially, Aaron had a warrant issued against Angie for failure to pay child support, even though he had received a large amount of money from his great aunt's trust, but in reality, it was just pressuring her to stay silent. After Angie gets thrown in jail, she testified she's terrified and doesn't know what to do. She and the children spend over 2 years, from April of 2015 to early 2018, trying their best to appease Aaron and keep each other safe. During this time, Aaron has complete control over the children and Angie's life. Angie meets Patty Tremblay and Lori Ellensworth for lunch at Chili's. Both are members of Grace Chapel and sell Plexus products. Patty wanted Angie to sell Plexus under her. Angie explains that she can't sell Plexus because she has to focus on the safety of her children and the other children at school. She shares how Aaron is privately messaging young girls and says she plans to contact the school or the police. Angie further opens up about the abuse in the family. She's determined her next course of action will be... Patty and Lori are horrified. They call Bill Woodward, who then meets them, joins them for lunch, learns about what Aaron is doing, and prays for Aaron to drop dead. Angie did not know you could pray for that kind of prayer. What the fuck? Bill Woodward, director of campus safety, says he will talk to Deanna Johnson about it. Judge Deanna Johnson attends Grace Chapel with her husband, State Senator Jack Johnson, and Governor Bill Lee. Woodward later calls Angie to tell her that Johnson said he can only help us if your file comes across his desk. Angie trusts Bill Woodward and follows his advice to file for dependent neglect. When the case eventually lands before Judge Johnson, she doesn't rescue herself despite this conflict of interest. The sheriff's office report corroborates Angie's story. No members of the church are mentioned in the report, and it also confirms that Angie also reported Aaron grooming young girls via social media. In a follow-up call 18 days later, Angie gives background information about the abuse in the family to a detective. Angie meets with Jeff Long, who at the time was the sheriff at Williamson County Sheriff's Office, initially telling him that she was afraid for her safety of the students due to Aaron's grooming behavior. Patty being there will later be misconstrued by Grace Chapel as an employee of theirs calling police and taking Angie. However, according to Angie, she initiated the contact with Jeff Long, and Patty merely came along as an acquaintance. Jeff Long eventually assigns Tamika Sanders to the case. Lieutenant Sanders quickly realizes that there is much more to the case than just Aaron's inappropriate conduct with the students. She opens an investigation, and when she realizes there is also SA abuse of Gracie, she schedules a forensic interview at Davis House, a child advocacy center. And then here's the messages with the sheriff. And you can see this is the start of the message because it says you can now connect on Messenger. So that she's made the first message. Hi, Jeff. This is Angie Solomon. I hope you and your wife are well. The kids and I are in Williamson County now. I need to speak with you urgently, please. I fear for my children's lives and the children at the school. Could you possibly contact me today? He says I can have other meetings and businesses here. What time would that be? 3 o'clock. I'll be there just to ask for you at the front desk. And where is it? 408 Century Court. Okay, thank you. Aaron just sent your deputies here to take the kids, and if I had not let them go, he's charging me with Class B felony kidnapping. They went with your officers. He has them now. 6 months later, Jeff Long is appointed the Commissioner for the Department of Safety and Homeland Security by Grace Chapel member Governor Bill Lee. What the fuck? On May 7th or 8th, Bill Woodward approaches Gracie and Grant in school. He introduces himself and shows his office and tells them that they can go there if they need a place to hide. According to Steve Berger's own statement on May the 8th, he meets with Grant Solomon. He claims that Grant wanted to talk to him about growing closer to God. However, Grant said that he specifically talked to him and asked for help for him and his family. Angie contacts Kurt Beasley at Grace Chapel, who is also an attorney. In the email, she says, "I'm afraid for my life and for my children." The elder ignores her and says there's nothing they can do. Elder Ron Gosner, Pastor Rick Koya. In an email to Angie, Patty offers her prayers. Angie writes in an email to Lieutenant Tamika Sanders. She attached the audio file she recorded on the 18th of November, in which Gracie talks about her dad putting you know what in her you know what. Angie meets with Patty and talks about what she and her family have been going through. Instead of calling DCS or police, he prays over Angie and anoints her with oil. When she arrives at the meeting, her tires are bald, so Patty suggests she fill out a benevolence form. Grant and Gracie give forensic interviews with a social worker from Davis House, CAC, and Tamika Sanders. She does not call DCS before the interview, but after. When she calls them, DCS tells her not to investigate further. She chooses to listen to DCF over Grant and Gracie. In early August, Grant and Gracie run away from their father for the first time. Aaron sends 2 sheriff deputies to pick up the children, the intent on scaring them into submission and teaching them not to disobey him. Heather Webb is appointed the guardian ad litem for Gracie and Grantham in the upcoming preliminary hearing, but with Magistrate Casbell. After bringing Grant to a baseball tournament in Cary, North Carolina, Aaron says that he and Gracie have to return to Nashville for a court hearing the next day. Gracie messages her mother. They stop at a hotel in Asheville. Aaron books a hotel room with 1 bed. Gracie describes this traumatic event in her video. She alleges her father, her during that night. They hold a preliminary custody hearing. He refuses to watch Gracie's video testimony and determines that Gracie and Grant will remain in their father's custody. After what happened the night before, Gracie is terrified. Right after the hearing, Aaron takes Gracie back to North Carolina to pick up Grant. Gracie is so visibly shaken that Heather, the newly assigned guardian ad litem, gives her a business card and her private number written on the back.
Woohoo!
Aaron shows up at Grace Christian Academy to take Gracie, despite having promised and during court-ordered family therapy not to do so. Gracie's in tears, terrified. As soon as she sees Aaron, she runs to the office of the elementary headmistress. She also frantically texts her mother. She also tells the headmistress about what her father does to her, disclosing the abuse. The headmistress is dismissive and calls it the headmaster, and he does not report the incident. Instead, tells Gracie to get in the car.
Jeez.
Aaron meets with Gracie and Angie in the grocery store parking lot and confronts them, threatening them with legal consequences and trying to play on Gracie's fear and inexperience. "If you don't do what the court says, the police might come and take your mom to prison. You guys are breaking the rules," Aaron to Gracie. Grant celebrates after magistrate tells him he wouldn't have to go back to live with his father. He later reverses this decision. "It's okay, Mom. If I go with him, he won't be able to hurt Gracie," Grant tells his mother after the ruling. That's so fucking sad. That's old news, Gracie. Now you need to get in the car with your dad. Grant and Gracie run away from their father's home and refuse to go back. They flee to their mother, who can't bear to send them back due to their abuse, despite the judge's order. Magistrate Cabell conducts a new hearing on whether to remove Gracie and Grant from the care of their abuser. Grant's friends, Anna Smith and Wynn Hicks, appear to testify for Grant and Gracie, but Magistrate refuses to hear them. However, he agrees to watch the forensic interview he declined at the last hearing. He doesn't even watch the whole tape. Instead, he interrupts it and says, "I've seen enough." At first, he promises that both children can stay with their mother. Then, this is when the picture of him and Wynn celebrating is taken. Later, he decides that Gracie will stay with her mother for now, and he decides that Grant is a big boy and that he can take care of himself. After administrative call Gracie in for a meeting to tell her to stop talking about the abuse, Grant has had enough. He says he won't go to school any longer until he had a meeting with the elementary principal. Also present with Lynn McNatt, Amy Curl, and Bob Jordan, they barely let Grant speak, then began justifying their behavior, blaming Gracie for being assaulted and claiming that they were just trying to protect her from a bad reputation. Angie files a petition for dependent neglect. The case goes before Judge Deanna Johnson, who had allegedly spoken with Bill Woodward about it, Pastor Steve Berger, and made his support for Aaron clear within the church. Instead of Judge Johnson dismisses the case out of hand and instead labels Angie an abusive litigant, barring her from filing any motions against Aaron for the next 4 years. What the fuck is happening? What?
I didn't even know that was possible.
What the fuck? Members of Grace Chapel show up at Angie's house. She describes them as intrusive. According to Angie, they described injuries that didn't exist and seemed intent on. Okay, Grant is tragically killed under suspicious circumstances. Aaron is the only witness to the story. Does not add up. Members of Grace Chapel show up. This is 2 days later after he died, July 22nd. Members of Grace Chapel show up at Angie's house. She describes them as intrusive. According to Angie, they described injuries that didn't exist and seemed intent on convincing her that his death was an accident. Grant's funeral is devastating for Angie and Gracie. Steve Berger speaks at the funeral and insists that Grant came to him to talk about Jesus. Aaron shows very little emotion and only talks about baseball during the funeral. Aaron's suspicious behavior and inconsistency accounts at the day Grant's death lead to Angie to hire a private investigator. Though she had previously at least partially respected Gracie's wishes, Aaron sent Angie an email stating that he would enforce parenting time with Gracie whether she wanted it or not. Angie, I have been more than patient and willing to work together the past 2 years for the betterment of our children. I do believe it's better that children have both parents directly involved in their lives. Unfortunately, your continued actions prove you don't believe the same thing. Now, more than ever, Gracie needs both parents in her life. I am willing to co-parent 50-50 at the moment, but nothing less. With that in mind, I will pick up Gracie from your house Sunday afternoon at 4 p.m. and will drop her back off at your house the following Sunday at 4 p.m. with alternating weeks scheduled after that. Gracie needs to have all of her books and clothes needed for school and any other activities for the week when I pick her up. If you are not willing to join me in co-parenting Gracie together, or you and I co-parenting her together, if she's not ready to go with me at 4 o'clock Sunday, I will enforce the court-documented parenting plan paperwork. I appreciate you working with me to help raise Gracie with both her parents involved moving forward. Sincerely, Aaron Solomon. This morning, Williamson County ruled for a restraining order to be in effect immediately for Gracie Solomon from her father, Aaron Solomon. That includes Grace Christian Academy. Supported by Melanie Hicks, Gracie files for restraining order from Aaron. Magistrate holds a hearing on the motion, and Anna and Wyatt show up to testify in Gracie's favor but are dismissed by the court. Around this time, Gracie is so terrified of her father taking her from school again that she stops attending school altogether. She struggles with panic attacks and regular breaks out in hives because of the immense psychological stress of her father causing her. Aaron is still frequently on school grounds despite Gracie wanting him to stay away from her and having a restraining order against him. As her father continuously violates her boundaries, Gracie and her mother are at their wits' end. Gracie decides to film a video evidence in her case something should ever happen to her. With the imminent threat of having to be with her father hanging over her head, Gracie sees only one option and decides to publish the video she made in March. Anna Smith, one of Grant's best friends, also makes a video corroborating Gracie's claims. After searching it far and wide, Angie finally finds Grant's truck at a scrapyard. She knows this is an essential piece of evidence in getting justice for her son's death. Angie finally has the money to buy Grant's truck. She stores it in a friend's garage for safekeeping, and so Aaron will not find out she has it. After she released the video in seemingly punitive act, the court bench orders Gracie into DCS custody due to fear of psychological harm. This is unprecedented. All she wants is to live with her mother, be safe from her abusive father, and justice for her brother. So now she's in CPS, or foster care, pretty much.
What?
Yeah. So she released that video. May of 2021.
So she got the truck. When did she get the black box stuff?
That is, let's see. Right here, go to Grant's death, the truck. The phrase smoking gun originally came from the idea that if you found a recently fired gun on the suspect, it was unshakable proof that the person had committed the crime. Angie has been told by the Gallatin police that since they didn't have the smoking gun and they couldn't make Aaron give them the truck, there was nothing they could do. Aaron refused a forensic exam of the truck he claims malfunctioned and killed his son. He picked it up 48 hours later and drove it away from the tow yard, seemingly unconcerned it would malfunction. He drove it for months afterward. Although Gracie begged for it, he would not give it to her or Angie. Months later, Aaron mysteriously had the truck totaled and set to be sold at an auction. Unbeknownst to him, Angie was able to get the smoking gun just in time. So this is the truck in fall of 2020. This is Grant's truck after the tragic incident as it sat in Aaron's driveway. A very close eye was kept on the truck. One day it was no longer in his driveway. That's not totaled.
Right.
Okay, at Scrapyard, February of 2021. What the fuck? A friend at cars.com ran the VIN number and discovered the truck was at a scrapyard in Nashville. Angie was able to secure a broker and got it in the auction off the auction block just in time. Got the truck. Now that Angie got the truck, she had high hopes that Gallatin Police Department would reopen the case. How did the truck end up in the scrapyard? Public records revealed that Aaron took the vehicle to Lincoln Ford, who reported damage as minor, yet somehow he managed to convince an insurance adjuster to total the vehicle. Vehicle serviced February 5th, 2021. Damage reported to be minor damage. After an exhaustive search, the claims adjuster who was finally found with insurance adjuster does not want to be found. Mr. Brad Riddle, senior claims adjuster in Tennessee Farm Bureau Insurance, 42 Henderson Drive, Manchester, Tennessee, was contacted at his place of business. The receptionist at the front asked where the visit was about, and she was informed that it was in regard to a claim. She called Mr. Riddle on the phone and asked him what the claim number is. She was informed that the claim number is blah, blah, blah. In a few minutes, Mr. Riddle came out of his office and stood in the doorway. He asked if this was concerning the Solomon claim, and he was answered in the affirmative. Mr. Riddle advised that he was expecting a client, and he told the investigators that he should have called first. He then asked them, "How did you find me?" Mr. Riddle was advised of the investigation into the death of Grant Solomon and that the truck that Tennessee Farm Bureau had sent to IAA Salvage Yard as a salvage was potential evidence in the death investigation. He was asked to furnish documents pertaining to the claim of the 2015 Toyota Tundra, and he stated that he did not release documents pertaining to clients and that it would have to speak with a supervisor. Mr. Riddle was given a business card, and investigators advised that he would remain in Manchester to await the results of the call to his supervisor. Mr. Riddle was shown a photograph of the truck as it sat in Aaron Solomon's driveway weeks after the July 20th, 2020 incident. He was also shown a photograph of the truck as it appeared at the time of the incident at the WPI facility. It was pointed out to Mr. Riddle that investigators were in possession of the truck and that the truck had been examined by an accident reconstructant team who determined there was not enough damage to the truck to be listed as totaled and salvage. Investigators left the insurance office and awaited in Manchester. Mr. Riddle did call, and he advised that the information requested would have to be obtained through a subpoena to the TNFBI legal counsel in Columbia, Tennessee. The forensic exam conclusively states that the accident could not have occurred as Aaron described. The Gallatin Police Department still refused to open the investigation. Okay, so here...
Does she know about who told her about the black box? Or she just...
So,
figured it out?
she says it... No, she says it on let me find the video. I think right here.
Does it say what's on the black box?
Oh, I forgot about this part. What the hell?
I like that chick right there. She's funny. Can't remember her name.
Which one?
That girl right there. No, yeah.
I'm not sure. I've never seen her before.
Usually when she does her stuff, she gives like her thing, but then she has like this tinfoil hat for the conspiracy theory.
Atlanta.
What'd you forget? Black box.
Yeah, this is bizarre. Okay, let me go news. Mm-hmm.
And you're saying as of today she's in foster care?
No, she's back out now, but let me switch over to the. I think that's what I was on. Yeah, there's a here, Justice for Grant YouTube channel. It's only got like 6 videos, but they're all like evidence. Okay.
They had both been to the crime scene, as I understand it. And I provided some talking points for responding. I also understand that in some circumstances, there simply is not the evidence to proceed with the case, and we may never know exactly what happened.
I knew you would react this way, but I
Angie, I gave them to you a week at a time already, and I didn't have to.
No, you don't have to, but are you just going to kill them? You can't make them stop loving their mom.
No, they weren't being killed when it was not a week on, a week off.
So you thought they were fine without their mother? That's what you're saying?
Aaron changed the story, committed insurance fraud, trying to get rid of the truck. He also sued anybody who speaks out about this. There are no tire tracks through the grass. There are tire tracks through the gravel at the bottom. Alright, a little bit on the dramatics. Proving the truck. Sorry. Aaron claims the truck dragged his son across asphalt into a rocky ditch. His body had no injuries, no burns, abrasions. Died of a single blunt trauma wound to the back of the head.
I mean, just, I don't know. None of it makes sense. And because I didn't see the whole thing, I mean, nobody knows except God.
Stop saying that shit. Okay.
Monster. It makes me want to vomit. I've been minimalized, but now I've found my voice to be able to tell you.
It's all about who you know, says Aaron Solomon. Aaron Solomon was a local news anchor for WSMV for 15 years. And spent 16 years cultivating relationships in the child SA abuse prevention community.
Oh, fuck.
And finally, we shouldn't forget his years of volunteer work with Our Kids Tennessee, lead and founded by Sue Fort White, a nonprofit organization that provides services to vulnerable child survivors of SA. Our kids have many connections to social workers, guardians, lawyers, and judges. When reached out for comment, Sue Fort White said that Aaron resigned from them. Okay, Sue White, executive director. No, shit. They gotta quit making this shit so fast. Okay. Other assets, total liabilities, net assets, key employees and officers. Sue Fort White, executive director. Aaron Solomon, board member. Oh. But it was at church where he found the ultimate cover. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, fuck my mind. Who's this? Pastor Steve Berger went to great lengths to protect his longtime friend, Aaron Solomon. Intimidation does not have the last word. Oh. He sent cease and desist to anyone speaking up about his good buddy, Aaron. On August 11, Pastor Berger, about any allegations of abuse, had Grant have ensured the allegations were reported. Oh, he says the cause of action for defamation is the publication of the defamatory video. Our investigative team created the published video as a result of your actions. Republish the defamatory statements, further damaging through their conduct. You and others are now potential action. What the hell? In this video, he even walked into a local publisher's office and threatened a $100 million lawsuit if they continued to cover the case. What the fuck? Williamson County Family Exchanges litigation over accusations of child abuse. Merrill Lynch, the financial advisor and Franklin resident. Pastor Steve has a documented history of covering child abuse at his church. Bill Lee. Oh no. Nashville, Tennessee. A pastor who advised Tennessee GOP candidate Bill Lee says the Bible requires victims of sexual misconduct and other offenses to have at least 2 or 3 witnesses. What the fuck? Oh my god. What the fuck? What? Please tell me what fucking scripture, what line is in that? What? What the fuck?
I don't believe
What
this.
the fuck?
There's a scripture in
The Bible that says if there's misconduct, they have to have at least 2 or 3 witnesses.
It's not as blanket of a statement like that.
And has powerful connections from the state capitol to the White House. Pastor Steve Berger, Grace Chapel, U.S. Senate. Oh, Lord. Mike Pompano, Steve. Oh, Lord. Bill Lee. Berger is also Governor Bill Lee's pastor and advisor. No fucking shit.
That's the Karen, isn't it?
Gracie said that Grant privately told Berger about the abuse and believes he lied over Grant's casket. What a fucking disgrace. I can't even.
So where's this the black box stuff?
Appointment with you to talk about.
Was he?
It's coming.
Okay.
About Jesus as a crusty old gray-haired preacher.
Yes.
All right.
And Grant did, and he sat in my office for well over an hour and just wanted to know how he could draw closer to Christ.
are you saying so the mom didn't want to share 1 week on, 1 week off? I mean, probably not. I mean, I would think fuck.
The daughter didn't want to go around him at all. Likely so. I mean, he was abusing her. Why should they have to negotiate when he should be in jail and Grant should still be alive?
Right. There's a scripture in the Bible that speaks about there being 2 or more witnesses, but it's not. I can't remember exactly what verbatim it is, but it's not a blanket statement to say if you are raped, you have to have 2 or 3 fucking witnesses. Of course, there's not going to be any witnesses of fucking people getting raped and shit like that.
Yeah, that's asinine. And why would the Bible even talk about such a atrocious thing?
About rape?
Like, no, being reported in what's required. There wasn't laws back then. Like, what, witness to who? Who are you telling? It's crazy. It's just asinine. It's just a way to manipulate people into thinking that, okay, well, I guess since I don't have 2 or 3 witnesses, I might as well not even bother.
Right.
Fucking weirdos. Okay, this says Senator Bill was born and raised in Gallatin, Tennessee, and in a law enforcement coalition with Gallatin Police Department. Chief Don Bandy. Bill announces law enforcement for Haggerty. Chief of Police, City of Gallatin. This is that buster right here. Chief Don was in charge of the officers at the scene of Grant's death. The incompetence of the Gallatin Police Department at the scene of Grant's death is staggering. I can't deny that. Why did they wrap the scene up so quickly? The first officer arrives at 8:48, 28 seconds. The scene's closed at 9:30. Last officer leaves at 9:41. Less than an hour. What the fuck? What?
Yeah.
They take photos they have on a CD. They took Aaron and 3 officers' statement. They leave Grant's hat, phone, and goggles lying in the ditch. Oh, what the fuck?
Damn.
They call that an investigation. Incident report. Grant's fatality did not happen in traffic. Report number, date, time, traffic crash fatality. What?
Huh? So they said it wasn't a traffic accident, but they're reporting it as they putting it in a report as a traffic accident.
Yes, this is the incident report. Let's see. Exceptional clearance code.
Goggles, right? Yeah,
Investigated by outside agency. What the fuck does that mean?
Outside agency. That it was somebody else. It wasn't their agency. So okay, so like California has CHP. You know what I mean? So anything that happens on a highway or freeway or something like that, it's the CHP's jurisdiction. But CHP can pull over
but
people.
If it wasn't a crash and it happened on private property on the parking lot, why would they be involved?
Well, yeah, if so, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was going to say. So if it's something like that, CHP does not have any jurisdiction in that.
Jurisdiction, right.
Right.
The Gallatin police refused to look at new evidence and hung up on the mother. House Representative William Lambert is also from Gallatin and also close to Berger. Williamson, Lambert commentary, we need Bill Haggerty representing us in the U.S. Senate. Unbelievable. Senator Jack Jackson, Senate Majority Leader. There's more. Oh, fuck my life. In 2018, Angie wrote the sheriff of Williamson County, Jeff Long, for help. Okay. In 2019, Governor Bill Lee appointed Jeff Long Commissioner of Safety and Homeland Security. What the fuck? That's him being sworn in, I guess.
Sworn in.
Yep.
Maybe it was to swear you in as the commissioner. Is that right?
That's pretty close.
Ha ha ha. The conversation of power at the concentration of power at the state capitol didn't go unnoticed. Williamson's County rise in power is interesting. However, it's not a bad thing. More political power to Williamson County. But the seat of power in the state's legislature wasn't just from one county. It was one church. The crowd applauded Berger's sentences and stretched his hands out towards Lee and his wife, who was running for senator. Williamson, wow, the Tennessee Highway Patrol was the proper jurisdiction for Grant's death.
Thank you.
This means Jeff Long could open the investigation into the killing of the boy he was warned about 2 years prior to his death. Bless his heart. But Jeff Long has remained silent. November 26, 2021, Melanie Hicks sent via certified mail a 6-page letter to Governor Bill Lee regarding Grant's death.
Whenever I receive a letter like that, and it's been several months, I may have received a letter with regard to that, then that letter moves on to our either Department of Safety.
The Department of Safety is Jeff Long.
Appropriately so, or legal services to determine if there's any reason for our engagement there, but I trust the investigative process there and wouldn't have anything else to say about that.
Wow, what the fuck?
Thank you all.
In 2022, Governor Bill Lee appointed his chief legal counsel, Jonathan Schmidt, Attorney General.
This is a case that received substantial attention, and that to the extent that prosecutorial resources could be deployed, they were deployed, and that this case received a thorough investigation. I do apologize for not responding to the letter. As I said, my understanding was this was a hand-delivered letter and that there would be an oral response, but I want to reassure everybody that this is a case that was taken seriously by Tennessee's law enforcement community. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Scarmati.
There was never been a thorough investigation into Grant's death.
There wasn't an investigation at all.
There is more than enough evidence that proves Aaron Solomon is lying. Governor Bill Lee, Attorney General Jonathan, and Commissioner Jeff Long, or Chief Don Brady could open a real investigation into Grant's death. Or they could make sure it remains closed. Well, that's that. Okay. No, yeah.
It's the after when she go to the doctor or hospital. I believe she did ride parade. Did she take the child to the doctors to see if if in fact she was getting what it looked like a rape thingy or whatever?
Yeah, and the counselor and all, they talked to amongst each other, but as soon as it got to DCS told them not to investigate. Same thing with the school.
What's up with this black box thing? We gotta hear the black box. Look at that kid. Look how fucking much taller he is than his fucking punk ass dad.
Ow, ow, ow.
Welcome to Awakening Soul Truth. I'm Allison Ledbetter. Today, Robbie Short and I are interviewing Angie Solomon. Angie is a victim
We both
of
guarding the black box, Robbie.
and heal her children, save her children. And
That my for me was I went deep into self and I found to really, as they want to, and you release it. So that he was in heaven helping was it, and she's been, of course, and now, I do believe that all things happen that God has a plan.
It was on News Nation. Calm the fuck down, Edwin. Ain't Bogart and shit, but the Pookie, bitch.
That's just fun. Quit Bogarting.
Bitch.
We've been talking about the suspicious death of Grant Solomon, what appeared to be a freak accident. Angie Solomon and Grant's sister, Gracie Solomon, are both here with me live. Thank you to...
No, bitch, it was with the other guy. Okay, this guy.
A mother in Tennessee is demanding answers after she says her teenage son was suspiciously run over and killed by his own truck. This all went down back in July of 2020, back of it, after his father arrived to meet him.
And drug him into the ditch, and it's on top. Didn't have it in park.
He also said that there were 3 men who were helping Grant to the hospital, but he died. There wasn't a proper investigation, no reconstruction of the scene. They didn't do an autopsy. So prosecutors responded, releasing this statement saying, quote, it's been looked into and the investigation has been reopened before. There is no basis for a homicide charge or no criminal act here. But I spoke with Grant's mother, Angie Solomon, earlier, and she explains why she believes Grant may have been murdered. I'm just going to start up right now. Question everybody's wondering. Do you think Aaron killed Grant?
Yes.
And how do you think he did it, and why do you think he did it?
There are several thoughts that I have in my my theories, but my main one is I think that Grant was cold-cocked, the first lick, and then the second lick was a baseball bat across the back of the head. The only injuries Grant had was blunt force trauma to his occipital.
Isn't that what we're saying?
Exactly. Puff too.
Dang.
We ain't crazy because that's what she thinks, and she knows she knows more than we do.
Right. Roll that beautiful bean first.
Occipital bone on the left back of his head. He also had a slight bruise on that left side near that eye, where his goggles would have popped out if he had been hit. And that left goggle, that left lens did pop out of those goggles.
Because
correct me if I'm wrong. Are you trying to file for
when you have when you play sports and you have seeing glasses where you can't see, especially baseball? They're goggles, so you know that they stay on and they don't fall off. Like they have
okay.
And since he was going for pitching, he would have to have them on because he can't see. He's got a vision impairment.
They were saying that they were glasses, and then all of a sudden they're goggles.
But when he's playing sports, they're goggles. That's what they're considered. But they're prescription, you know, for him to be able to see.
I get.
See when he's wearing this like this, but whenever the baseball pictures, which are like this or no, they're
Yeah, I get. I was just because before they're saying
here.
glasses, and then they're calling them goggles.
Like right here, that's the goggles. See the difference?
Yeah.
2020, 18-year-old star.
They're the same thing. They're just.
Did you have to wear goggles?
Actually, motherfucker, I did. Fuck you. You better go to fucking Eddie's live before you get fired, bitch. And that's why I'm familiar, because I know, bitch. I had to wear them, you little asshole.
Accident.
And they have like a lanyard around them so they don't fall off, and if they do, they still hang around your neck. Okay? Yes, I was a dork.
Reconstruction.
Fucking assholes.
What I'm doing is the job that the police officers in Gallatin, the district attorney should have done that day and many days later. We're to the point now of doing an accident reconstruction, which I have the vehicle now. So that vehicle would actually be used in a live reconstruction, and to see if what the only witness said, who is Aaron Solomon, to see if what he said could possibly be true. We don't believe that is probable or likely. In addition to that, we do a computerized topography of the land with the vehicle, something called a CAD, and that would also prove that what the only witness said. In addition to that, the bigger picture is the answers to everything lie with Grant. Everything lies with Grant. And so the most important thing to do is to have him exhumed and then have an autopsy out of state, a private autopsy with trusted medical examiners, with security. And that's what it entails, and then bringing him back.
So I want to play this. This is number one. This is Aaron, his speech at Grant's funeral.
Something happens right beside me that is such a blink of the eye, bizarre, fluky, tragic, unexplainable accident that takes Grant's spirit from this earth. And the only way I can rationalize it in my mind is it's a godly thing.
So based on what you said, you clearly don't believe him. Why would he kill his own son?
There's many reasons, but the main one, we've had a history of domestic violence, our family, the three of us, Grant, Gracie, and I.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Okay.
Or just 2 arm hugs.
But I think any blood being found, discrepancies here, has to do with Grant's phone. His phone, which was reportedly seen at the crime scene, just seemed to disappear. And additional Life 360 data shows that someone had Grant's phone the entire day that he died, and it wasn't returned to Angie until later that night. During that day, it was gone. And when she got it back, the phone was completely destroyed. And if that doesn't scream suspicious to you, I don't know what does. But despite all of this, Aaron was only questioned for a few minutes at the scene. It didn't seem like there was any doubt that he was telling the truth. But of course, if they had properly invested Grant's death, then I wouldn't be here today telling you about this injustice. And to this day, as you can imagine, the suspicious death of Grant Solomon has continued to haunt Angie and Gracie and all those who loved him, his girlfriend Hannah, and a toll on them, and Grant. And obviously the hope here is that she can
WPI's up here.
that Grant was under the passenger side of the car, but the police report and even photos from the scene indicate that he was under the driver's side. And something else that jumped out to me is when Aaron said that he tried to see if the car would, quote, pop out of park and flip into another gear on its own. Well, guess what? And anyone that knows anything about cars knows that it doesn't. And it also doesn't spontaneously move backwards because that's not what cars do.
Right. Well, hold on. Trying to see.
As puzzled as he seemed about the car's mechanical issues, Aaron refused to have the truck examined. And again, that makes me wonder, if he wants to have all of these doubts and allegations put to rest, why would he not want the car to be examined? Anyway, Grant's memorial was held on July 25th, and I cannot imagine how painful this must have been for those who loved him. Not only was Grant gone, but the circumstances surrounding his death were anything but clear.
Dying Gallatin happened.
During your time,
Grant was, still is the worst thing that ever happened. Before Grant left that morning, he stopped in the door and said something that was so out of character. But he said, "Mom, I don't want to die in Gallatin today." If I begged and pleaded not to go, or I would go with him. Let me sit in the parking lot. I thought he was talking about his lungs from where he had COVID. He was getting over it. We were having to have x-rays and see doctors. I didn't want to be a helicopter mom, but I just thought it might just be there. He said, "No, Mom, you're not going." And an hour later, I got a phone call that Grant was dead in Gallatin. And I still don't know what to do without him. I know Grant was being a hero, and he saved his sister. I know that, but he didn't have to be a hero. I miss him so much. I miss him every second of every day. It's not grief, it's absence, it's silence. It's wanting to tell him something and I can't, or ask him questions because he's so wise and I can't. is wanting him to be there to see Gracie run track, or to have him be with her to give her advice, or just 2-arm hugs. Mrs. 2-arm hugs. And then they just wiped him off the face of the earth like he meant nothing. Within an hour, it was just, Grant's not expendable. You know, the way I feel today about that, about him 3 years later, it will never change. I will carry it till I see him again one day.
The fuck is that
Grant was my
ticking?
best friend. He was my protector.
Till I see him again one day.
He left this earth and just usually sends me.
Investigator. The PI has helped her gain access to what, if anything. And because the law didn't seem to be on their side once again, Angie has tried to take matters into her own hands. Less than a month after Grant's death, she hired a private investigator. The PI has helped her gain access to what, if anything, was done to further look into Grant's death and the circumstances surrounding it. They were able to access the incident report, the police crash report, and the medical examination report, and some other things. And based on all the information gathered, Angie, Grace, and Grant's girlfriend Hannah, and all their supporters now strongly believe that Grant did not die the way that Aaron said he did. And again, just days before he passed, Grant was telling people that he was afraid of his father. And whether you believe that this was no accident, or maybe you just have questions and need more information to make a determination for yourself, I think we can all agree that Grant's death needs to be properly investigated. For as many inconsistencies as there are in Aaron's story, and with the fact that the crime scene doesn't match any of these stories, there is no reason that the Gallatin Police Department should have closed this. Now, Aaron maintains his innocence despite this evidence, but like I keep saying, if you want to clear your name and remove all this doubt, clear the allegations, why not have this investigated? If what you said happened, why are you afraid of investigation? Since Grant's death, Angie, Gracie, and a team of friends and community members have come together in an attempt to get the justice that they deserve, not just for Grant's murder, but for Angie and Gracie as well. However, like I said before, Angie and Gracie continually are shot down at the legal level. In September of 2020, Gracie tried to get a restraining order against Aaron, but was denied. And according to her, Aaron even told Gracie that he was enforcing time with him, whether she wanted to or not. Also, in October of 2020, Angie had a friend of hers file a motion in juvenile court on behalf of Gracie. And Angie wasn't able to do this herself because she was banned from filing motions against Aaron for 6 years. And this motion outlined everything that Gracie had experienced, from the sexual abuse to the neglect. But even with a friend filing this, the court said that it lacked merit and shut the entire thing down. It is in their belief that Aaron is using his connections to sway people in his favor. And when I say people, I mean lawyers, judges, and even the governor of Tennessee, who Aaron supposedly sat next to in church all the time. Now, as for Grant's truck, there is more I can share. After Aaron refused for the truck to be examined, he let it sit in his driveway for a year before he eventually sold it to a scrapyard. And guess what else he did? He reported that the truck had been totaled and collected an insurance payout on it. But here's the thing. Angie was smart, and she ended up tracking down Grant's truck and purchasing it in April of 2021. And the car wasn't totaled. With the help of her PI, Angie was able to determine that Aaron had committed insurance fraud. Now, it has been said that this fraud could be looked into at the federal level, so if nothing else against Aaron sticks, then maybe this will. But let me go back to the truck, because there was some interesting data there. And even though it had been over a year since everything happened, she still had a forensic analysis performed on it. And this is all wildly technical, especially for me. We all know I don't know much about cars, so I'm just going to summarize what the findings were. After 2 full examinations were performed on the truck, it was ultimately determined that there were no mechanical issues that would have caused the car to spontaneously roll backwards. There was literally nothing to suggest why Grant's truck would have backed over him, assuming he put the car in park when he got there. Now, Aaron has said that he must not have put his car in park. But here's the thing about that. The car was found in park when first responders arrived. So unless he got in there himself to put the car in park, this theory doesn't make sense. But even despite all of these findings, nothing has been done to determine if Grant actually died the way that Aaron said he did. And this means that Gracie is still at risk of ending up in Aaron's care, or at the very least, still being forced to spend time with him. And with that fear, she decided to go public with a video titled Gracie's Story, A Cry for Help, which is on YouTube, and you can watch it yourself. I will link it below. This video was the first time that she spoke publicly about the abuse and she is. And backlash from the court, and it resulted in Gracie being forced into DCS custody. Received backlash from the court, and it resulted in Gracie being forced into DCS custody for about 6 months. All she wanted to do was to live with her mom, live without fear, get justice for her brother, and an order of protection against Aaron. But even after 2 years, she is still fighting that battle. Luckily, she is able to do that in her mother's custody, but she still has fear that Aaron is out there and could retaliate against them at any time. And that's where Freedom for Gracie comes in. Freedom for Gracie is a website for this. Just recently have been subscribed and Angie at the hands of Aaron Solomon. Just recently, it was shared on the Freedom for Gracie Instagram page that claims of sexual abuse against Aaron have been substantiated. A Tennessee children's case recording states that Gracie's case is being classified as abuse substantiated, perpetrator substantiated. The 5-year span that Gracie and Grant were solely in Aaron's custody is the exact 5-year span
What do
that
you
the
think it
report
is,
said
Pat,
he was
that
found.
if the father didn't put it in park, you know what I mean? Like, why do you think it was in park? Him not wanting to get close, you know what I mean? It could
Gracie.
just
Now,
be
keep
like
in
a
mind,
thing
when
that he
Angie
was
was
trying to
trying to
throw off
tell the
people.
courts that, so my coverage of their suspicious death, but also to share Gracie, as you can imagine, this family's story. 22, he filed a defamation lawsuit against Angie before their divorce. Job and his connections to people in power, extremely careful to make sure I not want that fear to stop me, because this family needs his death, and coming after resources will be used for lawyer fees. Crime News Nation is one of the best networks that need attention. Paste into a tweet it out, right? And this donate $1.
My concern right now, one here in Tennessee going on, and so that's left me. My concern right now is that we are getting the word out there, and Kendall Ray is amazing for having us on, so more people know about Grant. No one here in Tennessee is even acting like any of this national attention
This
is even
video,
going
that's
on.
that ticking
And
sound.
so that's left me. There's no doubt that I'll have to do an independent investigation, an independent outside of Tennessee investigation, exhumation and autopsy myself.
Yeah, it's her background noise.
Reconstruction. And
Yeah,
that's
what the
why
fuck is
we set
that?
up the GoFundMe, so that
Stab her.
donations would help me do that. I am a pharmacist, but I do have Gracie to raise. God, she's home, and I do raise her on my own with no child support. Say we did it ourselves, but I put every penny I can into Grant. It's fund. I don't need element of an instruction, and there'll also, I'm sure, be legal, but the only thing. And I just want to also say that I did set it up into a foundation, DBA, to be tax deductible. We need your help, Hannah. Help. No one here is going to help. I need your help. Hannah needs your help. Grace needs your help. But most of all, Grant needs your help. And then I promise I'll make sure all those things are done. And we'll find justice for him.
Right now, I just want to say that
Where is
it's not
this
easy going through all of this
black
and
box
still
stuff?
trying to.
Like we know, you know, this stuff. Where's the black box? There's the, you know what I mean? What does the black box stuff say? That's what's gonna say if he's lying or not.
Yeah, it's not released. It's just said that they have it.
Oh, Oh, so they haven't released what the
Yeah,
black box says.
yeah, they just said that when they got the vehicle, like it was able to be, it wasn't wiped.
Right.
So, but
So okay,
hasn't been publicly released like what it consisted of, except for that it wasn't wiped and that it was because like in Daniel's case, it's wiped. Daniel Robinson. So this private investigator
oh,
just said that
that's it.
they were able to
Right,
retrieve
right.
it and that the data was still on it.
Okay. Well, all right.
So
So the reporter said that the first responder says when they showed up that the truck was in fucking park.
yes,
Now the dad's claiming that it must have slipped out of fucking park. Blah 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 blah. Blah. Right.
right.
Well, that's fucking. There's one, I don't believe like in coincidence, and there's just I'm not gonna say that's a coincidence. You know what I mean? It slipped out of park and then it went back in park, and it just so happened when he was fucking under the thing, and the mom agrees that you know what I mean. There was two hits. Maybe a sucker punch and then a hit with the baseball bat. You know what I mean? So it being in park, I'm thinking the fucking dad was in that motherfucker, like, either backed up, put that motherfucker, you know what I mean? He had to put it in park. He's not going to tell people he put it in park. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to say, oh, because I was in that motherfucker, I put it in park. That's how I know it was in park. I was wondering if somebody had checked that shit to see if it was in park or why he kept going with this theory of it must have slipped out of park. You know what I mean? So obviously somebody was up in that motherfucker.
So hold on.
Wouldn't that make sense though?
Yeah. Okay. Gracie. So
I don't know why, and why is like nobody listening to these people if there's people substantiating the incidents with the dad and stuff, you know what I mean? Sexual assaults and all this stuff. Why is it just being ignored through all
good question.
facets of things? You know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
I would think this girl is at the age where she can say, fuck you, I'm not going with you, and just not go with her dad.
Apparently, that's not how it works in Tennessee.
Exactly. Most definitely. Exactly. That could be true, Roddy. But it just seems like, well, what the judge said that she can't file something against him for like 6 years or some shit like that, or is that the girl, the daughter?
That was the mom.
Oh, okay, yeah. So the mom, like, who the fuck does that? So it's like, oh, let's just give a free pass to this motherfucker for 6 years. You can't file anything or call the police on this motherfucker or nothing. I've never heard such a thing like that, except when it came to JR.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? When somebody's claiming, sexual assault and all this stuff, like, what the fuck? It should not be a child posting on YouTube. Well, I think she posted it on YouTube because nobody else is listening to her elsewhere. And if she posts it out on YouTube, I think maybe she's thinking enough people will see it that maybe the dad will be like, oh shit, well I better stop doing this. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna assume. I don't know. Well, you would think, right, Roddy? But I mean, it seems like at every corner, as soon as it gets to the legal part, you know what I mean? She's just dismissed at every facet. You know what I mean? You got the psychiatrist that was agreeing that yes, this is going on, but as soon as it gets to the court level, it's like, oh, just let it go. You got other people agreeing that yeah, it's going on, but as soon as it gets to the court level, whatever, oh, let it go. And there's like no I don't know if is there an oversight in
I
Tennessee
need your help. Hey, I
that
need your help.
they can
Grace, I
go
need
to?
your help.
And this is the whole reason, like, California has internal investigations. So, when people have complaints against, certain police departments and police people, you know what I mean? They can take it to them.
Warren Collins. Yeah, nobody talking about it on YouTube. I think it's, I guess, TikTok. But it's in, here we go.
Is that Jim's girlfriend? Oh, my bad.
It's been a long day, but I feel like I'm going crazy. I keep going back to the crash report, the police report for Grant Solomon from July 2020. And a couple things that I noted in the podcast and a couple things that I didn't really note, I just want to say right here. What I didn't note was that Aaron Solomon called 911 at 8:44 and police were dispatched at 8:45. So while he's on the phone with 911, he talks about these three men being there and nobody can find these three men, right? We've established that. Police get there at 8:48, 3 minutes after he calls and the men aren't there. That's impossible. There's no way they split in 3 minutes. They clearly were there. They were clearly interviewed because Michael Shore said he got witness statements plural, even though one statement was logged into evidence, which is Aaron Solomon. So why wouldn't they publish these three witnesses' statements? Like I said, there's literally no way that these three men split in 3 minutes after helping, try to revive a teen boy. And moreover, no good Samaritan would leave. They'd want to see if the boy is okay. So why are they not sharing these witness statements if they got them? Sorry if that didn't really make sense. It's getting late and I'm tired, but it's just a couple thoughts I had about this case that's been driving me crazy. And again, let's not forget that there is no chain of custody with the evidence. I understand that a statement maybe doesn't need anything, but a CD with photos, also, who has a CD anymore? And then the other problem is that in 2021, a private investigator working with Angie Solomon requested all of the information and the reports, everything that the Gallatin PD had regarding Grant Solomon's case. So this would include body cam footage. And they should be keeping body cam footage for up to 2 years when a fatal accident occurs. So 6 officers were on the scene. A 7th showed up to take photos. So I'm fairly certain at least one of those officers were wearing a body cam, and they never sent it to this PI. And when he re-FOIA'd, I actually found this out today, he sent another FOIA. They were completely uncooperative, and they said, that's it, we're not giving you anything else. So earlier this year, I guess a few months ago, or 2023, Luna Shark Media, Beth Breeden asked for body cam footage, and she got a response saying that it's unavailable. Well, I don't buy the fact that they never had it in the first place. Somebody out of 7 officers was wearing a body cam. I think that they purposely did not give it to the PI. And at this point, when Beth did ask for it, it probably is gone. But yeah, they never handed it over. And that is very, very suspicious because, again, there's no way in hell that not one of them was wearing a body cam. Because, oh yeah, I think I said this in the podcast. In 2015, there was an article that said how excited that Gallatin PD was to get these body cams. And they had about 100 of them. I mean, don't quote me on that, but it was like 70 to 100. And, there's like 130 officers total. So, or back in 2015. So yeah, doesn't add up. Sketchy.
What does that say?
Okay, for people following the Grant Solomon case, I think you're going to want to hear this. It's a statement analysis conclusion regarding the 911 call. So that's Peter Hyatt. He specializes in forensic statement analysis. He's worked at Quantico. He's written books. He's been on the BTK task force. He has analyzed Aaron Solomon's 911 call. His official conclusion is that information is being withheld, but what that information is, he doesn't know. He goes on to say that for an investigator, this could be a signal to dig. Obviously, that wasn't done. And it could be anything, to knowing what actually happened, to hiding sexual abuse. We just don't know. All we know is that something is being withheld.
That didn't take a rocket
subject for parole. While the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society, when he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst. End quote. And that was Robert Jackson, the federal prosecutor that delivered this address, so to speak, at the 2nd annual conference of the United States Attorneys, April 1st in 1940. And I've linked that out in the episode notes. And yeah, maybe some things have changed since then, but you get it. I mean, that is the power that D.A. Whitley holds here. That's the power. And here is a great example of this power out of Sumner County, of course. It's the case of Michael Cummins. Fit subject for parole. While the prosecutor at his best is one of the most beneficent forces in our society, when he acts from malice or other base motives, he is one of the worst. End quote. And that was Robert Jackson, the federal prosecutor. If Grant Solomon's truck rolled backwards from the top of a parking lot down a hill over 60 feet into a ditch, how would it end up like that? How would the back tires be on a sidewalk? Grant's truck allegedly rolled because it wasn't in park. When the truck was found, it was in park. And when a forensic examination was privately done in 2021, they found there was no mechanical error that would cause the truck to roll. They also tested the vehicle on a hill, turned it on and off, and had no issues with it moving. We have enough money now for a private accident recon team, and that will be happening soon. I released 2 episodes of Corruption in Tennessee today. One refreshing everyone on Grant's truck, and the other one is with whistleblower Austin Davis from the Covenant Presbyterian Church. Austin's connections to Grant and Gracie plus the Covenant School are eerie. If Grant Solomon's truck rolled backwards from the top of a parking lot down a hill over 60 feet into a ditch, how would it end up like that? How would the back tires be on a sidewalk? Grant's truck allegedly rolled because it wasn't in park. When the truck was found, it was in park. And when a forensic examination was privately done in 2021, they found there was no mechanical error that would cause the truck to roll. They also tested the vehicle on a hill, turned it on and off, and had no issues with it moving. We have enough money now for a private accident recon team, and that will be happening soon. I released 2 episodes of Corruption in Tennessee today, one refreshing everyone on Grant's truck, and the other one is with whistleblower Austin Davis from the Covenant Presbyterian Church. Austin's connections to Grant and Gracie plus the Covenant School are eerie. If Grant Solomon's truck rolled backwards from the top of a parking lot down a hill over 60 feet into a ditch, how would it end up like that? How would the back...
Did you know about this, Austin Davis?
As the host first set out on this path, I was admittedly very green. I lacked the seasoned expertise and finesse that comes with experience in investigative podcasting and reporting. However, every story has a beginning and an ending, and this podcast represents the start of my own investigative odyssey. So as you dive into these episodes, you may notice rough edges or moments where my inexperience shines through, but please know that every stumble and misstep has been a crucial part of my learning process, and I've embraced each challenge as an opportunity for growth and improvement. So I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you who has stuck with the story despite my imperfections, because Grant's story is important. So your support and patience have been invaluable as I've navigated the complexities of investigative podcasting. And your feedback, whether constructive criticism, words of encouragement, or maybe something that wasn't so nice, has helped me and helped shape this podcast into what it is today. So without further ado, here is Corruption: What Happened to Grant Solomon?
Everyone knows on a budget, we still deserve nice things. Quince is a place to scoop up stunning high-end goods for 50 to 80% less than similar brands. They have buttery soft cashmere sweaters starting at $50, luxurious Italian leather bags, and so much more. Plus, Quince only works with factories that use safe, ethical, and responsible manufacturing. Get the high-end goods you'll love without the high price tag with Quince. Go to quince.com/style for free shipping and 365-day returns.
Hey, I'm Ryan Reynolds. Recently, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes. And then when I asked if raising prices technically violates those onerous 2-year contracts, they said, "What the f*** are you talking about, you insane Hollywood ass?" So to recap, we're cutting the price of Mint Unlimited from $30 a month to just $15 a month. Give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
$45 up front for 3 months plus taxes and fees. Promo rate for new customers for limited time. Unlimited more than 40 gigabytes per month. Slows full terms at mintmobile.com.